The... the train? The train! I guess we're going to Willowmist. Please select a game difficulty. Cozy and Normal do not feature game overs for being unable to pay your bills, but Hot Mode does. Ooh! I know this is very much out of character for, what I usually do on the channel, but Hard Mode seems fun. Yeah, let's do this! I'm totally not going to regret this! Letter? To my dearest Sprout. Sprout hardly seems like a fitting nickname anymore, does it? By now, you must be towering over your mother. She always was a short little thing. Don't tell her I called her that, okay? I fear it will make our relationship even worse than it is now. Even if that's possible. But I digress. My dearest Sprout, it has been far too long since I last saw you. Still, I picture in my mind a toddler with a mess of orange hair who insisted on wearing their rain boots on the sunniest of days, who would remove their smock lest they get paint on it, who would turn their nose up at chocolate but sneak carrots from the fridge when no one was looking. You always have had your own way of doing things, my dear. That is precisely why I am entrusting you with my greatest treasure, my antique store. Well, for the next 3 months anyhow. After a lifetime of living in the city, a bit of country air ought to do you well. Willowmist is special to me, and I think soon enough it will be special to you. It has its quirks, which I'm sure you'll realize quickly, but it has a way of growing on you. Or perhaps it's the other way around, like a parasite or maybe a fungus. Either way, I suspect you'll fit in just fine. I am only sorry I cannot be there to greet you. Responsibilities pull me away from Willowmist, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm sure you hear enough rumors about where I've gone to satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, whatever they say will be nowhere near as interesting as the truth. To find the store, take a left from the train station, then a right when you notice the breeze pickup, then turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps. Close your eyes and turn around again. You'll find it soon enough. I have an employee there waiting for you. He's not the easiest to get along with, but I doubt anyone could resist your charm. You're much like your aunt in that respect. Take care of the store, Sprout. Take care of yourself. And for heaven's sake, don't try to sell the vase with the bird on it. It's cursed. I'm going to try. With all my love and faith in you, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. If you find Florian napping on the job, make sure to tuck him in. He doesn't get enough sleep, that boy. You felt a buzz in your pocket, the familiar sensation of a worried mother. The train continued, shuddering along on its tracks in an almost comfortable way. Darling, won't you reconsider? It's such a big move. You've always lived nearby. You won't know anyone, so if anything goes wrong, why not stay home? I'm already nearly there, Mom! Considering I'm on a train in the middle of nowhere, it might be a little late, Mom. As much as I'd love to get on the return train back, I really wouldn't. It took 4 hours to get here. I just don't understand why you left so suddenly. Aunt Sylvie needs someone to watch the shop. You know that. I'm sure she has friends there. She also has family, you know. Won't you reconsider? Sorry, Mom. I love you, but I'm looking forward to a few months away from home. New people, fresh air, and a real job. You've never even worked at a store before, let alone run one. Aunt Sylvie says someone will be there to help out. It's an antique store in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. I don't think it will be particularly busy. I swear, you got your stubborn streak straight from my sister. Okay, baby. Just stay safe, okay? Just don't walk about alone at night. Make sure to lock the doors and call me if anything happens. Of course, Mom. Damn, there goes my plans! Of course, Mom. Oh well. Everything will be fine. Train's about to pull up. I'll text you later. Okay. I love you. Love you too. Well, I guess we're here. Willowmist, here we go!
to the voices of the folks that came before. They tell me of the choices and the tasks I have in store. Every antique has a secret, every trinket has a tale. Every person has a story that is waiting to unveil. Something in me feels aware that there's this untold magic in the air. I can't shake off this feeling, this sweet mystery. Like all the snowy mountaintops were made alike for me. Every bone in my being is begging to stay. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. No, right into place. No, and all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place.
Oh no. I'm going to need to choose now, don't I? My name, it's Lion. Pronouns, they, them, mix. Type 2. Yeah, let's turn this to a yaoi. All aboard, wait, can I, what's this? Oh! It's kinda cute! Wait, can I, you know what? I have to go with the blep. Wait, can I set my own honorifics? Wait. No! Oh, no! Okay, fine, Captain. Man! Fine, Mix. Man, they don't let me have my fun. The air was chilly as you stepped out of your train and onto the platform, if you could even call it that. It seemed more like a graveyard than any of the train platforms you'd ever frequented back in the city. No matter the hour, they would be completely packed with people coming and going, rushing for reasons you could never quite understand. For reasons they may never understand either. The platform was completely empty. No one waited to get on, and you were the only person who got off. Where chatter would usually greet you, all that you heard in this quiet platform in the middle of the countryside was the sound of the wind rustling the trees and the chirping of crickets hidden amongst the weeds. Welcome to... I have to! With more effort than you'd be willing to admit, you attempted to chirp back, but found that the sound was actually harder than you expected. More practice would be required. Gathering up your belongings, which you brought only a few of, you quickly found your aunt's letter once again. Left from the station, then right when the wind picks up. I'm not sure what the weather has to do with it. Well, it's supposed to be a pretty small town. I'm sure I'll find it. Whoa. I gotta say, wow. Like, the atmosphere is absolutely cozy. Oh, look, it's me! Wow. From the way your aunt had described the quaint countryside town of Willowmist, you had expected 2 shacks and a farm, if you were lucky. Instead, upon taking a left when you exited the station, you found yourself in a town center that was significantly more vast than you first imagined. You smiled as you pulled your suitcase up a small flight of stairs, eyes searching around the beautiful facades and rural landscape. Music drifted out from somewhere unseen. It seemed almost like the sound of change, of newfound freedom. A few people passed you as you continued onwards, so for the most part, you had the street to yourself. Even that was strangely foreign to you, where you grew up. There were always people around, no matter the hour. You took a deep breath into your lungs. The air was cool and fresh. The scent of flowers drifted towards you as the wind picked up, changing course. So, right now? You glanced to the right and found a street there that ran away from the town center. What did she write? turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps, then close my eyes, then turn around again? She could have just sent me the address. With half a chuckle, half sigh, you turned around and began walking backwards, hoping you wouldn't crash into anyone, though the chances of that seemed slim at that time of night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Slowly, you closed your eyes, removing sight from the equation, then spun back around and opened them back up. And sitting before you was a quaint little store with green paneling and a sloped roof and a metal sign hanging above the door. It reads, "The Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities." There you are! I've been looking for you. Wow, you're even prettier than my aunt said. You reached down and searched under the doormat and quickly found the key that your aunt left for you. Its brass surface was marked with blemishes that all seemed to say how well loved this building was. The key turned in the lock soundlessly as you pushed the door open. Wow. Tables upon tables of antiques and knickknacks greeted you. A dozen different lampshades and chandeliers hung from the ceiling, lighting up the space. Wow again! She sure has put together an interesting collection. Is collection the right word? It looks a bit too chaotic for that. Potted plants dotted the room, bringing a bit of life to the otherwise still space. Carefully, you put your luggage to the side, cautious of knocking over anything and causing what would be the worst game of dominoes ever. And then you walked through the aisles, if they could even be called that, and inspected the store. You never visited Willowmist before, nor seen any photos of it, yet somehow you felt a strange sense of familiarity. It made you feel at ease, despite being far away from your home for the first time in your life. You dropped everything to come here. You quit your casual job. They were hardly giving you hours anyway, only a few weeks ago. You didn't renew your lease. Fortunately, the timing worked out well since it was coming to an end, regardless. Friends back home only found out about your temporary move a few days before the train left. Honestly, though, you weren't that close to anyone. It always felt like the friends you kept around you had other friends they would have preferred spending time with. That seemed to happen as you got older, the natural drifting apart of people who you once clung to like your life depended on it. You needed a change. So here you were, in the middle of the countryside town of Willowmist, surrounded by rolling hills and mountain ranges like you'd never seen before. Hi! Jesus Christ! Whatever the man was carrying in a box a moment ago was now sprawled out all over the floor, dropped in surprise. With mouth agape, he stared at you, still grasping for words. Listen, if you wanted to rob the store, you could have done it before I got here. Common courtesy and all that. If I was going to rob a store, it wouldn't be this dump. Hey, my aunt probably put a lot of work into this dump. Wait, forget about that. Why would I be the one robbing the store? I was here first. If anyone was going to be robbing it, it'd be you. I didn't see you when I came in. I was in the storeroom. Can you prove it? Why should I be the one to prove it? You're the one who just waltzed in here. The man sighed. The most tired, exasperated sigh you've ever heard, and the eye bags under his eyes seemed to give away who he was. All right. You're Florian, aren't you? Unfortunately. And you must be lying. Last I checked, yeah. Why are you here so late? It was the only train coming into town today. Didn't my aunt tell you I was coming? Same way she tells me anything. Vaguely. I didn't even know what you looked like. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Then, we're even. God, you're exactly like your aunt. Great. I'll take that as a compliment. You shouldn't. What are you doing here so late, by the way? Why'd you get along with the boss? What are you doing here so late, by the way? Does my aunt really make you work this much overtime? No. It was just like neatening up before you arrived. You just said you didn't know when I was getting here! What can I say? I just have an amazing work ethic or something. You're suspicious as all hell, but I respect it. Still, you should get some sleep. You look tired. Did she at least tell you about the living accommodations? Nope, she doesn't really give details, as I'm quickly becoming aware of. No shit. She really just left all the crap to me. I ought to quit. That a teacher. But what would I do without you? We don't know each other, and we're not friends. You'd be fine. Then how about we be friends? I'll even throw in a few benefits. I'm good. No! You could sleep upstairs, but it's a mess. Sylvie isn't known for her neatness. Yeah, a mess is fine. I'm sure I'll fit right in. Whatever. Get some sleep, or don't. I'll be working for a bit longer. You need some help? From someone who looks like they don't know which side of a mop to hold? Nah. It's the side with the sponge, right? I'm kidding! It's a joke! I know how to use a mop! You've probably been traveling all day. Just sleep. You almost sound like you care. I don't. I guess Sylvie didn't tell you anything about actually running the store either. No, she said you teach me. Like I'm some expert. I just washed the floors. Fine, I'll try to help tomorrow afternoon. Not in the morning? I don't do mornings. Gathering up your luggage, you stared up the staircase. Going to offer to carry my bags up? Get some sleep soon, alright? Don't stick around too much longer, alright? Get some sleep. Yeah, sure. Without another glance in your direction, Florian collected his dropped box, then went back into the storage room. One step at a time, you dragged your suitcase up the stairs and into your new home for the next 3 months. Your aunt's upstairs apartment felt almost like a continuation of downstairs, like a quilt stitched together with mismatched memories. A half-read book, with reading glasses resting atop the pages, sat on the worn armchair, tangled yarn as soft as clouds, and as bright as spring blooms spilt from a basket. The table was set and waiting for you, expecting your company. It was almost as if time was paused here, in a place where vintage clocks softly ticked in unison, mismatched mugs rested in cozy clusters, and the air smelled ever so faintly of lavender and old books. And that wasn't to mention the abundance of potted plants that filled the room. It was as if a forest had crept in and decided to stay. You placed down your bags and grinned like a child who had just found a new secret hiding spot. The weight of the world and all your previous worries seemed to melt away, even just a little bit. This was going to be a fun 3 months. You could already tell. Unpacking could wait for tomorrow. For now, you unzipped your suitcase and pulled out your pajamas, then got changed and settled into bed. The sheets were crisp and white, the pillows fluffed, and the gentle atmosphere of Willowmist slowly began to help you drift off to sleep. As you lay there, surrounded by the scent of linen not your own, you swore for a moment you could feel someone watching you. But then you fell into a deep sleep, none the wiser. No one's actually watching me, right? It's not as if Florian's been watching me. Right? We just met. Right? Oh, sick. When your eyes fluttered open the next morning, a small amount of panic settled in your stomach. This wasn't your apartment! Right, Willowmist. Aunt's place. Not back home anymore. They'll probably take a bit of getting used to. You looked out the window where you could see sunlight cascading in from between the outstretched arms of trees. It still looked to be early, which was good. You wanted a chance to look around the store before Florian got back. Maybe you'd even be able to impress him. That seemed like a big maybe. You weren't sure, but he seemed like the difficult to impress type of guy. Well, you did like a challenge. You quickly dressed, then raided the kitchen for breakfast, which you found half stocked with food. Your aunt left some vegetables and fruits and a few microwavable meals. They'd have to do for now. You'd find the grocery store another day, hopefully. With a pear half-eaten in your hand, you made your way back downstairs. The store had a different vibe during the day. It seemed almost whimsical, like the collection of some peculiar witch who decided a hoard of lampshades was better than herbs. You once again walked between the tables, noting that despite the clutter, everything was dust-free. Florian wasn't lying about cleaning, at the very least. I still can't get over how pretty this game is. Like, it's cluttered as hell, but still. Walking up to the counter, you noticed a distinct lack of technology. There was no computer or electronic cash register. There was only an old till that seemed to be an antique in itself. All of the accounts looked to be handwritten in a journal that sat upright in a book next to it. Either your aunt had a fantastic accountant or was committing tax fraud. Maybe both. Still, the lack of anything electronic didn't surprise you. Since you were a child, she always wrote you letters rather than email or text. She was a little old school, but that didn't bother you. If anything, receiving a handwritten letter was exciting to you. You didn't know anyone else growing up who got letters. Except for people getting bills, but no one liked those letters. You understood that greatly now. Standing behind the counter and looking out towards the shop, you felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. This was your aunt's treasure, and she was leaving it to you. Well, for a few months, but that was besides the point. Alongside that sense of purpose was a small yet persistent reminder of just how insane this was, dropping everything to move to a town you'd never even visited because of an aunt you hadn't seen since childhood. It's exciting! It was the most exciting choice of your life! You needed something like this, a chance to get to know who you really were. It was a knock at the door that pulled you out of your introspection, a very neat, crisp knock, if a knock could be neat and crisp. You could see a tall shadow on the other side of the door, but no details apart from that. Florian? You opened the door wide, curiously peering up at the stranger on the other side, who looked you up and down, looked at his watch, then shook his head and walked past you and into the store. Who? Well, I hope you're not about to tell me you're Florian. That will make last night very strange for me. Florian? No, I'm not Mr. Westbrook. I apologize if that disappoints. The mystery man put down his briefcase on the counter, then began pulling out paperwork and pens from within it. Not sure I've ever met a man that's actually used a briefcase before. I kinda dig it. I suppose I'll just have to wonder endlessly who you are then. I do appreciate a mystery as much as the next person, but... Right. It would be unlike Miss Marigold to leave you with any kind of instructions. He quickly pulled out a business card out of his pocket. Emmett Finch, independent accountant at Finch Advisory. Oh, you know someone's important when their name is a part of the business. Maybe we ought to rebrand the store to the Lion Emporium. Emmett, and you must be Lion. I'll admit, I have heard very little of you, so we're starting out on equal footing. In short, I am your aunt's financial partner, her accountant, and now, by extension, yours for the time being. We have a lot to discuss regarding accounts, cash flow, and taxes. Such exciting topics for a Tuesday morning. He nodded as he pushed up his glasses, then nodded. Any time is the perfect time to talk numbers. I appreciate working with someone like-minded in that regard. What experiences do you have running a business? I have, but it's not a lemonade stand. Yeah, plenty. There was one summer where I had a lemonade stand outside my house, so I don't remember paying any taxes on that. Don't tell, right? Any actual experience? Like with a proper business? Yes. Nope. Understood. It seems my role will be a little more hands-on than in previous months. I will bill Miss Marigold for the extra time we need to get you set up to speed. That sounds expensive. All the good things in life are. quietly watch him shuffle through his paperwork before pulling out one specific sheet of paper. I'll be frank with you, Miss Marigold's accounts are dire. Despite my protests, she makes little effort to remedy that fact. Sometimes I wonder whether she truly desires to own a business or not. Perhaps with you around, we'll see some change. Perhaps we won't. Time will tell. Well, thanks for the overwhelming support. With you on my side, I know I'm gonna knock it out of the park. I am supporting you. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. I'm not just in the habit of giving false promises. At the very least, we will aim for Miss Marigold to not return to bankruptcy. Sounds like a plan to me. I stopped by to have you sign a few forms, though only temporary. I like to keep my affairs in order. Sign here, please. One by one, you signed each and every form Emmett handed to you. And boy, there was a lot of forms. Great, my hand's starting to ache. Stay strong, Lion. You can do this. I wonder what this guy's deal is. Anyway, he must be a local, right? Maybe this will be a good chance to try and make a friend. While you're here, can I ask you a few questions? Be my guest. I have a little extra time before my next appointment. Well, are you local? How long have you worked on my ad? Is there anything fun to do around town when you're not working? I like the third answer here. Apart from doing taxes, that is. That depends on what you find fun. If you mean theme parks and musicals, then you're out of luck. If you enjoy hiking, dining, or live music, then there's plenty of that. I'm down to try new things. I wish you all the luck trying them on your own time. Are you local? Do you live in Willowmist? Yes, my practice is located close to here. You'll find my address on the business card I gave you. Have you always lived here, or have I happened upon another wayward wanderer like myself? I formed my practice here, yes. I mean, you personally, not your practice. I don't see that it makes any difference. How long have you worked with my aunt? It's been... He digs through his briefcase, nodding as his eyes scan the various documents. A year now, give or take a few weeks. How has it been? Satisfactory. Miss Marigold has had her account sorted and I have been paid, so I believe that counts as a success. And how has she been to work with? Why do you ask? I haven't seen my aunt since I was a child. I was just wondering what she's like these days. She's fine enough to work with. Very memorable. That's all I'll say on the matter. Emmett looked down at his watch before setting his eyes on the door. I'll stop by in a few days to go over paying your bills and keeping the lights on. Until then, keep your accounting in the journal at the counter, and I will assess it when I return. I'll try my best. Apologies if they're not quite up to standard, but I'll have Florian here to help me. Hopefully. Actually, are there any good breakfast places around here? My aunt left a few things, but I kill for a nice breakfast while I'm waiting. There's quite a few decent establishments. Well, are you hungry? We could probably grab a bite and have a mini tour of the town if you're up for it. You killed it, Lion! There's no way he can turn you down now, and he turns you down. Emmett adjusted his glasses again, his expression impassive. Unfortunately, I'll have to pass. I'm paid for doing accounting and not for eating breakfast and tours. Have a good day, Miss Marigold. Just like that, he gathered his briefcase and walked out the front door. The chiming bells, the only reminder he was there in the first place. Man, I'm so sad! So cold. Aren't people from the countryside meant to be super welcoming? Meeting Florian, then Emmett, seems a little harsh. You spun back around to the doorway upon hearing the bells, but found no one there. Strange. With a shrug, you found yourself turning back towards the store. It would still be a few hours until Florian turned up, so you decided you might as well familiarize yourself with the items around the store while you waited. So when do we actually get to manage this? You were surprised to find that a couple of hours barely scratched the surface when it came to inspecting the show floor. There was so much stuff! And forget about the amount of stuff, absolutely nothing had a price on it! Even digging through the paperwork at the counter, you couldn't find any notes about inventory or pricing. You were managing your temples in stress when you heard the door chimes ringing again. Hey. Wow, he really doesn't want to get sunburnt. I like the getup. Thanks. I don't like the sun. I can see that much. Did you manage to get some sleep? I guess. Are you going to ask me how I slept? If I have to. And if I said you did? How did you sleep? You couldn't sound less interested. Funny that. Well, I'll pretend like you actually care then. Surprisingly, I slept really well. The bed was super comfortable. How fascinating. I'm happy for you. Really. With a sigh, you watched Florian drop his satchel bag behind the counter before removing his various mismatched accessories. I didn't suppose you worked out how to run the place while I was gone. No, I haven't. Do you really think my aunt would make it so easy? She never does. Fine, I'll explain, but I'm only going to do this once. If you don't pay attention, I'm not repeating myself. Even if I say please? I'll ignore you. Pretty please? I'll ignore you even more. We buy things for cheap, then sell them for more. That's pretty much the gist of it. And what? That's all you're going to tell me? What else is there to tell you? That's how it works. I know how stores run, Florian. Then why am I bothering to explain it to you? You gotta give me more details than that or I'll run this place to the ground. I guess I do need this job. Fine. Buy stuff, sell it for more. Also, just keep it clean, or no one will want to come in. Right now, we're pretty much out of rubbish to sell, minus a few things I put behind the counter. Where? What? I thought you were going to listen to me. Wait, how can we be nearly out of things to sell? There's stuff everywhere! You watched him as he looked around. The room then shrugged. They're just your aunt's decorations. Ain't no way! All of this is decoration? I guess. I know. I don't make the rules. I just help out. That's crazy. How does anyone know what's for sale and what's decoration? I don't know. Fine. It's all just for looks. I can deal with that. How much do I sell things for then? Whatever you want to sell them for. How would I know? I'm not an antique salesman. You better become one quick, if you don't want to go broke. God, what have I gotten myself into? A mess. I wouldn't take on your job if my life depended on it. Just keep track of how much you buy shit for in that journal on the counter. You should be able to eyeball how much things are worth, but you'll get better as you go. Probably. You can probably just adjust the price later if shit's not selling. Doesn't really matter. Let me see what we've got then. Checking behind the counter, you noticed a handful of small knickknacks. They weren't much compared to the rest of your aunt's decorations, but they'd have to do. Alright, well, now what? You're the boss. I like the sound of that. Are you gonna call me Boss Lion? If I really have to talk to you, I'll probably just call you Lion. Wow, if you have to talk to me? He just shrugged. Fine. It's probably for the best anyway. You wouldn't want all this power to go to my head. He shrugged again, then found a broom and began to sweep up the already clean floor. There were already a few people hanging around outside, like they're waiting to talk to you or something. You're not a celebrity, are you? That's the last thing I could be bothered with. I could be. Why are you unsure about it? Maybe I'm some niche internet celebrity and I don't even know it. Probably not. Ow! You walked towards the door, then flipped over the sign to open. Outside, the afternoon sunlight filtered down like liquid gold, hitting the cobblestone just right. The trees swayed gently in the light breeze, and the cool air carried a faint scent of pine and distant baking from a kitchen unseen. You breathed in deeply of that air for a moment, and it felt like an old friend stopping by to visit. Warm, comfortable. Hey, Florian? Florian? Huh? Right. Forgot you were there. Wishful thinking, I guess. I'm going to speak to you so much you won't be able to forget me next time. Great. Have you ever felt like you were being watched around the store, by the way? Watched? You're watching me right now. Does that count? No, I mean, well, it does, but not in this case. I mean, watched when no one else is around. Not really. Not any more than is normal, I guess. There's a normal amount of feeling like you're being watched? In this town? Yeah, probably. Huh. I was wondering something. Did you grow up here? Yeah. Never chose to leave town? Nah, nothing out there worth seeing. Have you ever felt like being stuck in one place is like being in a cage? He paused at that, actually thinking. I guess the cage is pretty comfortable. I think that's why I came here. Really, I wanted to help out my aunt, of course, but the winds of change pulled me here. It pulls a lot of people here, I think. Really? Yeah, a lot of people who don't fit in anywhere else. Maybe that's why I'm here then. I doubt it. You look like you'd fit in just fine. You're muttering. Don't worry about it. You got family? Other than your aunt, I mean. My mom... Well, there is my mom, but her and my aunt are a little estranged. They haven't spoken in years. I have no clue why. Huh. Usually people can't resist her. Oh, is she popular like that? What? No, I didn't mean... Do you have a crush on my aunt, Florian? No! It's not like that. Really, I meant that she has a pull to her. She's annoying and nosy and probing, but she has a way with people. You can't help but get along with her. You seem a lot like her. That sounds like a pretty big compliment coming from you. What about you anyway? Does your family live nearby? Maybe. They maybe live nearby? I don't see them anymore. Oh. I'm sorry for prying then. I pried first. Your eyes found the doorway, where a young girl, perhaps 14 or 15, stood, eyes on you curiously. Hi! You're not Granny Sylvie. Hi! I can pretend to be if you like. If you like, I can pretend to be. I guess if I squint, you kinda look like her. Nah, maybe not. The way you stand is different. I'm Lion. Granny Sylvie is my aunt. I'm just helping to run the place for a while. The girl studied you, crossing the room with a strange lightness to her movements. Standing before you like that, she leaned in close. Hi, I'm Vienna. Sometimes people call me Vivi. You look very interesting, you know? I like the way your nose joins your face and your eyebrows are so cool. Thanks? I like your eyes. Do you have, heterochromia or are they contacts? They've always been this way, ever since they were... Hey, you sell things, right? Pretty things, cool things. It's my mom's birthday tomorrow. She likes pretty and cool things since she's pretty and cool. Can I buy something for her here? Why don't you have a look around and see if anything catches your eye? You have eye catchers here? I'll be careful then. Just like that, she left you standing there, slightly bewildered, while Florian had made his way from the commotion. When his eyes met yours, he gave you a thumbs up and mouthed, "Nice nose!" Your hand went up to your nose. Really, it was a nice nose. Well, I'm just glad people aren't talking about my feet anymore. You walked behind the counter, then settled on the stool there while Vienna looked around the store. She examined things very curiously. Her fingers often just hovered over the surface of objects without touching them, as if she were somehow feeling their energy. When she did pick something up, she would turn it around and around in her hands, tilting her head this way and that to see every single angle. Her mismatched eyes narrowed like she was looking at a difficult puzzle when she was really examining a teapot. She held it up to the sunlight, despite the fact it was opaque, like it would reveal something hidden that no one else had ever noticed. Then she put it back down. Not exactly where it had been, but close enough that you didn't feel the need to correct her. The strangeness of it all brought a smile to your face. Somehow, after a morning with Emmett and Florian, she was something fresh. Found anything? I can give you some suggestions too if you tell me a little about your mom. She's really good at finding things, not just keys or socks, but things you don't know you lost, like hope or patience. Yeah, she's good at finding those. Oh, she laughs at colors too. Bright colors, happy ones. And her hands are always warm. That's interesting. I think maybe this? Oh, hey, actually, yeah, they'll be good. Cool. I think she'll like this. She likes shells. They're so quiet. I bet it knows how to listen too. Thanks for your help. You're cool. I barely did anything, but you're welcome. Hey, if you ever need anything else, we'll be here. Thanks. I think I'll come back again. Maybe on another day when the sun is shining, or maybe not. Great! Get home safely, alright? And I hope your mom likes the gift. Vienna waved towards you, then headed out the door with her purchase in her arms. Congrats on your first sale and all that. I hope they're all that exciting. Do you know her? Do I look like I know every single person in town? Honestly, no. You look like someone who will go out of their way not to know everyone in town. I mean, does she stop by the store often? Not that I noticed. Maybe once or twice. But I know. I'm usually in the storeroom. I can tell. You look like you need to get more sunlight, mister. No thanks. I burn easily. They sell things for that, you know? Sunscreen, aloe vera. Why do you care? My aunt said to look after you. And if I said I've fallen helplessly in love with you, I don't really... what if I'm helplessly in love with you? And if I said I've fallen hopelessly in love with you at first sight? What? And that I could get lost in your eyes for hours upon hours? That is complete nonsense. Yeah, it is. I'm just pulling a leg. What? We work together now, and I will be for the next 3 months. I'm just looking out for you. Get used to me caring, alright? Yeah, sure. Whatever. I didn't ask you to, though. The bell chimes for a second time that afternoon, and it drew you both away from your conversation, and Florin used it as a chance to retreat back into the supposed storeroom. Hello! Beautiful Sylvie, apple of my eye, belle of my heart, would you do me the greatest honor of... The man before you wore his long, wild hair back in a loose ponytail, and his shirt, perhaps one button too far undone, depending on who you asked. He was down on one knee, as if about to serenade you with the world's most beautiful poetry. Or ask you to marry him. Huh. You're not Sylvie, I see. Though I can sense her genes a mile away. You must be lying. You watched him spring to his feet. He was certainly far more sprightly than he looked, and walked forward to put a hand on your shoulder. I've heard so much about you, and even that is not enough. He reached out to shake your hand, smoothly, his energy contagious. I'm sorry, I'd love to return the favor, but you are... Oh, so the lovely owner of the store hasn't yet the chance to mention me. That sounds very much like our Sylvie. Quinn Bakerland, at your service. Occasional poet, but full-time chef. And you and my aunt are... No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. Is she the most beautiful woman to ever grace this town? Yes, of course. Does my heart become a flutter when she walks into the room? Certainly, without a doubt. Do I near fall to my knees each time she speaks my name? Oh, that should be obvious. Where was I? Your relationship to my aunt? Right. Yes, we are dear friends. Right. Friends. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Bakerland. Please, call me Quinn. Family to Sylvie is family to me. Quinn, then. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but my aunt is actually out of town for the next few months. I'm just here helping while she's away. My heart shatters into a million pieces once more. But that is hardly your fault. I should not ruin such a momentous occasion. I have never met any of Sylvie's family. You must be very special indeed. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. Special? I don't think I'm particularly special. My grandparents have passed away and my mother and aunt are estranged. I'm really the only other family she has. And I can tell. You are special to her. You would not be here if you were not. What did you want my aunt to have the honor of then? Ho 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 ho! This is most fortuitous. There is no one that could take our lovely Sylvie's place but you, of course. Are you fond of fine meals, beautiful atmospheres, and live music? Yes, and yes. Divine! I have a restaurant just off the main street. I've just created a new dish. I call it my Crimson Risotto. Roasted beets, rich vegetable broth, a swirl of cream, and topped up with mushrooms. Ugh, my mouth salivates at the thought. Please, would you do me the honor of sampling my new dish? Who am I to turn down a meal? Yes, please! Delightful! But I need some time to prepare. Tomorrow night, I will astonish you with the finest food in Willowmist or beyond. And before I forget, welcome to town, Lion. There's no other place like it. You'll be calling it home before you even realize it. Thanks, Quinn. I appreciate the warm welcome. And warmer it will get once you taste my cooking. I must depart immediately to prepare, so please, await tomorrow evening with as much anticipation as you would give your birthday. With the heartiest laugh you've ever heard, Quinn left the store with a grin that nearly went from ear to ear. The soft, near-evening sunlight drifted through the doorway as he left. Pulling out your phone, you noted the time, 5:03 p.m. Ah, shit! You scrambled to pull up your text, where you could see nearly a dozen messages left by your mother to the tune of, "Did you arrive safely?" and, "Oh my god, you're dead!" Sorry, Mom! I died! I'm here! I died! I got caught up in everything! I'm not fine! Lion! Dear Lord above, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was this close to getting on a train there myself. Maybe I should have waited a little longer to text then. Not funny. I know. Really, I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're okay, my baby. Totally okay. Met a few new people already, and everyone... Well, mostly everyone is super friendly. The town is beautiful, Mom. You'd love it. Lots of beautiful scenery to paint. I think... Honestly, I've barely left the store yet. You know, I haven't painted in years. Maybe you just lack the right muse. Anyway, I need to close up the store now. What? I wanted to run the store! Alright. Text me if anything happens, okay? Yeah, Mom. Love you. You flipped the sign on the door over to closed as Florian re-entered the room. You missed all the fun, staying holed up in the storeroom. I don't really care. Prefer it that way. So antisocial. Well, I guess I can understand. In a way. Well, you do you then. I'm gonna go upstairs and start unpacking. You don't have to stick around all night, you know. It's fine. I start late, then I stay late. Why not just start earlier then? I just prefer it this way. It's quieter. Well, alright. I don't mind, really. Get home safely, okay? Sure. Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? Leaving Florian to his work, you headed back upstairs. Piece by piece, you unpacked your belongings slowly. It wouldn't do you any good to spend the next 3 months living out of your suitcase. If you were going to live here, you were going to do it right. Still, you almost felt reluctant to disturb the quiet rhythm of the room at first. Your aunt had turned the space into a home, and gradually, you were adding to it, making it become something more, hopefully something even better. Each item you pulled from your suitcase, a soft sweater for the winter here, a stack of well-worn books there, found its place amongst your aunt's belongings, like thread woven into someone else's fabric. A framed photograph of your aunt, much younger and standing in front of the store, sat nestled beside a ceramic teacup, its handle chipped but cherished. You place your own picture frame carefully next to it, unsure if it would fit. It somehow felt right, like a new memory slipping into an old album. You pulled out more of your treasures, a glass vial of sea glass you collected with your mom, a well-worn notebook that smelled faintly of ink, and your laptop, which you placed on the desk. As you slid your clothes into the chest of drawers, you noticed that the sun had long since settled over the horizon. Packing had seemed so quick. Unpacking was another beast entirely. You found your way over to the window, hands full with a pair of tall pink glasses you'd been given all the way back on your 18th birthday. Then lingered there, feeling the cool night breeze wash over your skin. The soft glow of the full moon was already casting its silvery light through your room, and in the distance, you could see the mountains that loomed like gentle giants, their peaks softened by a veil of mist that curled around them in a dreamlike pattern. Here and there, you could see faint trails of smoke rising from chimneys, fading lazily into the sky, but mostly, everything outside was still. You turned away from the window, suddenly feeling that familiar feeling of being watched again. And in the corner of the room, you saw it. Something, a person perhaps, floating a foot off the ground, head tilted to the side, as if it were too heavy to carry, staring at you with wide eyes. What in the ever-loving hell is... Your time is near. You can't hide from me any longer. The pair of glasses in your hand instantly fell from your grip, smashing on the wooden floor. Shards went in every direction. Oh shit! Your eyes snapped back up in search of the person, but found the space she had occupied now empty. Am I not getting enough sleep or something? You knelt down, inspecting the damage. One glass had survived, luckily, so you collected that quickly and put it aside. The other one hadn't fared so well, though was in mostly large pieces. Grimacing, you slowly picked up and disposed of each piece. Ouch. And just your luck, the final one was the one that cut you. You quickly disposed of it and cleaned your wound, but couldn't find a first aid kit anywhere in the room. Maybe there's one downstairs, in the storeroom. Is this where we find out his secret? Florian, you still here? I could kinda use your help if you are. What is it? I'm not paid to help you with personal stuff, you know. He walked out of the storeroom, arms crossed. Something really weird just happened. I swear, I saw someone in my room. She spoke to me. Then I kinda dropped the glass and got cut. It's not that bad, but I could use a band-aid if we have any. All the color dropped out of Florian's face in a moment. He stared at you with wide, open eyes, mouth open slightly, yet no words escaped. You're... It's not that bad, is it? He almost looked like he was going to be sick as he charged out the front door, leaving you staring out towards him in disbelief. What, Florian? A tiny drop of blood dripped to the ground. I guess I'll find it myself. It didn't take long for you to find the first aid kit. Your aunt had decided to forego the usual plastic box with a cross on it and instead had picked out an old wooden chest. It was a little scuffed and weathered, with brass hinges that creaked when you opened it, but it was very much fully stocked. You found bandages in all sizes, neatly rolled gauze, and adhesive strips in patterns ranging from plain beige to princesses and knights. You also noticed a few other slightly more eccentric additions, a small vial of silver dust labeled for curses, a flask of dark red liquid labeled emergency, F only, a broken mirror, which you made sure not to touch, with a note attached that read, for illusions or lies. There was also more of what you had expected to see: herbs, powders, and other natural remedies. Your aunt was into that kind of stuff after all. You pulled out a plaster and quickly stuck it to your hand, but fortunately, the bleeding had already stopped. It wasn't much worse than a scratch, luckily. Look for Florian. You opened the door and poked your head out, searching the mostly darkened streets for Florian's figure. No matter where you looked, though, you couldn't see him. It seemed he didn't just step outside. He was gone. I didn't mean to upset him. I'll have to apologize tomorrow. Giving up for the night, you headed back upstairs and into your room, then settled into bed. Just like that, you fell asleep, surrounded once again by the unfamiliar scent of the store. Ooh, sick. Day 3. Nice. Alright. Who? Your eyes shot open at the sound of someone banging at your door downstairs. With blurry sight, you look towards your phone. 6:04 a.m. Not Florian, then. I'm getting up. The banging of the door continued. It got louder the closer you became. Stranger too, because it sounded less like someone's fist and more like a hunk of metal. I'm coming! Don't need to break the door down. My liege, I humbly kneel before you as both protector and servant. From this day forth, my life is yours to command. I, Dame Lucille del Rosario of the Order of the Crown, do hereby swear an oath upon my honor and blade. No harm shall come to you while I yet draw breath. Your enemies shall be mine, your struggles mine to shoulder. What the hell? The mysterious knight lifted her head, looking directly towards you. You thought it was hard to tell with the whole helmet thing going on. Even if it shall cost me my life, I shall stand by your side. I ask for nothing in return but the chance to serve a worthy cause. By my oath, I shall be your steadfast shield and your loyal sword. At 6 a.m? Honor and stuff is great, but at 6 a.m? Honor and servitude know no time limit, my liege. The suit of armor rises, straightening out to stand taller than you. I think I might still be a bit confused. I understand. Trust does not come easily. Please, rest easy, my liege, for I shall prove myself worthy of your trust. Okay, hold on a second. First of all, please just call me Lion. I'm afraid I cannot, my liege, for that would be improper. Please? If you wish it, then I will make it so. Lion. Oh, thank God. Keep calling me my liege and it's going to awaken something in me. Wait. Okay, good. Now, what's with the whole getup? Getup? The armor? My deepest apologies. It was not my intent to arrive here underdressed. I beg your forgiveness. What do you mean underdressed? You're in a full suit of armor. This set is hardly more than ceremonial. Lady Sylvie gifted it to me as a gesture of goodwill, and I wear it with pride. Alas, it is ill-suited for the trials of battle. A fine display, to be sure, yet lacking the weight and reinforcement required of true combat gear. Lady Sylvie deemed my true armor too imposing for daily wear. Intimidating, I believe she said. Rest assured, should the need for battle arise, I shall be ready. The armor gifted by Lady Sylvie may shine with splendor, but my true steel lies close at hand, prepared to serve. You know my aunt? One moment. The knight tilted her head slightly, then reached up to pull the helmet free from her head. For a moment, her face was obscured by the shadow of the morning light, but then she shook her head. You watched on in amazement as waist-long hair tumbled free in soft waves, brushing over the polished shoulders of her armor, framing a serene, resolute face. Her eyes met yours, clear and steady. Holy shit, where did all that hair come from? I feel like there's so much to unpack here, and not just your hair. Please, forgive the dramatic display, Lion. Helmets do little to flatter, but duty requires practicality, even at the cost of appearance. To answer your previous question, before making your acquaintance, I was in service to Lady Sylvie. With your arrival, it passes on to you. Do not fret. I will not stand in your way. You will hardly know I am here, but while you are in this town, I will protect you and this store with my life. I'm not totally sure that will be necessary, but thank you. I am but a humble servant. Your thanks is kind, though unnecessary. You watch as Lucille, now helmetless, take her place beside the doorway, sword strapped to her hip. I must also beg your forgiveness for not being present upon your arrival. I've had troubles with one of the contraptions in my place of living, what Lady Sylvie calls my apartment. A contraption? Yes, a magical device that produces water as if from thin air. I believe a curse was put on it, and water began to flood as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, a sorcerer removed the curse, and now it works as intended. Does she mean her sink broke? So, okay. You work with my aunt, but your sink broke yesterday, so you couldn't come to greet me? That is correct, indeed. So you live nearby? Yes, though I am not originally from this town. No, me either. So I guess we have that in common. I hail from the kingdom of Valenday, which was once present in these lands. Never mind. I see that you are still in your night clothes. Do you require help in dressing? Huh? Are you offering to undress me right now? I believe that getting dressed also requires one to first be undressed, yes? You need not question my intentions. They are entirely pure. I only wish to serve. It is way too early for this. I think I'll be okay. I'll go get dressed and come back in a minute. Please, take all the time you need, my lion. I will guard the store in your absence. Lucille took her helmet back from where she'd put it aside, then slid it back into place. There's someone claiming to be a knight, standing in my store, and for some reason, I feel like the strange one right now. You headed back upstairs. Slipping off your pajamas, you shook your head. You'd never met a knight before. You were beginning to feel like maybe this was all one long extended dream. To be honest, I kinda dig it, though I did want things to be different, right? Can't get more different than a night wake you up at 6 in the morning and pledging allegiance to you. Lucille still stood by the door, posture perfect. She almost looked like one of the antiques on display. How's keeping order going? Well, Lion, no one intruded on your establishment while you were absent. I remain vigilant. Thanks, Lucille. Keep up the good work. I guess I'll just get to it. Let's see, what to do today. Oh, pricing items. Let's see. Each item in your inventory has a hidden value range. Your job is to pick a price within that range. At first, pricing might feel like guesswork, but you'll get better as you go. Smart skill helps you estimate prices more accurately. When your smarts is low, you'll only have a rough idea of what something is worth. As smarts increase, your valuation gets sharper, making it easier to spot a good deal and avoid overpricing. Items come in different quality levels. Higher quality items fetch higher prices. Let's see. So my daily routine is to set and adjust prices before each shift and see how customers respond to your prices. Learn from the results and adjust prices for next time. Got it. Man the counter or clean the store. Oh my god, my bills. I gotta man the counter and clean the store, so yeah, let's open shop, I guess. Drag and drop items to your schedule. Okay, I guess I'll man the counter. Wait, no, maybe clean the store and then man the counter. Yeah, let's do that. You're sweeping the floors of the store when you notice something strange out of the corner of your eye. What looks like a shadow moving across the floor. At first you ignored it and continued sweeping, until the shadow moved again, closer this time, and your head snapped to the side, searching for the source. Nothing. Weird. You continued as you were, careful not to knock any of your aunt's countless antiques and knickknacks out of place. I'm gonna keep cleaning. Ooh, easy. Let's go. Roll. Please. Okay. Six. Good. Alright. What do I get out of that? As you finished, you noticed something. Your Christmas bells brooch. Was it always this shiny and new looking? You swear it was worse for wear when you put it out this morning. Well, maybe you were misremembering. Nice! Store cleanliness increase. Sick! The door chimes rang as someone, clad in protective gear, once again entered the store. You look down at your watch. 11:58 a.m. Perfect time for a break. Morning. Sir Florian, one can hardly call it morning any longer. Do the morning sun's rays offend you so grievously you cannot bring yourself to join us until they have waned? Lucille crossed her arms, the distinct sound of metal scraping against metal. She looked menacing like that, with her helmet still on. Florian just shrugged. It didn't seem he found her menacing at all. Yeah, nice to see you too. I don't know why you're acting all surprised. I've always started in the afternoon. Look at them both, covered from head to toe. A night rises with the dawn, ready to meet the day's challenge head on, yet you appear content to let half the battle pass you by. I'll leave the night shit for the night, if that's alright. Lucille placed her hands on her hips, tilting her helmet-covered head slightly, as if considering him. Do you not feel some obligation to lend your strength to the morning's labors? The store requires diligence at all hours, not merely those convenient to you. Luckily you're here then. I don't do mornings. If Sylvie doesn't care, I don't know why you do. Very well. If your current arrangement serves the store well, I shall not press further. But do consider that your efforts, no matter the hour, reflect your honor and dedication to this establishment. I don't think mopping floors is all that honorable, but sure, whatever. Honor comes with every job, Sir Florian. Whether one wields a blade or arranges wares, it is in the spirit in which the task is performed in that matters the most. Do carry on, then. But know that the dawn is a most inspiring sight, should you ever choose to witness it. Yeah, I know. Maybe one day. Good. I trust we shall work together most admirably today. When Lucille went back to standing by the door, you used the opportunity to catch Florian by the wrist and pull him aside. Hey, Florian. He pulled his wrist away from you, eyes on the ground. Right, I forgot about last night. We'll cross that bridge when I've dealt with the elephant in the room. I'm guessing you've met Lucille before? Hard not to, seeing as she's always here. Maybe you can explain to me why there's someone in a full suit of armor in our store then? Please? Trust me, that's not her full suit of armor. You should have seen her when she first turned up. Sylvie hired her a few months back. My aunt did? Yeah. That's what she does, takes and strays. We really don't need an armored guard for an antique store, but she got the job anyway. I guess it gives her something to do. Why does she think she's a knight? Because she is one? Apparently. I don't know. She looks like a knight to me. How could she be a knight? She has a sword. Is that the only requirement for knighthood? Okay, fine. She has a sword. Can't argue with that. Listen, about last night. Florian looked back down onto the ground again, avoiding eye contact for a few moments before sighing and looking back to you. I'm scared of blood. Huh? That's all it was. I was surprised. Sorry. You should have said something. I wasn't trying to scare you. No, forget that. I apologize. I should have dealt with it myself. Come here. Florian grabbed you by the wrist. It was a light touch. He was careful not to hurt you as he pulled you towards the counter. Then he left you for a moment before returning with the same first aid kit you used yesterday. Have you procured an injury, Sir Florian? Shall I fetch a physician? No, I've got it handled. I'm fine, Florian. It's just a tiny cut. I already fixed it up. You're supposed to change it twice a day. I am? So it heals properly. Huh. I didn't know that. I guess I'll just sit down. He dug through the wooden box, pulling out some antiseptic and a new bandage. You really don't need to. I should be able to do this much. I have to. Sylvie said I should do shit like this. And that... Well, at that, you shut your mouth. Florian looked so serious in that moment, like this was about more than just a band-aid. He sat you down at the edge of the counter, then peeled away your old bandage after putting on a pair of disposable gloves. Florian grimaced, almost putting up his nose at the sight of your cut, which really wasn't too bad at all. Luckily, it also didn't hurt. You sat there quietly as he performed his task like a ritual, putting the antiseptic on your cut, which stung like a bitch, then covering it again with an adhesive bandage. Thanks, Florian. It's no big deal. Then why does it feel like one? I really did see someone in my room last night. Whoever she was, she disappeared when I broke my glass. Well, I don't know. Maybe the place is haunted. You think? Or maybe you just imagined it. Anyway, I gotta get back to work. Right, yeah, work. Thanks again, Florian. Do I not get to sell things today? Oh, sick! Vintage stuffed rabbit. Ooh, that is a big range. The owl plate. Ooh, owl plate can fetch for quite a bit. I didn't really pay anything for the Christmas brooch. What's the... Okay, so common. Okay, the quality is currently normal for these. Wait, can I scroll up or down? Is that a thing I can do? No, doesn't seem so. Jewelry, toys, and tableware. I think the owl plate... I think setting it at like 51 is a good idea. Wait, can I not set this? Can I not set the price? Can I please set the price? Oh, wait, I can. Okay, so for this, we'll set you at... I think 20 bucks is fair. 20 bucks is fair. It's a nice range. Okay, and over here, we'll set this at 51. And over here, we'll set you at... Ooh, the brooch is very nice. But, like, the owl plate is hella nice. Vintage stuffed rabbit for 20 seems fair. I think that's fair. I paid a lot more. 51 for an owl plate. Yeah. And as for you, your value has gone up quite a bit. So I will set you around maybe 40. Yeah, I'll set you at 40. 42. Yeah, 42. Yep, let's go. You got seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. The bell chimes and a customer comes inside. Good day. I had a gap between clients and thought I'd check in. Welcome! Vintage stuffed rabbit. It does not seem practical, but I can see why it would appeal. Fair enough. I'll buy it. Damn! Hey, nice! I got 20 bucks! Good day. Keep the books in order. See you next time! The customer leaves the store. You're taking over the store wonderfully in my lovely Sylvie's absence, Lion. Welcome! Alas, my coin purse and my heart are not in agreement. Adieu for now, but not for long, I promise you that. See you next time. Wait, what do you want to buy? The customer leaves the store. Wait, hold up. I need to check the logs. What do you want to buy? Okay, let's see. Adieu for now. Promise you that. Wait, he wasn't really looking at anything. I couldn't tell what he wanted to buy. Hi, not Granny Sylvie. Welcome. I can't buy anything now, but I'll dream about them and maybe that's enough. I'll come back again later. Probably. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. only 7. Ah! Okay, I need to adjust the prices for those two. As the sun crested the horizon, the day slowly began to turn into night. You turn your open sign to closed. Another day down. It was pretty busy today. Yeah, I guess. Some days are like that. Other days we're just twiddling our thumbs until we can go home. Frankly, that's more like what I was expecting. I thought an antique store in the countryside wouldn't have a lot of activity. Would an antique store in the city have any more activity? Yeah, maybe. Antiques and thrifting are... well, it's pretty popular these days. I always thought it was only old people who liked antiques. Well, you don't like them? Looks like a load of junk to me. Junk? You should not say such things, Sir Florian. I really wish you'd just call me Florian. Lady Sylvie has spent her lifetime curating this collection of fascinating oddities. It would do you well to hold your tongue if it only spits distaste. Oddities is one word for all this crap. I mean, you do you, but is there a reason you work here if you don't care about the store? I care about the store and the owner. I don't care about antiques. Your aunt helped me through some shit. Gave me this job when I had nowhere else to go. I appreciate that. Doesn't mean I have to be into used lampshades and rusty axes. I guess that makes sense. Speaking of it being busy, though, how do I go about finding more things to sell? We'll run out soon enough unless I start pillaging the decorations. I don't know. Go steal from someone's trash can. Do I look like a raccoon to you? Do you really want me to answer that? I do not think you look like a raccoon, Lion. Mayhaps you have more qualities similar to a red panda. Your red coat is divine. Thanks, Lucille. I'm glad someone here appreciates me. Your aunt had a few different avenues for her junk, I think. I don't really know the specifics. She does have an attic filled with it, though. You can pick through that. Might find something. Or you might find nothing. That seems more likely. An attic? Yeah, Sylvie's been meaning to sort it out for ages. If you get injured trying to work through the mess, it won't be my problem, though. I can dig out the key and show you tomorrow. Thanks. Sounds great. At that moment, your stomach let out a rumble. Right. Do you guys know Quinn? The chef guy? Yeah, I guess. You couldn't sound less interested. Florian rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. He's nice or whatever. We just don't get along. I don't know. Guess we're too different of people or something. Sir Quinn is an excellent cook who makes feasts fit for royalty. Lady Sylvie did well in seeking his companionship. Why? Companionship? Interesting. He invited me to his restaurant to try a new recipe tonight. I nearly forgot about it. Have fun with that. No, not even a little bit interested. I'm not hungry. I've got work to do anyway. What? Sweeping the floors you've been sweeping all day? Oh, come on, it'll be fun. For you, maybe. Anyway, bye. Have fun or whatever. At that, Florian left the room. Lucille? I would be honored, Lion. In truth, I had already considered offering to accompany you should you require a guardian for the evening. It is only fitting that I ensure your safety, even over a meal. It's just dinner. I don't think I need a guard. Just a friend, if that's all right with you. A knight's duty is not bound by circumstance. Whether it be a dinner or a battle, I will gladly be your shield. But a friend. Indeed. I would enjoy the company. Perfect. I still haven't managed to take a look around town, so having a guide will save me from getting way too lost. Sir Florian has not offered to show you around the settlement? Truly? Well, then please, allow me to escort you through the town and show you its finest landmarks. No harm shall come to you while I'm by your side. Sounds like a plan to me. Let's make a whole night of it. A night of it? I meant... Sure, a night of it. Oh my god. The town of Willowmist glowed softly under the moon as you and Lucille stepped out onto the main street. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the faintest hint of blooming jasmine and the earthy scent of the forest just beyond the town's edge. Somewhere, a distant clock chimed the hour, its tones mellow and unhurried. You couldn't help but think that time seemed to feel slow here. There really was no need to rush, was there? It is a brilliant night for a stroll. Though the weather has begun to cool off, remnants of autumn still remain. Leaves crunch under both of your footfalls pleasantly, singing farewell to their passing season. So, Lucille, how long have you lived in Willowmist? I believe it has been around 3 months now, give or take. Wow, that's very recent. What brought you to town? It is a long and peculiar tale, one I am not certain you will believe, but if you wish to hear it, I shall tell it true. This must be related to why she thinks she's a knight. I'd be happy to hear it. Very well. 3 months ago, I was not in Willowmist. In fact, I was not in this world at all. At least, not as it is now. I hail from a time long past, an age of kings and castles, a time of honor and oaths sworn beneath banners fluttering in the wind. You stared at her, still trying to gauge whether she was pulling her leg or not. But Lucille looked completely and utterly serious. I was engaged in a most dire battle, when the world itself seemed to shift beneath me. One moment, I stood upon the battlefield. The next, I awoke amidst the unfamiliar sights and sounds of this town. I like to think I'm easygoing, but time travel is a lot to take in. I understand your doubt, and yet I have no reason to deceive you. This armor, these weapons, even my manner of speech, all relics of an age long forgotten. Surely I've noticed their antiquity. You're being serious, aren't you? I swear it upon my honor. When I arrived, I had no knowledge of this place or this time. The world I knew was gone, replaced by one of strange machines and customs. She couldn't seriously be telling the truth, right? A potential ghost in the store, sure. A time-traveling knight? But I guess she really doesn't have a reason to lie to me. I'll just go along with it for now. That sounds kinda nuts, you know. Indeed, it is kinda nuts. How did you manage to adjust? That must have been a lot of change. With great difficulty, I assure you. Your aunt was the first to show me kindness. She took me in, clothed me, and taught me the ways of this new world. Were it not for her, I might have been lost entirely. For reasons I cannot explain, I feel as though I was meant to be here. Perhaps fate has a purpose for me still. Damn, that's one way to think about it. You're strong, you know that? Stronger than me. I wish I could go with the flow that easily. I am a night lion. Adaptation and perseverance, or, as you put it, going with the flow, are the very essence of survival. I have pledged my service to you, not only out of duty, but because, in this unfamiliar land, you have given me purpose, and for that, I am grateful. Why do you think you're not strong, Lion? I see no reason to doubt yourself so. Strength is not measured solely by the swing of a blade or the weight of one's armor. It lies in the choices we make, the burdens we carry, and the resolve to continue forward when the path is uncertain. I suppose so. When did you become a knight, Lucille? I was 7 when I was sent to the local lord's castle to begin my training. 7? That's so young. I'm 26 now. I feel like I've done nothing with my life, in fear that I would choose wrong. So much time has passed me by. I've seen friends start families, get married, climb the career ladder. I'm still the same as I was 8 years ago. Is that why you chose to come to Willowmist? It felt like something I could do, a choice I could make. So I guess so. When I began my training as a squire, a trainer once said to me that there is no shame in fear, only surrendering to it. Your path forward may be unclear at times, Lion, but it is there all the same. Time spent on the journey is no waste. You have a way with words, you know that? Thanks, Lucille. You really know how to charm someone, you know that? Charm? You honor me with your words. I merely speak from the heart. If it brings you some degree of comfort, then that is well. See, you're still doing it! The way you speak is so romantic. Romantic? I'm not sure how to explain it. You're just so effortlessly charming. I fear I have never thought of myself as charming. From a young age, my instructors considered me too harsh of tongue. You? There's no way we're talking about the same Lucille. I only strive to be honest and sincere in my words and actions. So, if my manner of speaking pleases you, then I consider it a gift I am glad to share. Man, 5 minutes with you and even someone with a stone heart would fall in love. Fall for me? Surely you jest. I am merely a knight, unaccustomed to such notions of romance. My duty is to protect and serve, not to inspire affection. Well, consider me inspired. You watched as Lucille blinked a few times in surprise, her usual steady composure faltering for just a moment. Your words are most gracious, Lion. You have my thanks. I fear I've spoken too much and nearly forgot the purpose of our excursion. This way, allow me to introduce you to the fine establishments of Willowmist. The two of you, side by side, continue onwards through the town center. As you passed a brightly lit building, Lucille gestured towards it. Behold, the farmer's market. It is most curious. It is found indoors. In my day, one would venture to an open square at dawn, yet here, the bounty of the land is neatly contained beneath a roof. I must admit, it lacks the charm of market stalls, but the convenience of it is notable. It is open nearly no matter the hour. A grocery store? Yes, I believe that is what Lady Sylvie referred to it as. Further along, Lucille slowed her steps in front of a small clothing store, its mannequins posed in stylish outfits, many of which were winter coats. It would start to get cold soon, wouldn't it? And here, we have the local tailor. Their wares may lack the intricate embroidery of royal finery, but they seem practical and well made. If you have need of garments for the winter, I would advise you to pay a visit. Maybe we could take a look together sometime. I would be honored. She led you onward, pausing briefly outside a plain brick building with a glowing green cross above its entrance. An apothecary. Though I have yet to have need of their services, the potions they prepare must be most potent in this age, with all the medical tools at their disposal. I'm not sure they use potions exactly, but medicine has probably come a long way. I can only imagine. I pray we do not have to find out anytime soon. Yeah, let's try to stay healthy for the next few months at least, alright? You have my word. Across the way, Lucille nodded to a squat building with darkened windows. The local woodwright's workshop is just over yonder. His craftsmanship is impressive, worthy of a noble commission even, but... It is nothing in particular. The master crafter simply gave me a certain sense of unease I cannot place. I do not doubt his skill, but there is certainly something about him that seems unnatural. However, in this town, that is not such a strange thing. I'll keep that in mind if we ever run into each other. You humbled me by taking heed of my words. My thanks. Now, Sir Quinn's dining establishment is just ahead. Nice. I wonder what we're having tonight. I know we're having the velvet risotto, and I'm really excited for that. The atmosphere of the night seemed to change as you stepped into the Silver Oak. You were surprised to find it mostly outdoors, but that surprise was certainly not disappointment. Strings of twinkling lights crisscrossed overhead, casting a soft, golden glow that danced off wooden tables and the cheerful faces gathered around them. The air was rich with the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling meats, freshly baked bread, and the faint sweetness of roasted vegetables. Every now and then, the scent of herbs and wood smoke wafted past, carried on the gentle, evening breeze. Plates of food and frothy pints of beer made their ways to tables, the clinking of glasses mingling with bursts of laughter and lively chatter. Someone at a table in the corner strummed a guitar. "You came!" "Of course. How could I turn down the best chef in town? I brought a friend. I hope that's all right." "Ha ha ha! The more the merrier when it comes to food, eh? Please, I reserved a table just for you. Sit, sit!" Before you could even place a hand on your chair to pull it out, Lucille had already done it. "Allow me to do that for you." You are so well-mannered, Lucille. The world would be a better place if we had more people like you." "I only help where I can, Sir Quinn." "And so humble, too. Please, sit and enjoy the atmosphere. Deliciousness awaits." You sat down and Lucille adjusted your chair for you, before crossing over to sit on the opposite side of the table. Her armor made a slight scraping sound, but you were impressed at how silent it was overall. Your aunt really did well, picking that out. Where'd she manage to get armor like that anyway? I swear, there is so much I don't know about her. Maybe I'll get to ask when she comes back home. It's only 3 months away after all. Wait, what? You seem deep in thought, Lion. My bad. I was just thinking about my aunt. A fair topic to be consumed by. Your aunt is a wonderful woman. I'm almost jealous of you and Florian, you know. Jealous? You two honestly know her better than I do. All we know each other from is letters. Even now, I haven't seen her in, 21 years? That is indeed a long time to go without seeing one's own family. Yet, you cannot deny the bond you shared through your letters. A connection nurtured by words alone is no less meaningful. Yeah, but it's different, isn't it? I know her as my quirky aunt from the countryside who likes herbs and crystals. You, this town, you all really know her. Everyone I've spoken to seems to look up to her. She is the best of Willowmist. I do not think it an exaggeration to say that this town would not flourish as it does without her. Big shoes to fill. You needn't fill her shoes. Only bring your own. Lucille leaned back in her chair, her eyes flickering away from you. Nevertheless, I understand the weight of time lost. Probably better than anyone. I'm sorry. There is no need to apologize. Time, though it may slip through our fingers, grants us the moments we have now. And it is what we choose to do with those moments that truly matters. So, I need not remind you, Lady Sylvie did not ask Florian or I to attend to her most prized possession while she was absent. She asked you. In truth, it is part of the reason I have so quickly trusted in you. Lady Sylvie herself believes in you. She could have at least left me some instructions if she believed in me so much. Forget talking about me. Anyway, I'm more interested in knowing about your knightness. Do you truly find it so interesting? I do. Can you really use that sword? Is your armor heavy? I'm gonna go for the first one. Is the sword real? The blade I carry? Indeed. It is the same one I used in the battles of my youth. Youth hardly sounds like the right word. You look so young. Your words are most gracious, though I assure you, my youth has long since passed. Were it up to my mother, and had I not chosen the path of a knight, I would have married many years ago. She often reminded me that a sword makes a poor companion, so I suspect she underestimated how loyal a blade can be. It's nice to know that despite the year, mothers are just like that. Your mother also wishes for you to marry? Probably. I think it has more to do with wanting grandchildren than wanting me to get married. Anyway, about that sword. You can really use it. Like, use it? I assure you, my training has not gone to waste. This blade has seen me through many trials, and though I pray it will not be necessary in this time, I am prepared to wield it should the need arise. Okay, I don't think I'll need you to stab anyone, but I do appreciate the offer. I will endeavor not to stab anyone in your presence. Maybe just not at all. At that, she cracked a smile. I carry a sword not as an act of aggression, but a promise of protection. I would never harm another who was not deserving of it. I could hardly be called a knight otherwise. You're making me want to see you swing that thing. I bet it'd be really cool. Perhaps one day, should the need arise, I shall demonstrate. Until then, rest assured that my skills remain sharp. Why are knights allowed to get married? I'm sorry, but I've got to ask. Knights can get married? Indeed. Though there are some limitations, we may not marry commoners, nor people of higher status unless arranged by our lords. I guess I just thought knights had to, stay single like monks or something. Not at all. While some knights do choose to forego marriage in favor of their duties, it is not a requirement. We are permitted to wed, provided the union aligns with the expectations of our station. So, what happens if we fall for someone who doesn't meet the rules? Then one must choose between desire or duty. It is not an easy decision, but a knight's honor lies in loyalty to their vows. How complicated. Here I thought modern dating was difficult. Such is the life of a knight. But I would not trade it for anything. Honor and duty are the cornerstones of my existence, and to stray from them would be to betray myself. So, does that mean you've never, fallen for someone? Lucille's composure faltered for the briefest moment, her cheeks coloring faintly beneath her confident demeanor. No. I've always prioritized my duties above such matters. There was little time to entertain the notion of romance. Wait! This isn't going to lock me out of other options, right? Please tell me it won't. I'm going to be so sad if it does. What about now? Now? You said it yourself. This is a totally foreign time to you, right? No one's caught your fancy around town? Caught my fancy. I must admit, I have not yet considered such a matter. My focus has been on adapting to this time and fulfilling my duties. Matters of the heart seem secondary to ensuring I can serve and protect those who place their trust in me. That's a very knightly response. I am a knight after all, so perhaps it would not be unwelcome to find such a connection. I almost can't imagine you having a crush. Neither can I, truthfully. Is your armor heavy? It seems like a lot to walk around in at all hours of the day. For one not accustomed to such a weight, perhaps, but I have borne this weight since my youth. It feels as natural to me as the air I breathe. She glanced down at her polished armor, her expression thoughtful. Truthfully, this set is quite light compared to the one I wore when I first arrived in Willowmist. That armor was forged for battle, with heavy plating and chainmail beneath. And it carried far more than its own weight. Every dent and scratch held a memory of the field or of my training. So, this must be like casual wear to you, huh? In a sense, yes. I find it reassuring in a way. Wearing it reminds me of who I am, no matter how strange this time may seem. I don't think I could even stand upright in something like that, let alone move around so gracefully. Grace comes with time and practice, my friend. So I suspect you would carry it well, should you ever wish to try. Bon appetit! Dinner is served. Quinn appeared as if from thin air, then placed 2 dishes down, one in front of each of you. What you saw would have been fit for the finest restaurant anywhere. The creamy beets were so red, it almost surprised you. If it is delicious, then you will sing my praises through all of Willowmist. If it is not, then simply strike me down, as I could not bear the thought of serving our lovely Sylvie's family anything less than perfect. Well, she brought a sword, so let's hope it's good. I am near trembling in my boots. Please, taste. Taste! Smells delicious. You raise the fork full of the risotto to your mouth. The creamy texture, the tender rice, the velvety sauce. It was beyond delicious. As you chewed, the earthy flavor of the roasted beets, almost sweet, filled your mouth. Quinn, this is delicious. Magnificent! You do not understand how that warms my heart so. I had worried for a moment. My prep time was cut short last night. The full moon does certain things to a person sometimes. You understand. Werewolf? Wait. So I get this, like, absolute unit of a bear, and I get a knot too. Like, I just can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. Nevertheless, enjoy. Fine company makes a meal even more delicious, eh? You look back over towards Lucille, who seemed to be enjoying her meal just as much as you were. Quinn wandered back through the tables, smiling and chatting to each person he passed by. Everyone looked so happy to speak to him. He's really nice. Indeed, he is a noble man with a noble heart. We are fortunate to have him in Willowmist. Wait, what the hell? Nice. I did think that there were affection meters. Nice. You continued eating, eyes passing over the various people that sat at the tables. There were all kinds, friends, couples, families. The atmosphere was extremely pleasant, and it was easy to fall into the town's rhythm. Absent-mindedly, you looked past Lucille's shoulder, her eyes locking onto someone sitting a few tables away from you. Huh. That guy does know how to cut loose. I guess he just doesn't like me in particular. Oh well, no loss there, I suppose. No! Hey, Lucille. Yes, Lion? Don't turn around too quickly, but do you know him? She spun around incredibly obviously. Sir Emmett? Yes, he is often around at the store, assisting Lady Sylvie. What do you think of him? Lady Sylvie believes him to be a man of his word, and extremely talented in his work. So my aunt likes him. That's good. He's a bit cold. As far as I am aware, he is like that with most people. Sir Emmett likes to keep a professional distance from much of the town. So I'm gonna make that man my friend. If it's the last thing I do! I sorely hope it's not the last thing you do, but I will happily support you in your endeavor. You will? Indeed. Though he does not say it, I can only imagine that keeping such a distance becomes lonely at times. Putting that aside, however, perhaps it is time for us to take our leave. Both of your plates had long since been scraped clean, neither of you daring to leave even a single crumb behind. We'll have to do something to say thanks to Quinn. He didn't have to do all this. You both stood from the table, weaving your way past the other guest. As you passed Emmett, he looked up from his plate and met your gaze, more directly than usual. Oh, Lion. There you are. I was hoping I'd run into you. You were? Yes. I've been meaning to say something for a while. I've been thinking about it for a while. You're doing better than I expected. I sold 2 things. One of them wasn't even by choice. That's not bad. I mean, it's good. Thank you. The store. This town. It's not easy. You make it look easier than it is. I don't think I've said that before. I should have. Are you feeling okay? I've never been better, Lion. Maybe a bit warm. Is it warm tonight or something? Aren't we going into winter? Maybe it's just you. I'm warm? Yeah, you seem warm. What am I saying? Something about me being warm. Right, that. You should stay. As fun as that sounds, I'm actually out with Lucille tonight. Why? We were having dinner. I should have asked first. Next time, have dinner with me. Wait. Can I actually romance everyone? Please. I'm begging you. Please. I know that the developers, well, I don't know if they're still watching at this point, but if they are, please, for the love of God, let us date everyone, please. Oh my God. I would like that. Good. That's good. Get home safe, and don't forget you promised. You hurried away with Lucille, waving thanks to Quinn on the way out. Lucille, I fear we may have just witnessed a real-life bona fide demon possession. Sir Emmett, you mean? He was being uncharacteristically amiable. He shot me down instantly when I suggested hanging out together outside of work. Perhaps he had a change of heart. You are wonderfully charming, Lion. Thanks, but I don't think so. Seriously, we need to call a priest or something. I shouldn't let that distract me, though, Lucille. Thanks for coming out with me. I had a great night. Food really is better with good company. You have my thanks for allowing me to accompany you. It was truly wondrous to get to know you as a person. Do you live far from here? Want me to walk you home? That will not be necessary. Please, allow me to walk you home instead. As your knight, it is my sworn duty to ensure your safety. To allow you to escort me instead would be unthinkable. Willowmist seems pretty safe and quiet, though. I don't think you need to ensure my safety or anything. It is a quiet town, yes, but even the stillest waters may hide unexpected dangers. As your companion, I cannot allow you to face the night unguarded. Seriously, it's like a 10-minute walk. 10 minutes or an hour, it matters not. My role as your protector does not end when the sun sets. Please, allow me to fulfill my oath. You sighed, but found it more amusing than anything. All right, you win. Miss Lady Knight, lead the way. As it should be, my liege. Lion. Lucille's voice softened, the faintest glimmer of a smile touching her lips as she gestured for you to follow. Together, you stepped through the cool night air, the quiet street of Willowmist stretching before you. Right, Lion. There we go. I'm now safely deposited back home. All is well with the world. Now I feel bad letting you walk home alone. Please, do not trouble yourself with such thoughts. If anyone even entertains the notion of harming me, I would be able to defend myself. And, as you say, Willowmist is quite safe. Then you agree you didn't need to walk me back? Safe or not, it is my duty to see you safely home. But, I will admit, perhaps my insistence was not entirely selfless. I find that I rather enjoy your company. Her tone softened, a glimmer of warmth in her usually composed demeanor. So, while it is my duty to fulfill my role as your knight, I must confess, it is also my pleasure. Oh, someone's a smooth talker. Only an honest talker. And now that you are safely home, my mission is complete. I bid you a good night, with the hope that we shall meet again on the morrow. She offered a light bow, her golden hair catching the soft glow of the night as she turned and began her journey home, leaving you with a faint smile lingering on your lips. Man, she's really something. You turned towards your door, digging the old key out of your pocket. It was halfway turned in the keyhole when you heard voices within. I win and Florian loses! Someone owes me $5. What are you even going to do with $5? You push open the door, peering curiously into the room. Ah! Jesus Christ, can you stop sneaking around in the middle of the night all the time? Maybe you should spend less time skulking about here in the dark then. Was someone else here? Huh? I thought I heard you talking to someone. At your comment, he rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. What weirdo will be hanging around here this late? You, for one. I work here. Uh-huh. At night. Alone. In the dark. So, just talking to yourself then. Guess so. Anyway, I'm busy. You sure look it. How was dinner? Yeah, it was lovely. Quinn is an amazing chef. You really missed out, you know. Yeah, I know. At that, Florian's face dropped. I'll get back to work. Sure. Have a nice night. It's really sad because we know that he's a vampire. Like, it's pretty clear to see that he is a vampire, but like, oh my god, Sage still doesn't know it. You let out an audible sigh when you finally reached your home, away from home. The weight of the day's events had finally begun to settle on your shoulders. Every day seemed to be like that lately. Now dressed in your pajamas, you got yourself a nice, cool glass of water and settled down on a chair. Willowmist sure was strange, and boy, you were enjoying it so far. I wonder what was up with Emmett, though. He said he'd stop by sometime. Maybe I'll get the chance to ask him. Maybe he really was swayed by my overwhelming charm. A gentle breeze reached you from the open window, and you closed your eyes, leaning back and enjoying the feeling. And then you heard rustling. Opening your eyes, you saw a piece of paper of some kind drift in on the wind before settling on top of the wardrobe. What the? Man, I'll close the windows if trash comes in on a breeze. You stood, then made your way over to the dresser, which you now realized was far too tall for you to reach the top of. Great, I'm going to be stuck with trash forever. That won't annoy me at all. I guess I'll ask Florian for a ladder tomorrow. Maybe the storeroom has something. At that moment, a soft, gentle green glow began to envelop the piece of paper, and it slowly fell into your outstretched hand. What? It seemed to be a letter, although rather short. It read, So, I might have gone a teensy bit overboard last night. It was supposed to be funny. Not, glass smashing, hand slicing funny. Anyway, I'm really sorry I made you get hurt. I didn't mean for that to happen, promise. I hope you're feeling better. At the bottom was a hugely elaborate signature that you couldn't quite make heads or tails of. What in the? A teensy bit overboard? Is this Florian pranking on me or something? Right, Lion, this has got to be Florian. If it's not Florian, then... You glance around the room, half expecting someone to jump out laughing, but the stillness of the room answered with silence. Your gaze returned to the letter as a sinking realization began to settle in. If it's not Florian, then no one else knew about the glass. Someone was in here! There is a ghost! Hey, ghost! Once again, I'm really chill! No one answered. Well, I'm going to sleep now. Please don't steal my soul or anything while I'm asleep, alright? I promise it won't taste good. You quickly crawled into bed, settling into the soft sheets. No ghost disturbed you as you fell into yet another deep, restful slumber. Oh, sick! Day 4. Thursday. How many days do I get to actually work? You awoke to a commotion from downstairs. That was slowly becoming commonplace around here. Rising out of bed, you dressed, grabbing an apple on the way down for breakfast. Florian? Oh, I didn't mean to wake you up. You found Florian, mopping the floors again, and a toppled-over suit of armor that had previously been leaning against the back wall, sprawled out on the ground. Sir Florian, you ought to take heed. Though I admire your dedication to arriving earlier in the day, it is no use if you cannot perform your duties correctly. It was an accident, okay? What are you doing here so early? Wait, you did go home last night, didn't you? Florian, I was busy, alright? You can get off my back about it. There's really nothing to keep you that busy here. I would never expect or want you to do that. I haven't been able to sleep anyway. Might as well be doing something useful. Even if you can't sleep, you should be resting. The key to a steadfast body and mind, Sir Florian, is rest. Even the finest knight cannot protect their charge if they are worn down by exhaustion. Lucille stepped forward, then stood up, the fallen suit of armor. A lack of sleep dulls the senses, clouds judgment, and weakens resolve. Trust me, I have seen even the strongest falter when they neglect their rest. Yeah, well, good for your nights. Maybe you guys don't have insomnia. Sleepless nights are not foreign to me, but to push yourself without reprieve only invites disaster. She's right. It's not even about the sleep so much. It's about giving yourself a break. You need it. You deserve it. After a long day's work especially. I don't want a break. I want to keep busy. I can see that. Florian's hand tightened around the mop handle. You cannot pour from an empty vessel, Sir Florian. You two are way too nosy. I mean, isn't it kinda my job to be nosy? Just get some rest. Don't worry about work today. Fine, if it gets you off my back. No promises I'll even be able to sleep, though. We do not ask for perfection, only effort. Finally, he leaned the mop against the wall, then ran a hand through his mop of hair. You couldn't help but notice the slightly more defined eye bags under his eyes. He then started on his way upstairs. That's my bed, mister! That's awfully forward of you, Florian! Wait a minute! What? I know you're tired, but you do have your own bed, don't you? What are you saying? I said I'd show you the attic. The attic! I was just gonna show it to you before I leave. God! It has nothing to do with your bed. Fine, but after this, go home. Yeah, whatever. Ooh. Oh, hey! Kinda like the attic. Dust motes danced through the beams of light that filtered in through the stained glass window at the back of the room. It left a splash of colorful patterns across the jumbled, mismatched antiques that filled the attic. Old trunks, boxes overflowing with trinkets, well-loved books. Ta-da! The attic. Like I said, Sylvie's been meaning to clean this crap up to sell anyway. And by crap, I mean there's a lot of rubbish here. You might find something worth selling. I don't know. There certainly is a lot of stuff. You can say crap. Okay, crap! Fine, there's a lot of crap in here. But I'm sure there's a lot of treasures hidden amongst the crap. Maybe, if you squint hard enough. As you move through the room, your eyes caught something odd. A flash of movement near the shelves. You turned, only to find something or someone hanging upside down from the edge of a high shelf, her bright smile and sparkling eyes pointed directly at you. Ta-da! Ah! You stumbled backwards, barely catching yourself before you tripped over your aunt's collections of used phone books. Before you could even process what was happening, the figure slipped, letting out a startled yelp as she tumbled to the floor. In a heap, you winced, waiting for the sound of impact, but nothing came. Ow! Wait, that didn't even hurt. Why am I saying ow? Are you okay? The figure popped up immediately, brushing herself off with a sheepish grin. Never better. Another flawless landing by yours truly. You fell. Thank you. I know my graceful performance was one you'll remember forever. Please hold the applause. Then you noticed that she was ever so slightly transparent. She struck a dramatic pose, her hands forming a heart over her chest as she flashed you a dazzling grin. Hello, Lion. It's so exciting to finally meet you. You're in the presence of future international superstar and idol, Winnie. She twirled in place, but her motion ended with a slight wobble, make you instinctively reach out as though to catch her, but your hands passed right through her. Winnie? Wait a second, you're the girl who was in my room the other night! You're, beautiful woman with adoring fans all over the world. The only fan you have is that one. Florian pointed to an old dusty electric fan that sat in the corner of the room. Boo! You suck! I have loads of fans! Where are they then? Here and there. You wouldn't know them, since all you do is sit around in the store every day. That's funny coming from you. Overwhelmed, you sat down on the wooden floor, staring towards this insane display. Anyway, you can just go away if you're gonna be a spoil sport. I want to talk to Lion. Shoo, Stinky! I am not Stinky. Hi, hey, why are you sitting on the ground? You're gonna get all dusty. She rushed over, then squatted down beside you. I think the dust is the least of my worries right now. Florian, am I going crazy or something? Maybe, but that has nothing to do with her. So she's real. Unfortunately. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Why didn't you tell me? Look, I figured you'd find out eventually. She's hard to miss. I'm the only one keeping things lively around here. If it were up to Florian, the whole place would be a ghost town. No pun intended. Ghost. In the store. Sure, why not? We've got a night, why not a ghost too? Aw, your thinky face is so cute. Maybe you should be the super famous internet idol. That would make one of you. Anyway, I'm really sorry for scaring you. No, you're not. I'm really sorry that scaring you made you get hurt. I really didn't mean for that to happen. I just maybe kind of had a bet with Florian over whether or not I could spook you. Now Florian owes me $5. I'm going home. Good luck dealing with that one. That one? I have a name! With that, Florian left, heading back downstairs and out of the store. So anyway, now that he's gone, I have something I want you to help me with. You do? Is it like dealing with something you left behind before you... I want to become the most famous internet idol ever! I can't help you with that! I'm not that famous! Right. Of course, I should have guessed. And if you help me with it, I'll promote the store. It's a win-win for both of us, don't you think? I get all the adoring fans and you get lots of people visiting your store. Come on, what do you say? Pretty please, pretty please. It'll be loads of fun, I promise. I could try. I don't know much about idols or becoming famous, though. Scratch that, I know nothing about idols or becoming famous. Yay! You're the best ever! You're pretty much my manager now. No, whoa. I don't know about that, but I can try to help you, at the very least. Right now? How about later tonight? I'm about to open up the store, but once it closes, I'm free. Yes! Oh, this is going to be amazing! We'll have to pick outfits, make videos, maybe even do live streams. Oh, would you do my hair too? Oh my gosh, I have so many ideas already. Maybe we could even make your theme song. And what kind of idol would you be without a theme song? Oh my god. How could I forget a theme song? Can you make music? I played the guitar before. Really? I was 12, but who's asking? I'm so excited! By the way, Winnie, why didn't you introduce yourself sooner? I don't bite. Well, not unless you ask nicely, of course. Oh, Florian told me I shouldn't talk to you. Huh? Wait, does he really hate me that much? No, Florian doesn't hate anyone. He's a big softie under all that emo-ish blandness. He said you were from out of town and you might not be into the whole, ghost thing. He thought it might be a better idea to wait a little and see what you thought of the town first. What? Is the whole town hiding a bunch of ghosts I don't know about? Maybe. I've never met another ghost. Even thinking about meeting a ghost gives me the shivers. You're afraid of ghosts? Well, yeah, who wouldn't be? And that doesn't seem at all funny to you. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. You stood up from the ground, then dusted off your clothes. It was really dusty down there. I better get back to work. So, do you just hang around in here? I go wherever the fun is. That'll be all over the place now that we know each other. That sounds dangerous. Okay, I'll let you get back to work for now, but tonight, you're all mine, okay? Don't forget, we're gonna make magic happen. Got it. Tonight. Magic. Sure. I'm all yours. They'll call me Lion the Wizard with all the magic I'm about to make happen. Later, that is. Now I have to be Lion the Shopkeep. Right. Lady Winona, it is good to see you fine and well. Lucy! Winnie charged forward, then jumped as if to hug Lucille and went through her. One day it'll work. It is the thought that counts. I will prepare my stance for the day it happens. That's the spirit. Was that pun intended? That's my secret. I am pleased to see I've become acquainted with each other. The store was far too quiet without Lady Winona around. Oh, you're making me blush. I am only speaking the truth. Well, I think you're trying to make me turn red. You're so charming, Lucy. Honesty is not charm, Lady Winona. It is simply the way of a knight. Well, I think you're charming, and noble, and strong, and... Are you trying to make Lucille join your idol group or something? I've never heard so many compliments in one breath. Maybe... Just imagine a night idol. Have you ever heard of something so cute? I fear my talents do not extend to performance arts, and cute I am not. I and several other people in the comments would beg to differ. Boo! I think you're plenty cute. Don't you think so, Lion? Well, what? Wait, hi, no! You're both cute. You're both cute. Honestly, we might end up with a queue of people outside today just to see the two of you. A whole line of adoring fans? Yay! Lucille nodded seriously. If that is the case, then I shall remain on high alert. Lucille? With increased popularity comes increased risk. Should a crowd gather at our doors, I will ensure no trouble befalls you or Lady Winona. That's appreciated, but sure not necessary. Oh, Lucille, you should totally be my bodyguard when I go viral. Every idol needs a super cool knight watching their back. If it is a matter of security, I will, of course, fulfill my duty. Do you mean an actual bodyguard or a part of your act? Well, picture this. The amazing idol Winnie and her gallant guardian, the unbreakable Dame Lucille del Rosario of the Order of the Crown. That title keeps getting longer and longer. Good branding is key, don't you think? If my presence lends credibility to your efforts, I shall assist in what way I can. However, should any real danger arise, I will take my duty most seriously. I would not let harm befall either of you. You smiled, shaking her head as Winnie practically sparkled with joy. Alright, let's focus on opening the store first. If a horde of admirers show up, I trust Lucille to keep us safe. You have my word. Ooh, I'll handle the fans. This is so going to be a big break. I'm not sure ghost idols to become with fans, but that's alright. Time to get to it. I have to choose two things today, so I think let's sort through storage, search for items to sell, and I'll definitely want to... I think today I want to man the counter, see how much EXP I get out of this. If, this doesn't net me much, I will spend tomorrow, I think I'll spend tomorrow, try to figure out what to do better. Alright, let's see. And what's this? You pulled out a purple drawstring bag from a box. It looked to be made out of velvet or something similarly plush. You tugged open the strings and found... nothing? The inside was so dark you couldn't see anything at all. It almost looked bottomless. Wait, is that a bag of holding? But that wasn't possible, was it? Put your arm in. Oh, no, wait, what do you mean DC-12? What do you mean DC-12? No, no, no! I'm cooked. But you didn't find anything at all in the hidden depths of the bag. And Sylvie really does own the weirdest things. You carefully place the bag inside, then turn back to your work. Man! You begin searching through your aunt's collection. Oh, sick! I found a miniature heart. Whoa! Level up! Nice! Okay, wait. Skill points? Skill points. Skill points? Charm. Smarts. Luck. Handiwork. Style. Ooh, I think I'm gonna put it into smarts. Why is my cleanliness not... I have cleanliness to worry about? Oh, wait, yeah, of the store. Yeah, so I should definitely, like, wash up tomorrow. So, I think what I'll do, I'll assign it to smarts. Yeah, helps you accurately assess an item's worth and spot fakes before they cost you. Yep, can I please assign this? Okay, sick. Not really the most intuitive, UI, but you know, it works, it works. Okay, 17 to 67. Okay, you know what? I think we'll go in the middle of this range, so around... Actually, I think I'll try 40 first. I do need to drop the price of like 2 items. Okay. Next is the shopkeep. Alright, let's see. I need to drop this lower. So, maybe not 51. We'll do 42. Yeah, we'll do 42 for this. And as for this, maybe we'll do 36. We'll do 36 for this. And as for this has to be in the middle. 17 to 67. 17 to 67, the difference there would be about 50. So 17 plus, let's say 23, right? So that'll be 30, 40. That'll be 40 bucks. So I think 40 bucks for this is a good idea. Okay. Let's see if this is a good idea. Will this be a good idea? We'll find out. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. And here comes Ahmed. Good day. I had a gap between clients and thought I'd check in. Welcome! Christmas bells brooch. Seems well kept. Better than most antiques I've seen. That will do. I'll take it. Nice! 36 bucks! Heh 113! Alright. I'll check in again soon. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. Good day. The air feels brighter simply by stepping into your shop. Welcome. Man! I must resist, lest I spend all and leave nothing for supper. Come on! Parting is such sweet sorrow, but I shall sweeten it with the anticipation of my return. Well, I'll see you next time. Ain't no way the little girl's gonna buy the hop. Ain't no way. What? What? Aw, man! You stretched, hearing a pop from a joint somewhere you didn't want to think about too much as someone walked through the front door. What are you doing here? Don't tell me I have to put you in timeout. Timeout? How old do you think I am? I left something here this morning. I was just here to pick it up. What do you mean, huh? It's not like I came back because I missed you or anything. Fine, I guess that's a sufficient reason for you to be back, but you better go home straight away. God, you're worse than my mother. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Actually, do you live far away? Why? I was just wondering. Not really. 10 minutes or so from here. You checked back and forth and couldn't see Winnie anywhere in the room. Can we talk? And I thought you wanted me to leave. Just for a minute. Guess it's inevitable. Sure. What is it? There's a real-life ghost living in the store, and Lucille claims to be a time traveler, and I believe her, for some reason. Yep. Just yep? No. What do you want me to say? Yes, Winnie's a ghost, and yes, Lucille is a knight. How? Why? What's going on here? Did my aunt know? Of course she did. She knows everything that goes on in this town. That's just the kind of woman she is. Really, this whole antique store rubbish is mostly a front. A front? For what? You're not going to tell me this is something illegal, are you? I really don't want to go to prison if this is a setup. What? No. Willowmist is full of people who don't fit in. People who are running away from something or don't blend into normal society. Sylvie helps them. This town depends on her. She's a problem solver. I guess she's the one that makes this town a place where people can exist without having to explain themselves. So the people in this town, they're all like Winnie and Lucille. Not all of them, but a lot, yeah. But everyone knows. I guess. Some of them do. Some of them don't. Some don't want to know. Not everyone in Willowmist is like that, but they get it in their own way. I don't know. It's more like people just don't ask. Are you just... And you're just okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? It's a lot to take in. You get used to it. You sighed, running a hand through your hair. Or don't. Just let things happen. You're here for what? 3 months? You'll be fine. You exhaled deeply before leveling a look at Florian. Okay. So what about you? What about me? You say a lot of people here don't fit in. What's your deal then? A beat of silence. Florian's expression didn't change, but there was something just a little too measured about it now. I just work here. You just work here? Yep. No tragic backstory, no running from the past, no big secret? Nope. Florian. Lion? Fine, be mysterious, but I'm on to you! There's nothing to be mysterious about. I just happened to be born here. Anyway, you told me to leave, so I'm leaving. Wait! I'm meant to do what she does? How would I know? Sylvie doesn't tell me shit. I can hardly help myself, let alone an entire town of people. You don't need to help everyone. That's kind of the whole point though, isn't it? My aunt did. Florian sighed, shifting his weight slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, you're not her. Wow, thanks. That's not what I meant. For a second, he hesitated, his fingers tightening slightly against his sleeve. Then, in a quieter voice, he spoke again. Look, even if you only help one person, it's worth it. His tone was uncharacteristically earnest. No sarcasm, no sighing frustration, just something quiet and certain. You blinked at him, momentarily taken aback. That's surprisingly optimistic, coming from you. He shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing away as if embarrassed by his own sincerity. Not everything has to be a grand gesture. Not everything has to be fixed. Sometimes, just being there, just doing one good thing is enough. Sounds like something my aunt would have said. Maybe it was. Did you believe her? Maybe. You smiled, exhaling softly before shaking your head. You are a weird guy, Florian. Yeah, well, you work here now, so you're one of us. No, I'm really going. Good night. Night, Florian. Let me walk you out. The two of you found your way downstairs, wood groaning beneath your feet. Ooh, coming out of your room together at night? How scandalous! Shut up, I'm leaving. Have a nice night, Flo. Not my name. The door shut soundlessly behind him as he left. He's such a spoilsport. Well, whatever. We've got the whole place to ourselves now. Should we throw a party or something? A party in an antique store does sound pretty cool. I'll put you in charge of planning that, eh? Do you think we could get a disco ball in here? Hell, my aunt probably has one stashed away somewhere, knowing her. Disco balls and parties can come later, though. Didn't you want my help with something? Oh, right! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Come on! She went to grab you by the hand, but her fingers went straight through yours. It did leave you with a cold, numb feeling in your hand, though, which you found pretty cool. Let's go! She charged upstairs, and you trailed behind, ready for a troublesome night ahead of you. Your place is so cool. Sylvie didn't like me coming up here, you know? This is my first chance to have a proper look around. Why not? What did you do? What? Who said I did anything? Well, did you? I think it's 'cause I'd stand at the end of her bed in the middle of the night. Kinda spooked her a little. Okay, I can see now why she wouldn't like that. I was just messing around. I wouldn't do that to you. I promise. I pinky promise, but, you know. She wiggled her semi-translucent pinky finger in front of your face. Anyway, do you have a computer? I do. I brought my laptop with me. Luckily, I don't know what I'd do without it. Yes! Finally! You sat down at your desk, swinging around in the chair to log in. What's the step one of being an idol, anyway? Getting famous, I guess? Selling out a giant arena for my concert? Okay, I don't know much about idols, but I think there's some steps before that. Did you decide on a name at least? You had a few ideas earlier, but... Well, I have been thinking about it. Winnie's a super cool idol? Denied. What? I thought that was a really good one! How about something more like... something that highlights your draw. Ghost Winnie? With a star in the middle. That might be cute. Ooh, mysterious, intriguing, cute, and accurate to boot. Hopefully people don't question the fact you're slightly transparent too much. That could cause us some trouble. Okay. How about this? She got into position, arms wide, a huge grin on her face. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here. She pulled another pose, making a star symbol with her hands out in front of her. How was that? I think I'm already a fan. Wow, You'll make a fan out of me if you keep that up. Winnie gasped dramatically, placing both her hands over her chest as if she'd just received the most shocking revelation of her afterlife. Oh no! Don't tell me I'm stealing your heart away already, Lion. And what if you are? Imagine the scandal. A famous idol and a first ever fan who is also her manager? Oh no. That just won't do. My fans must adore me from afar. Wow. Shut down immediately. I must keep my heart open to all my fans. You understand, don't you? How selfless of you. It's my duty, but don't worry, Lion. I'll always make a little extra time for my favorite fan. I better get the VIP treatment, huh? Of course. Okay, Ghost Winnie. We've got a name down. I suppose the next thing to do is actually make a social media account so you actually have somewhere to be an idol. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. Oh my god, that almost sounds like something I shouldn't say on the internet. Oh my god, you want to check out my Twitch? Oh god, it's so cursed. Do you want to make videos? Of course. Got it. I'll start setting those up, and soon all of YouTube will know my Twitch. Do you have an email address already? Maybe. We should probably just make a new one. You maybe have an email? I can't really remember. Alright, new email too. You tapped away on your keyboard, getting to work. So Winnie, can I ask you something? I'm an open book. Well, you're a ghost. That's not a question, silly. I wasn't done yet. Are you dead? Ooh, I'm a scary dead person. I don't know, to be honest. I don't have any memories of my life, probably. Ghosts are usually dead, right? You lost your memories. I guess so. Or maybe I didn't have any in the first place. Who knows? She's very nonchalant about it. And that doesn't bother you. Why would it? I'm all for the here and now. I guess that's a good way to live. Well, you know what I mean. What's with the superstar idol thing then? I thought it was some kind of unfulfilled dream of yours. Maybe it was. Honestly, I just felt like this store was so boring sometimes, so I was brainstorming ways I could help liven this place up, and bam! I saw this old magazine with a super cool idol on the front cover. Sylvie Wilby thought it was a good idea for me to pursue, but she didn't have a computer. I'm so glad you're here now. It's original, at the very least. Can't say I know many antique store ghost idols. I'll have the market cornered before you know it. But really, one magazine cover is all it took? Inspiration strikes quickly, But maybe I was looking for my thing. Ah. I get that. I think I'm still looking. Isn't selling antiques your thing? Maybe it will be. We'll see. So the idol thing is only recent? I've had the idea for a couple of weeks now. I've been brainstorming all kinds of things while waiting for you. Waiting for me? Sylvie said you were coming. She said you'd be able to help. So she signed me up for this ahead of time. Oh wait, no, that's me saying that. Well, I don't really mind. Anyway, I was born to be a star. I think I was probably a pop sensation in my past life, or maybe a famous actor. Or both. You chuckled, shaking your head as you turned away from your laptop. Alright, well, your social media is ready. You're officially one step closer to world domination. This is so exciting! What's next? What's next? Maybe a profile picture? I can take a photo for you. Wait, do you come up in photos? Of course I do. I'm not a vampire, silly. Thank God. Imagine trying to figure out how to market an invisible person online. You lifted your phone up, angling it towards Winnie, who instantly struck a dramatic pose, tilting her head to the side with an exaggerated wink. Cheese! You snapped the photo, checking the screen. Sure enough, she was there, only ever so slightly transparent. If you didn't know she was a ghost, you likely wouldn't have guessed from this picture. Let me see! You turned the phone screen around her, and she practically bounced up and down in place. Oh my God, it's so cute! You're such a good photographer. Well, I think anyone could do this much, but I'm not one to turn down praise. It's all thanks to the subject material. It's all thanks to the subject, really. What can I say? Pretty girl will take pretty photos. Oh, is that so? You think I'm pretty? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were flirting with me, Lion. And if I was? You're confessing so boldly. What will all my fans say? I suppose I'll have to start fearing for my life soon. I know what idol fans are like. It'll be our little secret then. What? Are you proposing a secret manager-idol relationship? What? No, I meant your secret, like your secret little crush on me, obviously. Winnie flailed dramatically, floating backwards as if she needed physical space to recover from your words. Her expression was somewhere between flustered and delighted. Now you're making me all flustered. God. I'm just messing with you. Think of it as payback for making me drop my glass the other night. Right. Of course I knew you were kidding. Not a bad prank, but I could totally do better. Hey, we're even now. For now, let's upload your new picture. And there. Looking good, Winnie. Now we just need content. You said you wanted to do videos? Yep. I should probably, figure out what kind of idol I am. Am I the cool, mysterious type or the super high energy, cheerful kind? Clearly the latter. I mean, that seems pretty obvious to me, but more importantly, who do you want to be? Winnie paused for a second at that. It was brief, so brief that you might have missed it if you weren't paying attention. That's a good question, huh? Guess we'll just figure out along the way. That's what makes it fun. Well, you quite literally have all the time in the world to work it out, so there's no rush. Take your time thinking about what you want your first post to be, too. Right, I should do some brainstorming. I got it! You brainstormed for like 3 seconds! What can I say? I'm obviously just a natural. So, here's the idea. I'll pretend like I'm putting on a show, and you can pretend to be in the crowd recording, right here in the store. If we post that online, it'll totally go viral. Like a fan cam? Yeah, like that. You don't know what a fan cam is, do you? Maybe it's lost with the rest of my memories. It's just a fan recording of a performance. They're pretty popular online. Alright, I can do that. What are you actually going to, do though? That's a surprise. Are you excited? I don't think I could get any more excited if I tried. Come on, let's go do it then. Isn't it a little dark for something like this? Concerts are usually dark, I think. Don't worry, it's going to add to the atmosphere. Just use your phone torch or something. With that, she stepped up onto the counter, not paying any mind to any of the items there. Which was fine, really, considering she just passed straight through them. Ready? I'll start recording. Mic check, mic check. You don't even have a mic. I'm practicing. Hello, Willowmist. I'm Winnie. No, that's not right. Start again. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie here, your favorite spirit from beyond the grave. Ooh. Winnie twirled around, throwing her arms out like she was greeting an arena of adoring fans. Woo, Winnie, we love you! Today, I'll be singing my debut single, Fall Right Into Place. Winnie took a deep breath, then just like that, her usual energy faded. Her playful grin softened into something more thoughtful, more wistful. Then, she began to sing. Man, I'm going to need to sing this, don't I? Okay, how should I do this? Should I take this seriously? Nah, hell nah. From the songbirds in the treetops to the valleys down below, every living creature has beauty to show. She sang with all the passion of a girl with no place to call home. Her voice was so light, sweet, airy, but there was a depth beneath it, a kind of yearning woven between the notes. The creaking on the floorboards play a timeless melody. I wonder about the future that is waiting for me. She held out one hand as if she were reaching for something or someone just out of grasp. Her voice carried through the still air, filling the empty space. I cheer her on. Winnie! You're amazing! You got this! A spark of surprise lit up Winnie's face before shifting into pure, radiant delight. Thank you! I dedicate the next verse to my #1 fan. I can't shake off this feeling of sweet mystery. Like all the snowy mountaintops were made alive for me. Every bone in my being is begging to stay. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. I'm so sorry for your ears and for everyone else who apparently heard that. Oh my god. As she hit her final notes, Winnie's eyes fluttered shut as she let the sound settle into the stillness of the room. Then she cracked one eye open, grinning. So, how was it? Terrible! All my comments are telling me that your singing was horrible. I mean, my singing was horrible. How does this work? You quickly stopped the recording. Hopefully I got it all. Kind of forgot halfway through that's why we were doing this. That was beautiful, Winnie. Yay! Where did that song come from? My mouth. I love her. Okay, comedian. I know that much. Did you write it? I think so. I hope so. It's... when I first got here, it was in my head. Maybe it's a memory. I'm not sure. But it's pretty, right? It's gorgeous. You're an amazing singer. Well, I wouldn't be a very good idol if I couldn't sing. That's true. I just didn't realize you were that good. You leaned back against the counter, arms crossed as Winnie descended to stand beside you. A memory, huh? Music is a pretty powerful thing. I wonder if it means something. That I've always been destined to be famous? Maybe. It's kind of funny, huh? What is? That I have no clue who I was, but I remember a song. Well, maybe it was important to you. Something you held on to, even after everything else faded away, like a little keepsake. Winnie hummed, rocking back and forth on her heels. Well, floating in place, as if she had heels to rock on. For once, she didn't immediately follow up with a joke. She just thought about it, hands clasped behind her back. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, anything's possible, right? It's a little bittersweet. No, it's all sweet. Don't worry about sad stuff, Lion. I don't care if I remember or not. All that matters is now, I'm going to be a superstar. How did the recording turn out? Oh, I think it's good. I'll have to clean it up a little before it's ready to post, though. I can add some special effects, too. Strobe lights? Fireworks? A backing track? Okay, temper your expectations a little there. I am no professional. Winnie grinned nearly from ear to ear, and you were sure it was contagious as you found yourself smiling back. A yawn escaped your lips inadvertently. Tired? All this fame and stuff really wears you out, huh? It's been a long day. You must be more exhausted than me. Not all. I could sing all night. You might need to come up with some more songs first, so you don't get tired. Nope. Can't even remember what sleep feels like. Man, that would be helpful. Pretty cool, huh? Another perk of being a ghost. Doesn't it get lonely? Huh? Sorry, kinda slipped out. I just mean, while everyone else is sleeping, it must be very quiet around the store. If anything, it's super boring. Luckily, Florian is usually around, but not tonight, huh? Boo! I'd keep you company if I didn't need to be up first thing in the morning. It's okay. I'll keep practicing for my big debut. I won't be bored tonight. As your client/business partner/soon-to-be worldwide idol/friend, I officially declare that your shift is over. Why, thank you, my esteemed Winnie. Ooh, I like how that sounds. Uh-oh. If we're not careful, your idol thing will turn into a cult thing, which, honestly, I'm down for. But maybe we should hold off for now. I'll get some sleep then. Night, superstar. Night, Lion. Rest up. Let me know when you finish editing my debut recording too, alright? You got it. Oh, by the way, thanks for helping me get your letter down from the top of my dresser last night. Huh? What do you... I mean, sure. Night, Lion. Wait, she didn't help me with that? Who? And just like that, Winnie floated up and through the ceiling. Sick! Alright. And we got some XP out of that too. With that, you headed back upstairs. You stepped into your room, then promptly flopped down on the couch, exhaustion overtaking you. What a day. Between dealing with customers, meeting and helping Winnie with her idol stuff, and everything with Florian, you were left with little energy for yourself. You let your head come to rest on the back of the chair and closed your eyes. Just for a moment, you told yourself you just wanted to rest your eyes. Just a minute, then I'll get dinner and go to bed. And just like that, you fell into a light sleep. Well, that's day 4 out of the way. Day 5 upstairs? Upstairs. Upstairs. Wake up. Follow rustling leaves. Destiny. Find it. Your eyes shoot open as soft, insistent whispers ripple through your mind. The first thing you notice was a cool draft brushing against your skin. And in the dim light of your room, you saw something strange, a scattering of autumn leaves swirling in a gentle motion, around and around, as if the world's gentlest tornado was inside your room, and you were in the center of it. What the hell? Winnie, is that you? No reply came. You felt an inexplicable pull, like a magnetic draw, urging you to stand. You got to your feet, and the swirling leaves followed you, as if you were commanding them. which you weren't as far as you were aware. You looked out the window, but the wind didn't seem to be coming from there. Winnie? Is this some kind of practical joke? If it is, you got me. That pull continued, almost as if dragging you to the door. Swallowing hard, you followed it out of your door and upstairs. You had expected to see Winnie when you entered the room, but you found the attic empty. The pull continued, dragging you further into the room relentlessly. Dust motes danced in the beam of moonlight that streamed in through the stained glass window as you made your way to one of the dressers, pushing aside boxes in your path. The closer you got, the more the temperature seemed to drop, and the leaves twirling around you began to glow. Cautiously, you reached out and brushed your fingers against the smooth wood of the dresser, your heart pounding. It was icy to the touch, much colder than you would have expected. With a deep breath, you pulled open the drawer and found a book. It looked old, leather-bound, with no writing on the front or spine that you could see. Carefully, steadily, you reached in and took it from its place in the drawer, blowing a layer of dust off the surface. As soon as you made contact with it, the leaves swirling around you exploded into gold dust, shimmering through the air before coming to rest on the wooden floor. The temperature of the room returned to normal, and you were left once again exhausted. Strange book in hand, you made your way back to the bedroom. You set the book down on the small dining table in the kitchen and changed into your pajamas. Whatever strange thing was going on right now, it could certainly wait until morning. You crawled into bed, heart still racing, and closed your eyes. Despite the adrenaline still running in your veins, weariness overtook you, and soon enough, you fell back into much deeper sleep. Day 5. Day 5! Nice! Okay. The sing-songy chirping of a group of small bluebirds on your windowsill wake you up from your sleep. You sat up and yawned, stretching out your shoulders with a pop. I'm pretty sure that was not meant to pop. Rubbing your bleary eyes, memories of last night suddenly started resurfacing. Filled with alarm, you searched out the book you'd found and noticed that there was nothing on your table anymore. Was that all a dream? God, I need to stop watching TV or something. Abruptly, a book fell onto your lap as if someone had dropped it. A very familiar leather-bound book. How the... Does this place have a second ghost or something? Absent-mindedly, you began to flick through the pages, but instead of being greeted with a journal like you expected, you found strange, intricate drawings, almost like sigils. It looked old but incredibly well kept, and you couldn't read a word of it. You flicked to the front, and in the bottom corner of the page was a single word, or in this case, a name. Marigold. Is this Aunt Sylvie's? Just what is going on around here? Ghosts and night, sure, but people around here are different. Does that mean she was too? It did make sense to you. Kinda. Your aunt was a little strange in a curious way. Okay, Mr. Book. I'm going to leave you here, but I'll come back to you later tonight. I promise. There's no need to follow me around the store, alright? I've got work to do, but trust me. You and I have a date tonight, alright? Don't go anywhere. You set the leather book down carefully on your desk, taking note of exactly where you leave it. All you wanted to do at that moment was find answers, but instead, you turned to your door. There was work to be done. Inventory needed sorting, bills to be paid, and customers waited to come spend their hard-earned money. And talk to you, apparently, since that's what your aunt did. Helped people. Okay. I think... Wait, check how Florian is feeling. Oh, no. Okay, I do need to spend some time... actually, like manning the counter. I'm wondering if, like, cleaning the store or, like, sorting through storage would be the play here. So I think we'll clean the store and hope that gives me a buff for the things I want to sell. Let's go. Alright. You spent a couple of hours cleaning the store. By the end of it, you're happy with your efforts. Oh, that barely did anything. Wait, did I done goof? Should I not have... Oh my god. You had just stepped away from the counter to grab lunch when the door opened and Florian came waltzing in, covered once again with his sunglasses and bucket hat. Florian! Hey. How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep? The deep-set bags under his eyes didn't look very promising. I'm fine enough to work. Well, if you say so, but you should think about going to see a doctor or something if it continues. Didn't I tell you to stop worrying about me? Yeah, but no one said I had to listen. Good day, Sir Florian. Pray, forgive my intrusion, but might I inquire about this peculiar contraption you have hanging from your pocket? I have never seen anything like it before. Lucille stepped over from the side of the store, helmet under arm. She gestured towards a pair of headphones connected to Florian's phone, which was half hanging out of his pocket. It's a pair of headphones. Headphones? A peculiar name. I've heard of phone owing to Lady Sylvie, but not these headphones. They're tiny mini phones that you put into your ears and they put the screen in your brain. Winnie popped up and out of nowhere, grinning at Lucille. Is that so? What? No, she's lying to you. They're just little speakers. You have to be careful or the tiny phones will invade your ears and take over your mind. That is quite terrifying, Lady Winona. I believe I will keep my distance from these headphones. I'm telling you, she's lying. You listen to music through them. Florian held the headphones out to Lucille, who raised a hand. My warmest thanks, but I believe it best to let my ears remain free of such intrusions. Why do you never listen to me? She's playing a trick on you. I do not believe Lady Winona would lead me astray. I don't know what to tell you. And I would? No, you really can take over your mind. They're really just for listening to music. I don't want to mess with her. Winnie's messing with you. Really, they're just for listening to music. You might like them. Thank you, Lion, but if that is truly the case, there is plenty of music to hear without using technology I do not understand. The singing of birds, the rustling of leaves, I believe will make do for now. Man, I'm too tired for this shit. Perhaps a caffeinated beverage would be of assistance, Sir Florian. I shall go fetch you one. Lion? Coffee would be great. How about a hot chocolate? Actually, could you get me a cold drink? Coffee! Coffee! That will be no problem, Lady Winona. I apologize that I cannot offer you a beverage too. It's okay, Lucy. I'll just enjoy it from afar. You really don't need to. I shall be back post-haste. At that, Lucille left out the front door, a spring in her step. I'm gonna keep practicing. Bye-bye, lazy bones. Winnie floated back up and through the ceiling. You weren't sure you'd ever get used to that. Seriously, though, are you doing alright? It's just some personal shit. It has nothing to do with work. Alright, but don't overwork yourself too much, okay? Actually, I'm glad we have a second loan. I wanted to talk to you. Why? I guess you're kind of the person I know best in town. Why? I'm not the kind of person that people confide in. I disagree. You're really easy to talk to. What is it? I found something. Congratulations. Would you prefer a ribbon or a medal? Is both an option? No. Damn, you got me all excited for no reason. But seriously, it was... I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a tornado in my room. Right, tornado in your room. You're not taking me seriously right now. No shit. You're telling me there was a tornado in your room. Okay, listen. Not a tornado exactly, but a lot of wind and leaves. They were just swirling around me. Uh-huh. And they led me to a book. A book I can't read, but that doesn't matter right now. As soon as I touched it, it all disappeared. What's going on here? Are you an idiot or something? Wait, where's that coming from? And yeah, probably. I told you, this town is full of all kinds of people. That includes your aunt. There's probably a reason she wanted you to come take over. She always has her reasons. She just never tells anyone about them. I think she gets off on leaving people confused. It's just... A week ago, if you told me that ghosts and time-traveling knights and magic books existed, I would call you crazy. Now I'm just meant to accept all that? I know. You're doing a pretty good job of it. Am I? Do you like Winnie and Lucille? Of course, they're both great. So, who cares if they're a little different? And what about me? Maybe you're a little different too. Does it matter? Well, no, but it's just kind of tossing everything I thought I knew to the wind. Yeah, well, that's life. One day you're a normal person doing normal shit, and the next, everything's turned upside down without your permission. Why do I feel like that's exactly what happened to you? Speaking from experience there, I know what you're talking about. If you say so. Anyway, thanks, Florian. I guess I'll just have to be more open-minded. I mean, I can't just not believe any of it's true, seeing as the evidence is right in front of my eyes. Can't wish away fighting off a tornado in your bedroom. It wasn't like that! My apologies for the wait, my friends. Wait, what? You were gone for all of 5 minutes! A midday jog helps me clear my mind. Please, enjoy. She placed down a small tray on the counter with 3 drinks carefully tucked into it. You quickly took yours, glad for it, and Lucille picked up something floral smelling. What you've got there? The shopkeep called it a white berry forest tea. I will admit, I've not yet tried such a thing, but I tend to keep away from coffee. I said you didn't have to get me anything. It would be unbecoming of a knight to offer a drink to Lion and not you, Sir Florian. Please. I'm not thirsty. Truly? Then I apologize. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. It's not... With a grumble, Florian picked up his drink. It smelled like strong, dark, rich coffee. There, you happy now? I've got work to do. With that, he took off, coffee in hand. He's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. Is he always so pleasant? If by pleasant you mean acts as if some knave had defiled his morning gruel, then yes, Sir Florian has been rather somber from the moment we met some months ago now. Well, I guess even Grumpy is charming in its own way. I'm sure he has his reasons. That is true. If I were to speak my mind, I would say he holds little belief in himself. Unfortunately, though, I do not know the circumstances that have led him to think like that. Regardless, under his solemn exterior, he is full of kindness. He has been kind to me since I got here. So are you. Honestly, everyone here is great. Kind? Yeah. Yes. So are you, Winnie, Vivi, and Quinn too. Everyone's been really nice to me ever since I got here. Even Emmett, kinda. Now that is enough idle rest. I must take my watch and secure the perimeter of this establishment. Wait, you barely had a break! You were running an errand! Though my respite was brief, the call of duty is constant. I would not delay in safeguarding you and the store. Lucille bowed low to you before leaving out the front door once again. Well, back to work, I guess. Can you check out the back? I'm really sorry, sir, but we don't stock anything that isn't antique. There's probably a store around town that has... There isn't. This is the last place I've got left to check. You really don't have it? I might have an old flip phone or something upstairs, but a new phone model... No, I'm afraid not. This is ridiculous. How do you not stock phones? What is this, the Stone Age? This is an antique store. God, what did I do to deserve this? Once again, this is an antique store. We're not a regular store, and we don't carry new products. Typical. These small towns and their old people's shops can't even get a proper phone here. At that moment, you heard the sound of metal grating against metal, and in the blink of an eye, a silver sword was placed between you and the customer. Maybe you should do that! Good sir, you will respect the master of this establishment, or you will leave. Hey! Watch where you're waving that thing, woman. It's a sword, not a toy. This blade was forged in the fires of war. I am well aware that it is no toy. Now you may either apologize or you may leave. Fine, sorry, Jesus. He grumbled and turned on his heel, leaving the shop with all the haste of a man threatened with a real sword. Thanks, Lucille. It's my pleasure. Should you require aid, you need only ask. She gave a smile and sheathed her sword with ease. I was hoping he'd get the hint without having a sword pointed at him. Oh well. Some people require a firmer hand to understand the importance of manners. Is there usually many customers like that? Nay, the majority are very courteous and polite. Lady Sylvie would say that a great deal of trouble came from passing tourists. However, they are few and far between. Tourists, huh? He did seem to be passing through. The inhabitants of this town are a good sort and would never speak ill of the store. Everyone likes Aunt Sylvie, huh? Indeed, she is the best of us, and then some. Hey, Lucille, thank you. Really, I know it's your job, but my sword is yours. Your enemies are mine. If there is but one thing you can depend on in this life, it is that. She bowed her head and left to continue her patrol. I need to sell my shit! Oh, sick! I can't sell my shit! Okay. So clearly, 32's not gonna cut it. Then again, it is a plate. So, okay, maybe 36. 36 might be fair for this. And I'll drop the price to 36 as well. Hopefully we'll get some buyers. Hopefully. Yep. Let's hope. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. The sky is blue, so I thought I'd stop by. Welcome. Owl plate reminds me of my mom's laugh, but quieter. What the fuck? I think I'll buy it for my mom. Sick! Okay, nice. Bye-bye. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. What? No! I need to sell one more! No! It's a little past 5 p.m. and you're sweeping a few stray leaves from the floor when the door is pushed open once again. And then 5 more leaves join you, awaiting their inevitable sweeping. Greetings, Sir Emmett. You have arrived at a most fortuitous time. Sir Florian and I were just debating over whether Lion would neglect to pay the bills or not this week. Wait! You're not supposed to tell anyone that. It was just between us. Oh, no, I'm not ready. I don't like, I barely made enough. Do I look that forgetful? Do you want me to answer that honestly? No, I'm not sure. Okay, listen. I need to raise the price. I know that I wanted to play hard mode, but I can't afford to screw up just because I'm down by $1. No! Okay, so we are back on the same day. It's Friday. I'm going to make sure that I make just enough. So both of these have to be $47. This, by the way, will be $100. Also, like, yeah, the items you get and like the events you get are going to be randomized. I'm trying to make sure I don't like accidentally show anything I've not seen yet. So yeah, let's hope that we make some money today, please. Hello, Mixed Marigold. I trust your day as well. Welcome. I'll pass for now. Perhaps next time. No, I need to make money. I'll check in again soon. See you next time. Damn it. You are taking over the store wonderfully in my lovely Sylvie's absence, Lion. Welcome. Ceramic axolotl figure. That could be the muse behind 1,000 recipes. I cannot resist. Consider it purchased with gratitude. No, Azrael, no! Adieu for now, but not for long. I promise you that. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. I saw 2 customers. No one else is coming. Damn it! My Azrael! It's a little past 5 p.m. and you're sweeping a few stray leaves from the floor when the door is pushed open once again. And then 5 more leaves join you, awaiting their inevitable sweeping. Okay, we've already seen through most of these. Okay. Amit adjusted his glasses, pushing them up from the center with his fingertips. No bill will go unpaid while I'm still contracted. What's that supposed to mean? Everything will fall apart if I fired you? I didn't say that, but you're free to assume what you will. Careful. If you speak to me so nicely, people will think you actually enjoy my company. My apologies. We wouldn't want that, would we? Now, I'll set up my computer at the counter, and we can go through your books together. I did bring my own laptop if that would make things easier. It would stop me from having to come and assist you every week. Yes, Miss Marigold never did have any interest in technology. And miss hanging out with you? Perish the thought! I would be happy to show you how to digitize your accounting yourself, and then there would be no need for me to come here every week. You would save money, and I would save time. That sounds like a win-win to me, from business owner to business owner. But what about your wonderful company? It could be used on another client, I assure you. Fine, it's upstairs. Should I bring it down? Upstairs is adequate. A quieter location might be a good idea. Emmett looked sideways to where Florian and Winnie were currently discussing a new movie that had just been released, and then towards Lucille, who was sharpening her sword. Probably a good idea. The two of you headed upstairs and into your apartment. Home sweet home. Can I get you something to drink? A coffee will be fantastic. Thank you. You crouched down to look in the back of your aunt's cupboard. There were around a dozen different kinds of tea in beautiful little embossed tins with handwritten labels. Your aunt's handwriting? It sure looked like it. Pushing those aside, you found what looked like a 20-year-old container of instant coffee. Fair warning, I think this coffee is older than I am. Would you expect anything less from the owner of an antique store? Touché. I'm just saying, if you get poisoned, please don't sue me. All I have to pay you with is buttons and a pocket lint. I can't say a client has tried to pay me with pocket lint before, but I've been known to accept buttons on occasion. Hello? Are you secretly Faye? You peered up at him. He'd sat down at your kitchen table at some point, scrutinizing his face. Seriously? No. Why would I accept buttons? It was a joke. Wow. It's actually kind of impressive how you can keep a completely straight face while joking. I thought maybe you worked with a button factory. I do, but they pay me by direct deposit. You do? No, there's no button factories anywhere near Willowmist. Alright, wise guy, how am I meant to know when you're joking, huh? You stood up, quickly pouring both Emmett and yourself a cup of the maybe perhaps kinda out-of-date instant coffee. Here, hope it's still drinkable. You handed him the cup and placed your own down at the spot beside his, then collected your laptop, which was still open to Winnie's idol page. A fan of idols? This is kinda for Winnie. Nah, or I guess kinda. This is actually for Winnie. You can see Winnie, right? Just double-checking that she's not some elaborate prank. Yes, I know her offhandedly. And she's see-through, right? As far as I'm aware, Miss Winona is a ghost. You don't sound awfully concerned by that. There are scarier things in life than ghosts. Like audits. Wow, that ought to come with a warning. You're making me shiver. Putting aside the non-work talk, please navigate to this website and download the software. I will give you a license to use it under my business. Emmett pulled out his own laptop, then showed you the download page for some piece of accounting software which you promptly downloaded. Have you ever used a program like this before? What if I said I had? I would inquire whether you were lying or not. Okay, I haven't. Really, I'm new to all of this. Any guidance you can give me is appreciated. Not to worry. is rather beginner-friendly, and your aunt's business is quite simple. It's all cash in, cash out. I would suggest continuing to use the book downstairs for keeping track of sales, as Miss Marigold will find it more comfortable when she returns. But once a week, you can copy the numbers in here. He leaned over slightly, pointing towards the screen. Miss Marigold chooses to pay off her bills weekly. I'd suggested monthly or every 2 weeks, but she was adamant about it. These bills will cover water, power, the usual. Payment for your employees is already paid directly out of your aunt's account, so there is no need to worry about that. That saves me a bit of effort. Just make sure to put some time aside every weekend for paying bills. Got it. My weekend's about to go crazy. So I just click here to find my bills? No, over here. He leaned over again, and you couldn't help but notice the scent of his cologne. It was almost floral. In fact, if you had to pinpoint the way it smelled, maybe sparkly. My money is on Faye! Distracted, your hand brushed against his, and for a split second, time seemed to pause. Emmett quickly pulled his hand back and cleared his throat before continuing on like nothing happened. Yes, just there. Click on this tab and it will show you an overview of your pending payments for the week. Right, got it. Thanks, Emmett. From here on, it will be straightforward. However, since it's your first time, I'll stick around and assist you with filing in some sales data from the book downstairs. Really? That's awfully kind of you. At that, he let out a rare laugh. I'm paid by the hour, Lion. I wouldn't call it kindness. Ooh, I see. Looking to fill up your bank account, huh? That's the point of running a business, yes. I appreciate the help nonetheless, even if it comes from a selfish place. Want another coffee before we start? Numbers boy? Numbers boy? You like numbers, don't you? Yes, I suppose so. And no, one of those coffees was enough to last me a lifetime. Thank you. If I never have to drink another, it will be too soon. I'll grab the book then. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. Do I have enough? You headed back downstairs, then spent the next several hours going through the handwritten records your aunt left, plus your recent additions. Fortunately, just as Emmett said, it was a rather simple task, just very time-consuming. And done. Well, that was fun. It was. Yes. Okay, now I'm the one who was joking. I think I'll leave all the numbers to you. That much is obvious. I had to stop you from entering the wrong amount at least a dozen times. Hey, I'm learning! Does that mean if this doesn't work out, I won't be getting an apprenticeship at your accounting firm? Spend a few more years studying, and then maybe you'll have a chance. At an interview. Wow, what's the point of knowing anyone if you can't even get a job through nepotism? I believe that a friendship is required for nepotism to work. Are you saying you don't want to be my friend? Even though I'm so effortlessly charming, witty, and funny? I do not have time for friendships, Miss Marigold, so I apologize, but a nepotistic position at my company is not likely. That's not how it seemed when I bumped into you the other night. What do you mean? At the Silver Oak. You were there? Am I that forgettable? You were sitting a few tables away from me. Lucille and I were leaving when you told me that I was doing a great job with the store and you wanted to see me again. And then you asked me out to dinner. I believe you're confusing me with someone else. No, it was definitely you. Lucille saw you too. So that's a no to hanging out? It's late. I believe that our time is up. I will bill Miss Marigold directly for our session. He stood hastily, and the sound of wood scraping against wood echoed through the small room as he threw back his chair and began quickly putting all of his papers and laptop back in his briefcase. Then maybe we could... I should really be on my way. Good night, Lion. Don't forget to brush your teeth tonight. Brush my... In a hurry, Emmett rushed out the door and down the stairs, leaving you staring at the empty spot where he'd just been a moment ago. Don't forget to brush my teeth? What is he, my mother? Did he just call us stinky? Wait, what's that? A folded up piece of paper remained on the table. You unfolded it to see a letter addressed to Emmett. Resisting the urge to snoop, you instead folded it back up, then found your hands covered in sparkles. What the? You brushed them off your shirt, then touched the paper again. Once again covered in sparkles, despite the paper looking crisp and white. Emmett will probably want this. Taking the letter in hand, you dashed downstairs. Where did he go? Sure. Smarts or luck check? I'll do smarts. I got the smarts for this, totally. Yeah! 9! You dug through your pocket and pulled out the business card Emmett had given you a few days prior. Flipping it over, you found an address listed and quickly inputted it into your phone. There you are. Hopefully you live near your office. You set off on foot, walking through the darkened town. It was a clear night and the sky was full of more stars than you could count. It was certainly different to back home. You were walking like this, in search of Emmett, but slightly distracted by the sight above, when you heard a meow, then another, and another. Where's that coming from? Following the noise, you turned into a side street and saw a group of kittens huddled together and surrounding a certain man. Don't worry, I brought you food, so there is no need to get violent. There, eat. Emmett was crouched low to the ground, holding out a small white plate bordered with yellow ducks for the group of tiny cats. As the kittens meowed and ate, he stroked them gently, smiling. His normally serious face had been replaced by a softer expression. Well, I wasn't expecting to find my favorite numbers boy feeding strays. Ah! Wait, what are you doing here? As he spoke, his voice cracked and the kittens scattered, leaving the two of you alone in the dim moonlight. Maybe I enjoyed your company so much I didn't want it to end yet. You... what? Is that so unlikely? You've known me for a handful of days and all we've talked is talk business. Maybe I just like listening to you talk. He looked at you incredulously as if trying to gauge if you were joking or not. Okay, I do like you, Emmett, but I found you for a reason. You left something at the store and I wanted to return it. Really? Here. Sorry for spooking you. You held the letter out to him, and he finally stood up from his crouched position, dusting the dirt off his pants. He reached out and took the letter, carefully, as if not to tear it. Did you read it? I'm not as nosy as I look. No, I didn't read it, promise. Well... Emmett cleared his throat and adjusted his tie before tucking the letter away inside his jacket. I apologize for my prior rudeness. This was highly unprofessional of me. I'm not expecting you to be professional outside of our work hours. In fact, I think you could probably loosen up that tie a little even during business. Do you like cats? I suppose you could say that. That's not a yes or a no. They're small and cute. Am I small and cute? Are you a cat? Do I need to be a cat? I could meow for you if you like. Meow! 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 You have no sense of humor, do you? I'm joking, Emmett. You don't have to take everything so seriously. He let out a sigh and shook his head. You are an overwhelming person, you know that? We hardly know each other, and now you're trying to meow at me in an alleyway. Okay, when you put it like that, I sound like a weirdo. If the shoe fits, then what can I say? Maybe you just need someone to help you loosen up a little. That could be me if you like. What exactly do you want from me? I just want to get to know you. I couldn't do that if you're always running away. Overwhelming and persistent. Part of my charm. Thank you for returning my letter, Mixed Marigold, but it's late, and I really should be getting home now. You should too. Then how about letting me walk you home? There's no need for that. It is hardly a 10-minute walk from here. I know there's probably no need, but can I do it anyway? At that, he sighed, and his shoulders drooped. Fine, if it makes you happy. That doesn't mean I consider us friends. Why is everyone in this town so cold to me? Well, except for Lucille and, oh god, Quinn? Yes, Quinn. Quinn and, Winnie. The two of you started walking through the dark streets. There was a cool breeze, and you pulled your clothes tighter around yourself. Ah! How about close acquaintances? We could start there. Great! You won't regret it. You smiled brightly, and Emmett looked at you out the corner of his eye. So, my close acquaintance, am I allowed to ask you something? If I ask you not to talk to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? I don't talk that much. Do I? Emmett remained silent? Wow. Ouch. Okay, I couldn't tell if you're joking or not, and that's kind of terrifying. But okay, going back to the topic at hand. What was with you the other night? Seriously, I don't think I'm going crazy. I definitely saw you there. I was afraid you'd ask that. Fine, I'll tell you, but this will stay between us. My lips are sealed. I have a low alcohol tolerance. Huh? The normal, non-supernatural answer stunned you at first, and then you were surprised by your own reaction. Why did you expect it to be something different? Wait, that's really it? Why would I lie to you about that? It's embarrassing enough to admit. It's just so mundane, like compared to a ghost or a time-traveling knight. What? Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Don't worry about it. So, you really were just drunk the other night? Quinn offered me some of his homemade cider, and I felt embarrassed to turn it down. It was only one drink, but that's all it takes. I apologize that you had to see me that way. It was actually kind of adorable, seeing you act so nice, sweet, talkative. Adorable? A 31-year-old man is hardly adorable. And yet, there you are. How strange. This is why I try to avoid alcohol. How much does it take to get you drunk exactly? Like one sip? Please do not test that. You can't tell me all that and then not follow up with a number, Emmett. Where's the fun in that? God, I've already told you too much. Yes, even one sip will do it to me. It's not something I'm proud of. If it helps, I'm not much of a drinker either. That's what the early 20s are for. Now I'm old enough and my bones are creaking. You can't be more than 25. Ooh, are you complimenting me, my dear accountant? Trying to get on my good side? Hardly. I'm 26 actually, but you were close. What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere at 26? What's this I hear? Someone wants to get to know me? It's only simple curiosity. To tell you the truth, I have no idea. You have no clue. I was getting a little burnt out working part-time jobs and thought maybe some time away from the city would be good for me. Running the store was just a lucky opportunity. I haven't even seen my aunt since I was a kid. It would be like Miss Marigold to leave a near stranger in charge of her business. I don't think she had much of a choice. My grandparents passed away and my mom, well, they don't talk for some reason. What about you? And you can't weasel out of my invasive question this time. You asked first. I moved to town a few years ago. With your business? That came after. I arrived in this town with only the clothes in my back. Messy divorce or something? Are you on the run? At least you had clothes. At least you had clothes. Imagine turning up here naked. Now that would be embarrassing. I doubt I'd be the first person. This town attracts all kinds of people. Like you, my non-nudist friend. You didn't answer my question. By the way, why did you move here? It's complicated. I needed a new start, and I didn't have much else. This town just seemed quiet. I'd have to agree with that. My previous job was quite intensive. I lived within the same building as I worked and rarely had a day off. I didn't really have a life beyond that. When the opportunity presented itself, I took it to leave. Was it accounting related? Kind of. Thank you. Now that's very specific. Emmett suddenly stopped outside a small, 2-story high apartment building. There looked to be a sign hanging out the front. Finch Advisory. What are you, some kind of workaholic? Yes, but I live above my practice. It's just easier. Even if it was greatly unnecessary. Thank you for seeing me home. You really didn't have to. Seriously, you didn't. I know I didn't. I just wanted to. You are incredibly strange. I have a werewolf-like coworker. I have a ghost living in my house. I have a time-traveling knight, and our head chef in town is a werewolf. How am I strange? Thank you? I did not intend it as a compliment. Well, I'll take it that way. Unsurprising. Thank you for returning my letter and the walk. Good night, Mixed Marigold. He gave you a curt nod and then walked towards the building before stepping in his doorway and suddenly fishing around in his briefcase. Just as you were about to turn around and head back to the store, Emmett cleared his throat, then walked back over to you before shoving something in your hand. A small card. You did already give me your business card, but now I have a spare. Thank you. I wrote my number on that one. Hey. Oh! For emergencies only. Emmett pushed his glasses up before turning around and finally entering the building, leaving you standing alone in the dark streets, the door closed behind him. Flipping over the card in your hands, you could see both a mobile number and a personal email address scrawled in messy, loose handwriting. Does this mean we're friends now? A click sounded through the empty street as a window was pulled open ever so slightly. I love him! And then it was shut again. With a smile, you pocketed the card and started on your way back to the store. You say no. You say no, but clearly we are now. The shop floor was quieter than when you entered. All the lights had been turned off, and only the faint glow from the moon illuminated the store. Florian didn't look to be around. Maybe he was cleaning in the storeroom, or maybe he'd finally accepted he was sick and needed to rest. Likely the former. You strode across the store, ready to head up the stairs. Lion, you have returned. Yeah! Jesus, Lucille, what are you doing hiding out in the dark? Hiding? A knight does not hide. I was merely keeping guard while waiting for your return. It's late. You should be home. In truth, I did attempt to head home earlier, but the town was too quiet. I feared leaving the store unguarded, so I intended to come check on you. Sir Florian informed me that you had gone out and not returned, and I grew concerned. Right. Emmett left something here, so I had to hunt him down. Thanks for coming to check on me, Lucille, but really, it's way outside your pay grade to have to guard me after hours. This is nothing about pay, Lion. I need no reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and well. Thanks, Lucille. I'm totally fine. In fact, we were talking and I walked Emmett home. I'm not sure how happy he was about the whole thing, but, maybe it's the thought that counts. A noble deed, no matter how small, is never wasted. Yeah, I guess that's true. It was kind of fun too. Lucille placed her helmet on her head, then brushed herself off. Well, if everything is in order, I will take my leave. Do not worry, I will not allow myself to be late tomorrow morn. She bowed low, and then started towards the door. Wait, can I walk you home too? Lucille paused for a moment, then turned and walked back over to you, placing her hand on your shoulder. And then allow you to see yourself home alone after? Nay, I would not. She shook her head. I have a means to protect myself. Should brigands set upon me, you do not. It would not be fitting. Do not worry. I will be well. It is not your duty to escort me to and fro. Something I need no reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and sound. Leave the protection to me, Lion. While I live and breathe, I will never allow a hair on your head to be harmed. Fine, but one day I'm going to force you to let me look after you too. That's the deal. She nodded. You are a stubborn one. Very well. A deal it is. Until next time, then. She gave you another nod before heading out the front door and disappearing into the night. The sound of the bells chiming faded as the doors closed, and once again, the store was plunged into silence. You waited for a minute or two until you heard the sound of her footsteps growing distant, then locked the front door and started back up the stairs. Your room was much as you left it, cluttered by decades and decades of use. It wasn't quite home yet, but it was a nice change from the dingy apartment you call your own for the past few years. You walked over to the kitchen table and closed your laptop. With all the rush of chasing after Emmett, you had forgotten you still had some cleaning up to do. With a sigh, you packed up the various papers that were still scattered across the surface before placing your laptop back on your desk. Wait a second. Where'd the book go? You quickly start searching around your desk, then under it, but it was nowhere in sight. Hey, book! Where'd you go? I know I didn't imagine you. No response. With a grumble, you began turning the room upside down in search of it, under your bed, in the wardrobe, in every cupboard and drawer, but no matter how hard you searched, it seemed to be missing. Finally exhausted, you sat down at your desk and found it sitting on the surface as if it had never gone missing in the first place. You're messing with me, aren't you? Still no response. So what would have been more surprising would have been getting a response, really. Alright then, book. Play difficult. See if I care. You picked it up and flicked through the pages. It was the same as before. Page after page after page of sigils and writing in a script you couldn't read. One page at a time, you painstakingly searched from high to low for anything you could read. An hour later, you slammed the book down onto your desk, frustrated. Nothing. You wanted me to find you, didn't you? Why are you being so difficult now? At that moment, a cloud drifted lazily by in the star-filled sky outside, and the moon shone through your window, casting a beam of light onto the desk. The light shone on the open book, and as if a switch had been flipped, the entire book began to glow. The brightness burned your eyes, and you covered them, turning away and squeezing your eyelids shut. After a few moments, the glow faded, and when you looked again, the book was still there, sitting on the desk, but something had changed. Where before you saw plain, used leather, now you saw beautiful, gilded edges and intricate embossing. It looked like a piece of art more than a book. But suddenly, it snapped closed, as if caught in a strong breeze. Oh, well, I never... A voice echoed from the book, and slowly, it began to float off the table, hovering just a few inches in the air. First, you ignore me for an entire day, as though I was some common dime a dozen grimoire, and now you have the gall to paw through my pages with all the delicacy of an ogre cracking walnuts. Appalling, simply appalling. It let out a long, suffering sigh. I was created by the finest scribes, imbued with the wisdom of archmages, long since reduced to dust. And this is how I'm treated? Handled like some sordid cookbook filled with peasant recipes for root stew and boiled turnips? If a book could glare, you were sure the book was glaring at you at that moment. Well... have you anything to say for yourself, you crude, toe-mangling barbarian? You are a book. A book? Why, you wretched, foul-mannered... Whoa, no need to get worked up. God, what am I saying to a book? How are you talking? I am far from a book. I am an archive of the ages, a collection of arcane lore, a repository of incantations, So a book. Oh, the sheer depths of your ignorance astounds me. One would think that even a mind as tragically mundane as yours could grasp such rudimentary concepts. And you must be a so-called wizard or witch, or whatever tawdry moniker you humans are calling yourselves these days. Yes? No, I'm just... And now you'll drool upon my pages and mutter incantations with all the grace of a toad gargling mud. What a joy. I suppose there is a positive side to this. Soon you will likely turn yourself into a particularly stupid-looking beetle, and I will no longer have to deal with your ignorance. Though, truth be told, I doubt anyone would notice the difference. What is going on here? What is going on here is that you are an imbecile and an inconsiderate lout. I have been here, patiently awaiting a proper spellcaster for years, only to find myself stuck with some dim-witted oaf who doesn't have the common sense not to handle my pages with their sweaty, sticky hands. Who? What? How? Are you? So the peasant finally decides to address me as something other than a measly book. Congratulations, truly, on the progress. I am Barnabas, the magnificent, eternal chronicler of magic most high, and patron saint of arcane perfection, linguistic superiority, and the grossly underappreciated art of proper book handling. Something you sorely lack. You're a talking spellbook. Oh, certainly! If you wish to diminish my grandeur to the mere status of a talking book, then by all means, wallow in your simplistic understanding of the arcane. How someone like you is fit to be my master, I will never understand. The fates truly must despise me. I'm your master? That is how this works. I, the glorious and sublime Barnabas, was created by a powerful magician to assist her in the mastery of her craft. However, when she died, she bound me to a bloodline. Long have I been passed down from generation to generation, waiting to find a master worthy of my knowledge. And somehow, despite all odds, I have ended up in the possession of a clueless dunderhead. I think you're getting confused. I'm not a witch or a wizard or whatever crazy fantasy you've got in that head pages of yours. Preposterous! Only a magic practitioner could open my pages, even if that magic practitioner is the least adept one ever to have lived. You know what? I think I'm going to put you away in a drawer. Put me away? As though I was some mere object? Oh, the audacity! Well, be my guest. At that, you stood, walked across the room, and threw open the top drawer of your dresser. You stuffed him in there with your underwear and slammed it shut. How dare you! This is an affront to the very notion of my being. I say, let me out! Let me out immediately! You're a really cool book, aren't you? Just teleport out. Teleport? I am not a mere parlor trick. I am an object of arcane beauty, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and yeah, you're a really cool talking book. Fine, have it your way, while you languish in your mundaneness, never to know the truth of your potential. I will begin reciting the first 5,000 volumes of the great Encyclopedia Arcana. Barnabas began to loudly, obnoxiously recite the contents of a series of books you never heard of, despite your attempt to cover your ears. Actually, this is really good ASMR for me to sleep to. Finally, unable to take it any longer, you ripped open the drawer, pulled the book out, and placed it back on your desk. Instantly, Barnabas stopped. All right, enough already. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You're a book, a talking book. It's a little overwhelming. A little overwhelming? Try having someone lick their fingers before flicking through your pages. My bad. The book sighed. Yes, it is very much your bad. Now, listen here. Whether you and I like it or not, we are stuck together. I am yours, and you are my master. Barnabas floated up into the air. It is now your duty to continue the line of Marigold spellcasters and use the powers I have to offer you to become the most powerful being this town has ever seen. I just want romance and also like to run my little shop. Well, okay. Will your powers like allow me to run my shop better? Can I roll higher? I'm not sure if I want to become some magical overlord. And why not? I was created by a mighty sorceress, and now she is dead. It is your destiny to continue her legacy. Look, I run an antique store. That's kinda what takes up all my time at the moment. Unless you have some spells in there that'll make me super successful and rich. Right. I keep the give me fast fortune spell right next to the one for turning people into beetles. You're really sarcastic for a book, you know. I have to be, considering my current circumstances. And as you are my master, I'm afraid the sarcasm is likely here to stay. Oh, goody. God, what's happening to my life right now? I'll have you know, I was flipping burgers a week ago. A burger flipper? Oh, no wonder you handled me so roughly. I have spent years and years in the core of some of the most talented wizards and witches in history, and I am handed over to a grease-stained fry cook. Oh, the shame! It's not like I chose you. That makes the both of us. It's not like I chose you either. Look, Barnabas, we are not getting anywhere here. Why don't you tell me a little more about yourself? If we get to know each other, maybe we can get along better. Can I flirt with a book? I know this is a tall ask. Like, my tall ask earlier was to be able to flirt with everyone, but can I flirt with a book? I feel like this is a much taller ask. Look, listen. I just need to say, okay, if you're not gonna let me flirt with the book, at least allow me to romance everyone in this town. Let that be a thing, please. Oh, so now you wish to know about me? Excellent social grace, master. The book cleared his throat. As I told you before, I am the great and magnificent Barnabas, codex to the once magnificent Marigold line. Why did my aunt never tell me about you? How should I know? She was always a rather distant woman and left me to grow dusty on the shelves. A true crime. And you've always been a book. Of course, I am the sum of all the magic ever recorded by the Marigold family. Every spell, every enchantment, every bit of knowledge is all kept right here. A dim-witted oaf like you would have no hope of handling all that magic, so I am limited in the knowledge I can give you. If you wish to learn every spell in my repertoire, then you will need to prove to me through practice and training that you are a worthy recipient. I don't know how much time I'll have for training in between keeping the store afloat and dealing with the locals' problems. It's no fault of mine. Perhaps you should have been born with the aptitude to become a magician instead of a maniac. Come here. What, and allow you to manhandle me again? Absolutely not. Oh, come on, Barnabas. How am I supposed to practice if I'm not allowed to look at you? Oh, fine. But do not dog-ear my pages, else I'll make good on my promise to turn you into a beetle. With a huff, Barnabas floated towards you, hovering in the air. He lifted a hand and carefully took the cover before flipping through his pages. While many of the pages were still written in a way you couldn't understand, some pages at the front seemed to suddenly be legible. Do not think that you have gained my trust by any means. If I had hands, they will be on my hips, and I will be giving you the sternest of looks. I am only allowing you to peruse my pages because there is a small chance that somewhere within that pea-sized brain there is a shred of talent. Yeah, you don't trust me. I get it. How do I start? Firstly, as you have no experience in the art whatsoever, I suppose it would be best if you pick up one spell to practice. No, actually, I should, because, let's be frank, your judgment is clearly poor and unreliable. Against my better judgment, I shall alter the contents of my pages to provide a use in your mundane life. as much as it pains me. Barnabas flipped his pages, then, seemingly of his own accord, started glowing with a bright golden light. With this, I have modified the spell Revelatio Obscura. Now, upon successfully casting such a spell, your eyes will have an easier time spotting things that are hidden. If the spell fails, it is because you are, in fact, a worthless and talentless excuse for a human, and nothing to do with my modifications. So it helps me find things. I can think of a few times that could be helpful. Yes, well, if that is all, please put me away somewhere, preferably not near where you keep your filthy undergarments. Oh, wait, you have to teach me how to cast the spell first. Must I? Isn't that the whole point of your existence? My point is to hold information, not hold your hand. Figure it out yourself. Fine, but if I accidentally set the store on fire, it's on you. You pulled out the chair at your desk, sat down, then reached out and grabbed Barnabas. Oh, please don't let my pages be burnt. It would be terribly inconvenient. I'll try, but no promises. Ignoring him, you start studying the page. It details how to cast the spell with various diagrams, drawings, and words. As you read, the letters and images seem to float off the page and into your mind, until finally, everything sunk in. You pulled out a notebook and began scribbling sigils left, right, and center. If this is what magic was like, it was going to be a lot easier than you thought. Once satisfied, you put Barnabas back down on the table and pushed the chair back. Time for a little field testing. You place a notebook down on the ground in front of you, stuck out your hand, and... Revelatio Obscura! Nothing happened. Revelatio Obscura? Nothing. With a groan, you try it one more time, waving your arms about wildly. Revelatio Obscura! Utterly hopeless. Shut up! I got this! You are far from having this. Your pronunciation is that of an illiterate stable boy. Try again, slowly this time, if you please. You took a deep breath, feeling the way your lungs filled with air, and focused on the spell. Revelatio Obscura. A lamp in the corner of the room began to flicker on and off, and the hanging plants near the windows swayed gently, despite no wind that night. Congratulations, master. You are truly a master of the craft. The world shall tremble before your might. It worked! Look at that! I did it! Yes, congratulations on making a lamp flicker. That does mean it worked, right? Yes, the store sits on a magical ley line. There are often side effects to spells cast here. What spell can I learn next? Ha! What spell? The fledgling asked, as if the entire process was so easy. Please, continue to amuse me. What? I cast it, right? You must practice. Even simple spells are fiendishly difficult, and I will not stand idly by while you butcher them with your lack of skill. When you have more experience, perhaps then I can teach you another. Perhaps. Okay, geez, I'll keep practicing whenever I need to find something then, alright? It would be the smartest thing you've done since I met you. For now, though, I feel wiped. Yes, well, casting a spell will drain your magical reserves, and until you are more proficient, even the simplest of spells will require significant focus. Well, I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed. What should I do with you? I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Are you capable of yapping less while I try to sleep, or do you need to go back in the drawer? Do not even suggest such a thing. Good night, Barney. Barnabas! Barnabas! Not Barney! Close enough. You slipped into bed and shut your eyes, waves and waves of tiredness washing over you. As you drifted off, the last thing you heard was the sound of a disgruntled book complaining. I have a new spell. Searching the attic now has a higher chance of finding items. You know, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm going to need to search for more items anyway. You had hoped to awaken to the gentle chirping of birds, or the sound of a breeze rustling leaves in the world outside your window. Instead, you woke to the sound of a very grumpy, pompous book opening then shutting its cover repeatedly, as loudly as possible. Oh, good morning, Master. Oh, I apologize. Did I wake you? It's probably about time for me to get up anyway. Good. It would be a tragedy to waste your morning on slumber. Up! Let's get a move on. With a grumble, you pushed the covers aside and swung your legs out of bed. You made your way over to your dresser, picked up a change of clothes, then turned back to look at Barnabas, who was sitting on your desk across the room. Do you mind? I'm changing. It's not as if I have eyes, Master. I see the world differently from a base creature like you. Cool, but I'd rather you didn't see me getting changed in any way. If it pleases you, Master, I will turn around. Does that satisfy? You quickly changed, then grabbed a piece of fruit, noting that your food stock really was near empty now. I'll have to find a grocery store later. Now, as much as I enjoy your presence, Bonnie, I've got work to do. Did you want to come with, or... No, thank you. The thought of being paraded around in front of the general populace, subject to the gazes of those who cannot appreciate my glory, fills me with despair. I will stay right here, thank you. I'll, turn the TV on for you, just in case you get bored. Your consideration is touching, Master. Truly. See ya. With that, you made your way down the stairs and stepped into the store proper. You were halfway down the stairs when you heard voices talking back and forth. That was beginning to feel like a normal thing around the store, but you didn't recognize one of the two voices. Who the hell? I am afraid that is not possible. Lion requires their due rest, and besides, it is my duty to protect them. Lucille, come on. It's not that big of a deal. I just want to see them with a little bedhead. I will not budge on this matter. Sleep is more important than your senseless whims. Is there a party I didn't get invited to going on? This seems to happen a lot. You'll make a person feel left out if you're not careful. You winked towards Lucille, who instantly straightened up, then turned your eyes towards the other person. Your eyes met another's, a man with red hair you don't recognize. He smiled up at you lopsidedly before brushing a lock of hair behind his ear. Well, if it isn't the most mesmerizing face I've seen all week. You must be the infamous new owner of the store. You can call me Handsome, or Eden will do. Hello, Handsome. It's nice to meet you. I'm Lion, right? Heard a lot about you. Looks like the rumors were selling you short. Rumors? Well, color me curious. Eden took a few steps up the staircase, his gloved hand trailing over the railing as he approached you. When he got close enough, he leaned in towards you and whispered. He wasn't quite touching you, but was close enough that it felt like an intimate gesture. Funny story. I heard that the new owner already had a fan club because of their overwhelming beauty and charisma. From what I've seen, I'd have to agree. Eden pulled back and smiled. Well, the rumors say a lot more than that, but let's leave some of the secrets a mystery for now, shall we? You have to be a little mysterious to be interesting after all. After that, Eden turned around and walked back down the stairs, the sound of wood creaking with every step. If there is something you need, Sir Eden, I suggest you speak now. Why rush your first meeting? We'll be telling everyone about it at our wedding. He winked up at you, then turned his attention to Lucille. Really? You don't need to be so defensive. I don't bite, unless you ask me nicely. That's my line! I have no interest in anything of the sort from you. If you have no business here, please take your leave. We are running an establishment here. Lucille moved her hand towards the hilt of her sword, but didn't draw it. Eden raised his hands and backed up a step. All right. I'm going to note that down for next time. Lucille ain't a fan of my jokes. My deepest apologies, my lady knight. Eden gave a half bow to Lucille, while she just shifted to stand a little straighter. I just wanted to introduce myself to our lovely new shopkeep. Believe it or not, I'm actually Willowmist's most famous carpenter. I believe you are Willowmist's only carpenter. Ouch! That may be true, but the point stands. A carpenter? He looks more like a model. I was expecting someone who looks more like Quinn. Well, to be fair, my dad was both a model and a carpenter, so yeah. I happen to be acquainted with your aunt. We work together on occasion, so I'd like to extend the same offer to you. If I remember correctly, Sir Eden, Lady Sylvie would refer to you as a flirt and a liar. What can I say? There's so much beauty in the world. Should I not celebrate it? Lady Sylvie would say that you are incapable of taking anything seriously. That I can accept. You're such an honest person, Lucille. It almost makes me jealous. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I love the chance to get to know you properly, Lion. How about dinner and drinks on me tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? Well, maybe. I'll be able to shift around my incredibly full schedule if you ask nicely. Oh, is that how it's going to be? Well then, pretty please, may I treat you to a night of fine dining and wine? That was actually pretty good. I'm impressed. I'm an actor at heart. Then I shall accompany you as bodyguard. I don't think that's... Actually, you know what? Why don't we just invite everyone? It would be like a homewarming party. Here, I thought I managed to snag a date. What a shame. Still, this sounds like fun. I'll leave it to you to invite whoever you'd like. You seem like you have good taste. The bell by the door chimed as the door to the store opened, and the familiar face of Emmett poked his head through. Good morning. I'm here for... He paused as his eyes locked with Eden's. He then turned and walked straight back out the door. Emmett? How cute. He's being all shy. I'll go get him. Don't you worry your pretty little heads. Eden strode past you, then exited the store. A few moments later, they both came back in, with Eden's arm around Emmett's shoulder. Why are you off so quickly, my friend? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me. I'd prefer it. Yes. Everyone's so honest this morning. How refreshing. So, what brings you here today, Emmett? My job, which you're currently preventing me from doing. There's always more time for work later. There's not always friends later. That will be true, yes. But you're all acquaintances at most. Hey, you're meant to think stuff like that, not say it to our faces. You're such a stick in the mud. And you're a thorn in my side. Unhand me. Oh, you'll run away. I might just have to hold on to you tighter. I might, yes. And please don't. You two are friends then? We absolutely are. We absolutely are not. It's more like I happen to bump into him no matter where I go, and he takes it upon himself to bother me non-stop. You're too stubborn for your own good. One day I'll get you to agree we're best friends. How many of you are already shipping these two? I see you there. I see you shipping them. Like, no! Mine! Mine! I'm kidding, of course. Hell will freeze over before that day comes. So cold, and I thought we had such a beautiful relationship. You're breaking my heart over here, Emmett. Emmett, the famous heartbreaker. I like the sound of that. Don't encourage him. He'll never stop. Oh, please, encourage me more. I'm like a puppy. I need attention. Yes, exactly. Just like a puppy. Desperately in need of discipline. Since you're here, Emmett, I was wondering if you'd like to come out for dinner with us tomorrow night. No, thank you. Scared that Eden will bite? He's going? Yeah, so far it's me, Eden, and Lucille. I'd like to ask Florian and Winnie too. I'd really like you to come, if that makes a difference. Fine. I will make a spot in my otherwise packed schedule. I hope you appreciate the effort. What a gentleman, Emmett. How very unlike you to change your mind. Maybe you have a soft spot for Lion, eh? I have nothing of the sort. I am merely agreeing so that someone responsible can be on hand to keep things under control. Emmett shrugged out of Eden's grasp and then brushed himself off. Now, if that is all, I need to speak with Lion. In private. Well, when you put it like that, I can't help but wonder about your relationship. Do tell me what happens. Nothing is going to happen. It is a simple discussion and nothing more. Is that a blush I see on your cheeks? Maybe you're the one who needs glasses here. Stop making things up. Allow me to escort you out, Sir Eden, so that Sir Emmett and Lion may talk in peace for a moment. What a noble way of throwing me out. Well, it was nice meeting you, Lion. I hope to see you around town, huh? Definitely. It's been a pleasure. I'll let you know more about my services later, but drinks first. I'm a very hands-on worker. I like to get to know my business partners before we work together. Ugh. Sounds great. See you tomorrow, Eden. Lucille put a hand on Eden's back and saw him out the door. When he finally exited the store, the bell tinkling as he did. Pardon the intrusion. As I said, we need to talk. Sure, what's up? Did you miss me so badly you had to come see me first thing? Don't be absurd. Did you give my business card to anyone? No, of course not. Why would I? I'm keeping your number all to myself, thank you. Damn it. If you are not responsible, then that's even more concerning. How did they find me and get a hold of my number? Who? What's going on? It's my previous employer. What would they want? Wait, did you do accounting for a criminal organization or something? I worry about the fantasies that are going on in that head of yours. Forget it. I'll deal with it myself. You're kind of making me worried here. You're a client. There's no need to worry about me. Nuh-uh, we're close acquaintances now. I think that means I'm legally allowed to worry about you. I'm no solicitor, but I'm certain that's not how this works. So you're trying to argue that me worrying about you is illegal? What? No, stop talking such nonsense. I can't believe you call me nonsensical, Mr. Accountant for a crime syndicate. That's not... Forget it. You're impossible. Emmett pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, almost like he was in pain. It's nothing like that. Nothing illegal, at the very least. Let's just say I terminated my contract early and they aren't happy about it. Well, they can't force you to go back, can they? I'd like to say no, but they're so obsessed with their rules and regulations that they might have some obscure way to try and make me work for them again. And that will be a bad thing, right? I left for a reason. Ugh, what a terrible start to an otherwise good morning. At least you got to see me. As I said, thank you for your concern, Lion. It was not necessary, but, well, thank you, anyway. What you guys whispering about? Is it secrets? Ooh, I love secrets. Come on, tell me. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Oh, Winnie. Good morning. Have you and Emmett met before? Does watching him from the corner of the room count? I don't think so. Then nope. My name is Winnie. Nice to meet you. So what is happening? None of your business, Miss Winona. Just Winnie's fine. Fine, Miss Just Winnie. No, I mean, I'm just Winnie. As I said, Miss Just Winnie. So dumb. I love him. Fine, I'll be Miss Just Winnie, but you have to be Mr. Tall and Serious. Mr. Finch will suffice. Mr. always looks like he's got to stick up his butt. I feel like that one might be a bit long. Thank you for noticing. It takes a lot of effort to maintain. I like you. You're funny. Funny isn't the word I'd use, but if you'd prefer it, then be my guest. Now if that is all, I have other things to attend to. Hey, Emmett? Yes? This all could have been a text, you know? And? I'm just saying, I feel like you stopped by just to see me. You would be incorrect, as I gave you my number, but you never gave me yours. Good day, Mix Marigold. Miss Just Winnie. At that, Emmett turned on his heels and walked out the door, the bell jingling as he did. Winnie turned and waved her hand, watching as he left. So, what was that about? A romantic tryst? A secret rendezvous? The beginnings of forbidden love? Do you read a lot of romance novels or something, Winnie? Well, it does get boring around here sometimes. Emmett just doesn't realize it yet. I'd rather have a romantic tryst with you. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. Okay, look, if I had to choose, right, between Emmett and Winnie, like, I would go with Winnie. I would pick Winnie. Being so for real. But if I really had a choice, if I truly had a choice, okay, like, Quinn and Florian. These two are my choices. So I'm gonna get a point here. Why not? Why not? Anyway, a romantic tryst with Emmett? Not really my type. Ooh, okay. This I have to hear. What's your type? Short, full of energy. Got it. Likes playing pranks. Who doesn't? Purple hair. Ooh, like me? Maybe a little see-through. Wait a second! Do you mean me? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Are you totally head over heels in love with me? Is that what you were talking to Mr. Buttstick about? I'm just messing around. It was all work stuff, nothing that interesting. You are cute though, Winnie. Well, of course. By the way, Winnie, I wanted to ask you something. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow night? Dinner? With you? Oh, are you inviting me on a date? Well, sure, a date with me, Emmett, Lucille, Eden, and hopefully Florian. We're all gonna be a big happy family. Okay, so this is not a one-on-one thing. Boo! Did you want it to be one-on-one? Well, of course, I want to get to know you better. Well, a bigger group doesn't have to stop that, does it? Plus, we can always hang out here. I want to get to know you better too, Winnie. Yeah, that sounds fun. Winnie shifted and fiddled with her hands. Can I think about it and let you know later? Yeah, sure. It's not until tomorrow anyway, so there's no rush. If you don't want to, you don't have to either. Oh no, I super want to. I'll let you know. Alright, I better get ready to open up anyway. Okie dokie. See you later, alligator. Winnie gave a small wave, then floated up and through the ceiling. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. I have to pay my bills. Shit. I'm gonna clean the store. I think, yeah, the store's a little filthy, so I might as well do it. Yep. Right. Pay my bills. Okay. You sat down at your desk, ready to go over the week's bills. All right, you paid your bills in full of $150. God damn it. You're leaning against the counter, eating the last of your food supplies when Florian comes in through the front door, nearly dragging his bag behind him. You thought it would be impossible, but somehow he looked even more tired than usual. Hey, Florian. Long night? He pulled off his usual disguise. Good morning, night, afternoon. Fuck. Whatever it is. A brilliant start to your shift. Can I get you a coffee or something? Yeah. Wait, no. Ugh. Seriously, are you okay? I'm fine. God, you're so nosy. It's just been a long few days. Florian dragged his bag over to the counter and sat down with a sigh. I can tell. You're looking worse every day. Gee, thanks. Florian's voice was a flat monotone, as if all the energy had been sucked out of him. You could always take a few days off. I'm sure we could manage. I'll have to take double shift on sweeping, but hey, I could use the arm workout. I do more than just sweeping, you know? Also, I don't want to. I'm not sick, It's fine. Stop worrying about me and worry about something more productive. Give me an example, Dan, and I'll consider it. Running the store? I think I've kinda got it down by now. Something else? Fuck, I don't know. All the supernatural stuff you're struggling with? Yeah, actually about that. What? I think I might be a witch or wizard or something along those lines. God, what changed overnight? To make a long story short, a magic book with the worst personality ever pretty much hit me in the face with the revelation. I'm fine. You know what? Sure, magic books. Great. Really? That's all? What do you want me to say? You're a witch? Hooray! Let's celebrate. I kind of thought you'd have a bit more to say than that. Do you know my aunt was like this? Well, there was certainly something wrong with her. Hey. I don't mean... Look, she's eccentric and she lives here. There was always going to be something up with her. So you didn't know if she was a witch? Nope. She tends to keep things to herself. It's kind of her thing. And you're fine with that. Look, she pays me. I don't care if she's a witch or an alien or anything else, just as long as my bills get paid. I'm sure you have sick leave, you know? You ought to use it. I'm not sick. Leave it. Jeez, alright, I'll drop it. Florian let out a breath. Sorry, I've just had a shit few days. If you're a witch or whatever, maybe you have a spell to give me my energy back. He laughed weakly, then rested his head on the counter. I'd give anything to sleep right now. You can use my bed if you like. I can't think of anything weirder than sleeping in Sylvie's room. I think the bed smells more like me than her, if that helps. It does not. It's not for lack of trying anyway. Thanks for the offer, though. Do I get away? Hey, I am of course going to. He reached out and gave him a pat on his head. His hair was actually very soft. Wait, what are you doing? Sorry, really, it was kind of a force of habit. It kind of reminded me of my mom's dog. Your mom's dog? Yeah, when she's grumpy, she puts her head down like that too. My bad. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you're much softer than her. Whatever. I have work to do. He practically flew away from the counter, cheeks turning bright red. Sorry, Florian! With that, you finished up your lunch break and got back to work. You're sweeping up under a table when you notice something. A sock! A sock with rainbow stripes and polka dots. It seems strangely out of place amongst all the dusty antiques, but somehow, someone had dropped it by accident. Is this Aunt Sylvie's? Doesn't really seem like her style. He bent over lower and noticed a second sock and a third. None of them matching, of course, which led you to believe they could have belonged to your aunt. She did seem like the type of person who could pull off mismatched socks after all. Your eyes searched around the store, seeking out any further stray socks. What? Ooh! Ooh! Please! Please! Yes! 10! There, peeking out from beneath a stack of old magazines, you reached under and pulled out another sock, this time decorated with cartoon penguins, and then you noticed another, and another, all in an almost suspicious line leading you to... There, at the edge of the counter, a basket filled to the brim with mismatched socks. You tipped it upside down and watched as dozens, then hundreds of socks began to spill out and covered the counter, then the floor. You flipped the basket back over to find it just as full as when you began. No worse for wear from the massive avalanche of socks that had just covered the entire storefront. I guess someone will find infinite mismatched socks useful. What the hell? Cool. With quality poor? Damn it! Store cleanliness increased. Nice. It was a little past 5 p.m. when you finally flipped over the sign on the door to close and let out a drowsy sigh. What a day. You say that every day, you know, like a broken record. Well, every day is exhausting. In a good way, though. How can anything be exhausting in a good way? Haven't you ever finished something and been tired but really proud of your work? Nope. I usually finish shit, then wish I'd never started it in the first place. You're kind of a pessimist. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows. That's true. Well, bad things will always happen, but life goes on. Ain't that kind of cool? Not really. Maybe if you didn't frown so much, you'd be more positive. I don't think it works like that. Give it a try. See, just copy my face. It's really easy. Just relax your muscles and... Nope, still frowning, I see. It's not a frown, it's just my face. That is unfortunate for you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Noisy must run in your family or something. Noisy, annoying, and a complete pain in the ass. You forgot gorgeous, charming, and funny? No, trust me, I don't. You grinned and Florian turned away from you, looking around the store. It looked as it always did. A mess of knickknacks and clutter, but a clean one. Florian did a good job. even if you always try to deny it. Hey, Florian, I was wondering something. You're always wondering something or another. You never stop asking questions. It's good to have an inquisitive brain. You know, keeps me young or something like that anyway. Is it? Seems like a lot of effort, especially when you could just keep your mouth shut and think to yourself instead. Anyway, as I was saying, I know that you grew up in town, but not much else. You haven't always worked here, right? What'd you do before? Is it important? That depends on how important you think getting to know each other is. Not important, then. I think you default to being mean when you feel shy. Look, I used to be in college, but that didn't work out, and I've dropped out. There's a college here? That's surprising. I didn't know the population of Willowmist could support it. Nope. It was in the city. Didn't you say you always lived here? I was only gone a few months. It hardly counts. Well, why'd you drop out? Got bored of your major? Why is this so important to you? You've got a magic book upstairs, right? Why don't you go bug it instead? Look, I don't know if Barnabas would like that. He has a name? Hey, I didn't pick it. He came pre-named, so to be fair, Barnabas is kind of a rocking name. You're changing the subject! Barnabas has nothing to do with this. I'm interested in you. Health complications, alright. I couldn't stay, but I also couldn't come back when... Fine. If you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you, but can we sit down? My head is killing me. Of course, we can use my room upstairs, if that's alright with you. Florian looked to the side, a dusting of red appearing on his cheeks. Now who's trying to get me into bed? I never mentioned bed, did I? I never mentioned anything about my bed. You're the one thinking that. I never... No need to deny it. You literally just brought it up. Look, you're cute, but I think that's jumping ahead a little, don't you? I'm not... You don't... Ugh! With that, Florian turned around and stomped upwards, huffing the entire way up. I freaking love how the dev actually writes tsunderes. Welcome to my humble abode, Sir Florian. God, shut up. You sound like Lucille. Is that a bad thing? I know you two are pretty different, but I hope that's not a problem. One Lucille is enough. That's all. It's not like I hate her. She's just... a lot. Alright, I'll try to keep my chivalry to a minimum, my fair liege. You flopped down onto your couch, sinking onto the cushions. Florian followed, though much more cautiously, perching himself on the opposite end. He looked around the room, his gaze lingering on the photo frame. It had been there when you arrived, a picture of a much younger Aunt Sylvie, holding a baby. Must have been you. This place is weirdly empty. You think? It's packed with all sorts of stuff here. I sometimes wonder where my aunt got it all. No, I mean, Sylvie has a big personality. She kind of filled any space she was in. I'm trying my best over here. I guess it's alright with you here too. Hey, I'll take second best to her. She's amazing. Anyway, what were we talking about? You dropping out of college? Right. Florian blinked a few times, as if his eyes were trying to stay open. Are you feeling okay? Stop asking me that. I'm fine. He gently rubbed his temples, then shook his head. Just a headache. It's no big deal. Anyway, college. I just had some health shit and I left, but... Look, I won't sugarcoat it and I'm not asking for your pity. My dad ran off after my little sister was born, and my mom struggled to raise both of us. I quit high school to have a couple of part-time jobs to help her. Florian. I'm sorry. You do what you do to have to... You do what you have to do to survive. It's fine. But she... My mom... She secretly saved up to send me to college. For years without telling me. Then she just sent me off. She wanted the best for you. Yeah, but why should that best not include them? But fine. Whatever. I went and I couldn't face them when I dropped out. They think I'm still in the city, living my life, getting my degree, and I can't bring myself to tell them otherwise. So wait, they live in Willowmist but have no clue you're here too? Florian, Why? They will probably love to see you. I can't face them. She gave up everything for me, and I just let her down completely. What am I meant to say? Hey, Mom, turns out I'm a fuck-up who couldn't even make it through a semester of college. Surprise! She'd be happy seeing you and knowing you're safe. That's what parents do, especially if it's health-related. I can't. It's not like I'm... Ugh! Florian's head sank down into his hands, his shoulders trembling. I'm not who I was when I left. I can't... I'm not her perfect little son anymore. Put a hand on his shoulder. This is not gonna kill me right now. I'm gonna make another save. I pull him into a hug. Without thinking, you lean forward and pull Florian into a hug. He stiffened, his breath catching and his hands hovering over your back. What are you... I'm sorry, Florian. Really. Slowly, though, his arms wrapped around you and squeezed you tight. It's not like it's your fault. There's no reason to be sorry. I just want to go home and feel like things are normal again. Can't you? I truly, honestly believe that your mom would be just as happy to see you. It's not just that I don't deserve it anymore. I can't trust myself around her or my sister. Trust yourself. Even you should be keeping your distance. God, you're so fucking naive. I'll just mess everything up for you. Everything I touch just falls apart. I don't think that's true. I'm right here and I haven't fallen apart yet. The store hasn't fallen down around us. You're not destroying anything. Yet. I didn't want to share any of this shit. You know that? It's embarrassing. There's no shame in feeling emotions. Isn't that just proof we're human? I know it's difficult for you, and I can't just magically make it better, but if you need someone to talk to, or anything else, you can rely on me. You're too nice, you know? You're gonna end up getting taken advantage of. By who? You? I don't think you have the energy to take advantage of anyone, even if you wanted to. Thanks. I guess. Florian pulled back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Seriously, though, don't say anything about this to anyone. Our secret. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, you know? Hardly. You've known me for less than 24 hours and you've already broadcast my existence to the entirety of this quaint little establishment. At this rate, I expect you'll be handing out pamphlets by week's end. Truly, your discretion is legendary. What the? There he is, my favorite talking book in the whole world. Not a lot of competition there, but don't let that hurt your feelings. To be fair, I haven't told everyone yet. Only Florian. Oh, Florian. Florian. Meet Barnabas. Barnabas, Florian. It literally talks. Did you think I was making it up? No, but I didn't expect... My reputation precedes me. As always, hello, Florian. It is a pleasure to meet a friend of my esteemed master, or some such drivel. Barnabas isn't very nice, if you haven't noticed. No shit. You will have to excuse me, as I was rudely interrupted in the middle of my rest. Your rest? What does the book have to be so tired about anyway? Oh, plenty of things, you impudent creature. The effort it takes to communicate with my new master, for example, is truly a Herculean task. That Barnabas floated across the room and landed on the desk. It just flies? God, I'm too tired for this shit. Now I've embarrassed myself in front of 2 people. Great. Fortunately for you, I have the displeasure of being in service only to my pitiful master, and as such, have no one to share your shame with. Just ignore him. I'll put him in the drawer if he keeps this up. The audacity! Fine, silence me, but mark my words, you will soon regret it! This must be a lot for you too. Yeah, just a little bit. I like to think I'm pretty good at running with things, but sometimes, to be honest, I don't really know where to start. But I've got all the time in the world to work it out anyway. Aren't you going home in 3 months? Okay, I've got 3 months to work it out. Well, thanks, Florian. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make it worse. I'm just kidding. Really, I'm having fun. I'll be fine. I wish I had a drop of your optimism. Change fucking sucks. Yeah, but sometimes it can be really great too. I've only been here a week and it feels like I've made a bunch of friends. It's really, really great. Yeah, well, you're easy to like. Am I now? For some people, not me. You don't like me at all? No! Damn, I already planned out a wedding and everything. What? Our 3 kids, Alexis, Jasmine, and Michael, a white picket fence, and a dog named Bobo. And you just throw it all away? Throw it all away? It doesn't exist. You're delusional. So, that's a no to my proposal? No. So it's a yes? No, I mean, it's... God, you're frustrating. I love you too. Don't say things like that. But seriously, Bobo? What kind of name is that? Well, it's a stupid name. What do you suggest then? Toaster. Okay. Oh my god, I love Toaster. But in case anyone was wondering, Bobo, I forgot what it actually means. I know it means something very different in the Philippines. I forgot what it is. Toaster. It's a good name for a dog. It is not better than Bobo. I disagree. In Florian's more than serious tone, you couldn't help but grin. Fine. Toaster it'll be. Hey, that's not... I feel like I've just been scammed into a marriage. You have. This is all legally binding. God, please tell me you're joking. I am, but... I do like you, Florian, as much as you try to be unlikable. I'm not saying we need to be best friends, but I do hope that we can get along. Yeah, fine. I wouldn't mind being friends with you, and you're not terrible to work with. We're getting somewhere now. Hey, what's your sister like? I can imagine you as a super doting older brother, now that I think about it. I mean, yeah, I guess I was. She's super bossy and a pain in the ass, but... Well, she's my sister. How old is she? 10. Probably 11 now, actually. Got any photos? You scooted a little closer to Florian on the couch. Yeah, I think so. Florian reached into his pocket and took out his phone, flipping through his photo album. You couldn't help but lean in to see what was on his screen. You could see pictures of a little girl, a woman who must be his mother, and Florian himself, though a few years younger. It was hard not to notice how much brighter Florian looked. He liked his signature eye bags, and he has a wide smile on his face. It was the kind of smile you'd never seen from him. That's her. You two look so similar. You could be twins. Sure, if I wasn't 13 years older than her. Mom had me young. She's adorable, Florian. Your mom looks really nice too. In response, you pulled out your own phone, scrolling through until you found a picture of you standing next to your mom, back when you moved into your first apartment, which was also the apartment you just moved out of. This is my mom, a few years ago. Wow, your genes run strong, huh? Yeah, my aunt and her look pretty similar, don't you think? This was back when I moved out of the home. I lived in this little apartment right in the middle of the city. Sounds noisy. Yeah, I didn't sleep a lot. You let out a soft laugh before locking your phone and placing it back down on the table. That apartment was so weird. Did you know that the elevator fell like a dozen times? There was an earthquake localized to just the building and a crane rammed in the first floor, all in a single year? Seriously? Yeah, but not a single person got hurt. I swear to God, someone in that building upset the Grim Reaper or something. Wait a minute! For the first time since you met him, Florian smiled, his hand coming up to his mouth as he tried to muffle a laugh. Maybe you're cursed or something. Well, with everything else going on, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. You've got a nice smile, you know? Florian blinked, and his cheek slowly turned red. What? I said you have a pretty nice smile, that's all. I don't really mean anything by it, it's just nice to see. You come up with the most random things. You're meant to just think that kind of shit, not say it. He leaned back, smacking his head gently a few times on the back of the sofa. My headache is killing me. I've got painkillers in the bathroom cabinet if you want. They don't really help, but fuck it. I'll try. You hopped off the couch and headed to the bathroom. Your aunt had left an assortment of pills and medicine in the cupboard, but you didn't have a clue on what most of them were for. You scooped up the painkillers, then popped it back out. Florian was still in the same spot, but his eyes were shut tight, and his chest gently rose and fell with each breath. Don't tell me another imbecile is moving into my quarters. Shh, be quiet. He's sleeping. And these aren't your quarters. I'm just letting you stay here with me because I'm nice. Shh, Barnabas, they say. You're interrupting the poor, tired man's beauty sleep, they cry. Well, fine. I'll be silent, then, if that is what you desire. Carefully, you draped a knitted blanket over Florian's legs, then settled in next to him, watching his sleeping face. He looked peaceful, much more peaceful than when he was awake. God, you really were exhausted. You have to take better care of yourself, you know that? Well, you probably hate me for it, but I'll let you rest for a bit, okay? Maybe I'll close my eyes for a bit too. Just a little bit. That'd be okay, right? Night, Florian. With a yawn, you drifted off to sleep as well. It's not going to move on to the next day. I knew it! You woke up to the sound of someone shifting beside you, amongst the otherwise gentle hum of night. Lazily, you opened your eyes, expecting to see Florian on his feet, embarrassed about falling asleep beside you, but instead noticed a shadowed figure hovering above you. Leaning towards you? What? Die! Oh, I am in danger! You blinked, trying to wake up your sluggish mind, and finally realized it was Florian. He was close to you, and his eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant and unfocused. One hand was down beside you, and the other braced against the couch to the side of your head. A sudden chill ran through your body, despite the warmth still lingering in the air. Florian? No response came from Florian. He remained completely still, staring at you. No, not you, but at your neck? His head dipped lower. The faintest brush of his nose against your skin sent a jolt through your nerves, and suddenly, the sluggish fog in your mind cleared as his mouth was inches from your neck, his breath hot against your skin. Your eyes went to his face, and then you noticed something, a flash of something pointed and sharp between his parted lips. Fangs. Your body tensed, your heart hammered in your chest, and his breath hitched like he could hear it. Florian? No response. It was almost as if he wasn't truly himself. His posture was wrong, like he was acting on instinct alone, and in the dark, with a glint of moonlight reflecting off his eyes, his gaze looked almost empty. You felt the faintest graze of his teeth against your skin, a breath's distance from sinking in now. A shiver ran down your spine, but you managed to keep a lid on the panic threatening to break through. I touch him! You lifted a hand and reached out. Cupping Florian's cheek, the movement caused his eyes to open wider, and his lips paused. Slowly, and ever so gently, you brushed your thumb across his cheek, expecting warmth radiating from his skin, but instead, finding him as cold as a corpse. Your hand shook slightly, and your breath was ragged and shallow. Are you there? At the sound of his name, he blinked a few times, then looked down. When he saw where he was, he recoiled as if burned, falling off the sofa and landing heavily on the floor. His breathing was erratic and his hands were shaking, but he couldn't bring himself to look up. Shit! Fuck, I didn't mean to. Florian, it's okay, calm down. You push yourself off the couch and crouch next to Florian. Don't come near me! Florian, seriously, it's fine. It's okay, just take a breath. You tried to put a hand on his shoulder, but he backed up, his face twisted in a pained grimace. Just don't come near me. Fuck, I can't believe I'm a fucking idiot. I shouldn't be here around people. Fuck! You didn't hurt me. But I wanted to. I wanted to for so long. But you didn't. You inched forward until you were next to Florian again. He turned his face away from you, but didn't protest. His breath was coming fast and ragged, but he couldn't quite catch it. Don't say it. I'm not a vampire. You could see Florian's body trembling, even in the dark. I have to go. Is that what this sickness has been about? You're hungry. I can't do this. Not again. I can't do this to anyone. As quickly as he could manage, Florian pushed himself up and ran for the door. Florian! He was fast. Faster than he should have been, especially given how weak and shaky he had looked. In moments, you heard the door downstairs slam shut. You jumped to your feet and rushed downstairs, knowing full well that Florian was long gone, but wanting to try anyway. Damn it. Are you looking for Florian? Oh, Winnie. You turned to see her sitting on the counter, transparent legs hanging over the ledge. Yeah, I was hoping he'd still be here, I guess. He ran off really quick. He looked upset about something. It's complicated, but I think I might have hurt his feelings. You don't happen to know where he lives or his number, do you? No, Florian doesn't really share that kind of stuff. Right. I'll have to talk to him tomorrow then. Yay! Damn it! Oh! I guess this is the wave of the dev saying, I'm sorry about that, I guess. Ability to negotiate and sweet talk customers, increased chances of customers paying more during haggling, buy more than one item, and offers you better deals in markets and auctions. Luck, handiwork, quality of restored items, and increases the odds of getting the shop sparkling clean. Oh, wait, did I not upgrade my smarts? Wait, how did I not upgrade my smarts? I'm pretty sure I did. Weird. But I'll take it. Wait, what's this? Oh, wait, I single. They single. Wait, are there more? Are there more people I can flirt with? Why is it just Lucille? Wait, hang on. Oh! Yay. Your eyes went up to the clock. It was only 7:30 p.m. You hadn't slept for more than an hour or two. It felt like much longer. Your stomach growled, and you remembered that you haven't eaten dinner yet, and that you were pretty much out of food. I'll have to head out and find a grocery store, so I guess I'll just keep an eye out for Florian. Not that I'll likely find him at a grocery store, if he's really a vampire. You turn towards the door before stopping in your tracks. Is everything alright? Winnie's legs stopped kicking back and forth, and she stared towards the ground, biting her lip. She fiddled with her sleeves and kept her eyes away from yours. You asked me about going out for dinner with you, right? Yeah? That's right. I'd love you to come. And I forgot to ask Florian. Well, I want to go. That's great. But I'm really scared. Scared? I haven't ever tried to leave the building. Wait, not even once? No, I'm scared that if I try, I'll just disappear. Winnie's shoulders dropped, and she sighed. It's dumb, I know it is, but I've been here for as long as I remember, and I don't know if I still exist outside this building. What if the only reason I've lasted this long is because I've stayed here? What if I really am dead, and if I leave, I'll pass on? Winnie's eyes went down to her feet, and she swung them back and forth slowly. Hey, it's alright, Winnie. Seriously, it's okay. It sounds scary. If you would rather stay here, we can do something else. Just the two of us. But I want to go. I want to spend time with everyone and laugh and have fun. I don't care if I can't eat or anything. I don't want to be alone anymore. But I'm too scared. I'm always too scared. You approached the counter and reached out, placing a hand over hers. It didn't feel like anything. You couldn't truly touch her, but the thought was there. If you want to do it, then do it. Be brave. I'll be there, right beside you. You won't have to do it alone. Winnie hesitated for a moment, then pulled her hand back and floated down from the counter. Okay, you're right. I want to go. Thanks, Lion. You're the best. Did you want to try coming out with me now? No! Thanks, but I think I need to build myself up for tomorrow. Alright then, it's a date. If you change your mind, just tell me, okay? Okay. At that, you double-checked your keys before heading out into the growing night. I knew the night wasn't over yet. The air was crisp and cold as you stepped out the front door, and the wind rustled the trees that lined the streets. There didn't seem to be anyone else wandering about, but then, you suppose most people would be sitting down for dinner or tucked into bed for an early night's rest by now. Bundling your clothes closer to your body, you started on your way to the main square. The town square was a little more lively than the store, but not by much. It seemed as if a good portion of the shops were closed or closing for the night, and only a few people wandered the streets. It was a far cry from the bustling crowds and the bright lights of the city. The streets were clean and quiet, and the houses were well maintained without any signs of graffiti or broken windows. You could get used to this sort of life. You eyed the various stores around the area, a bookshop, a coffee shop, a hardware store, a pharmacy. Then you saw it, nestled in the corner of the street, a small grocery store, the same one Lucille had pointed out to you when you'd gone out for dinner together just the other night. The light inside was on and a small open sign hung in the window. You walked towards it, keeping an eye out for Florian, but to no success. The inside was what you would expect of a grocery store, though much smaller in scale than the big stores back home. The aisles were narrow and the shelves were cramped, but it seemed like they had pretty much anything you'd need. The lone cashier nodded to you as you passed. No self-checkouts here, which didn't surprise you. You won't take over today, computer overlords. You grabbed a basket and began picking out the basics. Milk, eggs, butter, that sort of thing. Twice in a day. I think that's what they call fate. You turned, hearing a now familiar voice behind you, to see Eden leaning against his shopping cart, red hair tousled. Unless, of course, you just couldn't stay away and decided to seek me out, in which case, I'm even happier. Eden grinned, and it was a little infectious. Actually, the allure of a full stomach pulled me here. Well, fate it is then. So, what are you making for dinner? I'm tossing up between a sandwich or a cup of noodles. Oh, you shouldn't break out the fine china just for me. Oh, but I always like to impress on the first date. The cup noodles are usually a hit. I have a slightly more refined palate. How about instant mac and cheese? The microwavable kind? Of course. Now you're speaking my language. You're cute. You know that? And I think Lucille was telling the truth about you being a shameless flirt. I'll have you know that I'm the pinnacle of virtue. If a person is beautiful, shouldn't they be told so? Eden leaned over his cart further, his eyes scanning you up and down. And you are definitely beautiful. I'd be flattered. but I bet you're like this with everyone. Only the most beautiful ones. He grinned, and you rolled your eyes, though a smile crept onto your face. You glanced down to his shopping cart, but you were surprised to not see any food. You instead noticed an assortment of cleaning products, gloves, string, and duct tape. Suddenly, my dinner looked like a 5-star restaurant compared to yours. Not hungry for duct tape? Maybe as a treat after dinner. You both laughed, and it was like a weight lifted off from your chest. The events of earlier that night melted away, if only for the moment. I do a lot of DIY stuff, so I'm stocking up. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Cleaning products, gloves, string, and duct tape. It sounds like bro is trying to kidnap a very small lad. Really? That doesn't look like woodworking supplies to me. You do look like someone who knows a lot about woodworking. I've worked with wood once or twice in my life, yeah. Oh, really? Care to show me sometime? Sure, just tell me where to send the bill for my services. Being a woodworker yourself, you'd probably know all the right techniques, wouldn't you? Well, I've been told I'm pretty good with my hands, yeah, and I'm very open to critique. We just have to practice until you're satisfied. Eden smirked and pushed his cart to the side, letting another customer through. Care to join me, or would you rather stay in the condiments aisle forever? I can think of worse aisles to be stuck in, but I think I'll join you. The two of you start to walk through the aisle, and Eden took your basket and placed it in his cart. Wouldn't want your arms getting tired. So, mysterious shopkeep, I'm incredibly curious about you. Really? You're the talk of the town, after all. Things must be really slow if I'm the talk of the town. Oh, you know how small towns are. They'll find anything to gossip about. He picked up a bottle of olive oil and dropped it into the... Why the olive oil? And yet, despite being the most interesting thing that's happened here in months, no one knows much about you. Most people assume that Sylvie didn't have any relatives. He glanced over at you. As far as I'm aware, she's never left Willowmist either. What could pull her away so suddenly and drop you in her place? If you say please, I might be honest with you. Oh, pretty please. I have no clue. Really, I'm not trying to be evasive, but honestly, I don't know. I have no clue why she decided to leave. She wrote me a letter and asked me to come, and here I am. She'd already left when I arrived. So a mystery then. Even more interesting. But that doesn't say much about you. Want to tell me a bit more about yourself? Depends on what you want to know. If it's the numbers on my credit card, probably not. Oh, where you grew up, for example. What's your parents like? What's your favorite color? Eden grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Take your pick. Whatever you're willing to share. Ooh, honesty. You want me to condense all of my interesting experiences and history down to a few sentences? I'd take an essay if you had one. I don't, but it's never too late to start. In the meantime, I grew up in the city with my mom and didn't know my dad. C's all the way through school, and my favorite color is green. Your turn. Well, actually, I do have an essay prepared, so... He reached into his overshirt as if he had something hidden there, but came up with nothing. Damn, must have left it at home. I'm sure you can give me a synopsis, at least. I made a few recent amendments you might enjoy. For example, did you know that I've discovered quite recently that my favorite color is orange? Uh-huh. And I bet when you meet someone with blue eyes, your favorite color is blue. Do I really seem that shallow? I think Lucille doesn't dislike people for no reason. Eden glanced around as if to check no one was watching. Don't tell me you brought your god dog with you grocery shopping. Maybe I did. She'll jump out when you least expect it. I promise I'll be on my very best behavior then. Eden added a few more things to his cart, mostly small things and nothing that could be considered a meal alone. A single potato, flour, but no other baking ingredients, a box of gelatin. Amidst the chatter, you found food for dinner too. Okay, either sandwich or instant noodles. I would go for the sandwich. Sandwiches would have to do for now. Proper meals could start tomorrow. You found fresh bread in the bakery area of the store and some lettuce, tomato, and cheese. The two of you continued circling the store until you found everything you came for. dinner for the night, some fresh fruit, and a few essentials like soap and toothpaste. It wasn't much, but it'll do. Eden, however, kept your basket hostage in his cart as it continued onwards in no sort of rush. So, have you always been a carpenter? Oh no, I tried my hands at a lot of things, actually. A jack of all trades, master of none, that sort of thing. Most recently, I was a bartender, but wasn't for me. Before that, a cook, a painter, photographer, waiter too. Is any of that actually true? At least half of it. Probably. Maybe. Really though, I didn't come out into the world expecting to be a carpenter. Just sort of happened. It was a niche I needed filling in Willowmist. The last carpenter disappeared under mysterious circumstances that had nothing to do with me. Why do I doubt everything you say to me? Maybe you're a good judge of character. He added a few more things to the cart and then began pushing it down another aisle, one you'd already been down twice already. What made you pick carpentry though? That's a pretty specific skill. Like I said, I'm good with my hands. He looked down at his hands, but he was still wearing the same gloves from that morning. There's something satisfying about making something real with your own hands. You start with an idea, a few scraps of wood, and then suddenly, there it is. Something solid. Something that exists because you willed it to. I think that's what I like about it. You take something raw, shape it into what it's supposed to be. Simple, straightforward. A piece of wood doesn't argue with you about what it should be. That's oddly deep coming from you. What can I say? I'm an oddly deep man. I'm sure you'll get to know that about me soon enough. He added a few more items to the cart before continuing onwards again. You follow, more amused than anything else. I'm starting to wonder if you're leading me in circles, Eden. You can't blame a man for wanting good company. So it was on purpose! Of course. I wouldn't miss the chance to spend more time with you. I suppose now the game is up. Shall we? He motioned towards the counter where the cashier was still idling away. Grabbing a basket out of the cart, you checked out first, then headed outside. It had gone much cooler again while you'd been inside. The breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and a few stray leaves spiraled down from the branches and landed in your hair. You reached up and shook them loose. Eden followed closely behind, carrying several bags. Thanks for waiting. What, did you think I'd ditch you and run off? Maybe. I don't think I've got a good read on you yet, Lion. You're interesting. I was considering it, but then I imagined you standing all alone in the cold with big, sad puppy dog eyes. I couldn't do it. Big, sad puppy dog eyes, huh? So that's the kind of man I am on your mind? I don't mind playing the part. Well, I was gonna say a lost child at the supermarket, but I thought you might take offense. He flashed you a playful grin before glancing around the road. The street lamps cast a soft glow over the little park nearby. The swings swayed gently in the breeze, creaking faintly under their own weight. Now, since you were kind enough not to abandon me, allow me to return the favor. What favor is that? You're not going to grab my shopping and keep me hostage again, are you? He nodded towards the empty swings, then tilted his head at you expectantly. I happen to know that the swings over there have the best view of the stars in town. Trust me. His grin widened. Or not, if you don't want to. Alone in the park watching the stars? How romantic. I didn't realize that was your style, Eden. Oh, and what did you think my style was? Well, wham bam, thank you ma'am, seemed more like your style. From my first expression of you, I thought you'd be more likely to invite me back to your place for tonight. Would you have said yes? Yes? Nah, probably not. Not the second time we met, anyway. And the third time? We'll see. Eden laughed. I'll have to try and impress you next time, then. Eden, somehow, with an arm full of bags of groceries, linked his free arm with yours and led the way over to the swings. They were, as he said, not too far away and completely deserted. A few small lamps cast the area in a pale yellow glow, and a couple of benches were positioned beneath the trees, their surface covered in leaves. You could see the moon above the treetops. There was something cozy about the place, secluded and peaceful, but not lonely. just a small, hidden space in the middle of the town, a perfect spot for a midnight rendezvous. Or just a place to chat, which was what you were actually doing. Eden set his groceries down on a bench, then walked over to the swings. Taking one of the two, you took the other, and he gently swung back and forth. CG time? CG time! So, what do you think of Willowmist so far? What I've seen has been beautiful. Kind people, great food, and the night is clear and cool. It's a lot quieter than back home. I could get used to this. And you're staying for 3 months. That's a decently long time, but also no time at all. Yeah, 3 months and then it's back home again. You sound a little disappointed about that. I don't know if I am or not, really. Things have just been a whirlwind ever since I arrived, and now it's already been a whole week. I'll blink and then it's time to leave. Eden chuckled and held a little tighter to the swing's chain, still looking up at the stars. Then why leave? Well, my mom's still back home. Even 3 months without seeing her is a long time. Don't you ever miss your parents all the way out there? I'm sure I would, if I knew them. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, don't be. Really, family is a little meaningless to me. So not raised by grandparents either? I had a more communal living experience, but forget that. I'm far more interested in you. Why don't bring your mom here too? She and my aunt don't have the best relationship. Not that I know why. I wish I could have gotten her here. She'd have loved it. He let out a small sigh and pushed the swing a little harder, tried to get a little more height. A shame. Knowing you and Sylvie, I bet she's incredible. You want to hit on my mom now too? I swear everyone in this town is after my family. Why would I do that when you're right here? I can just tell you already like it here. Would have been nice if she could see it through your eyes, don't you think? Yeah, maybe then I'd have some idea of why she and my aunt don't get along. I always thought family feuds were supposed to be dramatic, but I don't even know what started it. You've never asked. I have, a bunch of times, but every time she changed the subject or tells me to drop it, so eventually I did. Maybe you should ask your aunt. She might not have the same hang-ups. I'd love to, if I knew how to contact her. No address or anything. I literally have no clue where she went. Ever the mysterious woman. Anyway, 3 months is a long time to be away from home. No friends you're leaving behind. A job? A lover, maybe. Nope, no lover. Why? You offering? Eden laughed at that, a gentle yet hearty sound. Maybe I am. Keep me in mind, will you? How does such a lovely person not have anyone waiting for them back home, I wonder? Maybe I haven't found the right person yet. And, you mean, we met this morning after all? Wow, and you're already making assumptions about us. Someone's getting ahead of themselves. Someone has to. I'm not going to sit around and let someone else make the first move. Eden grinned. Besides, I don't think I've been imagining your interest in me, have I? Who can say? Maybe I'm just a friendly person. Maybe, but there's a difference between friendliness and flirtation. And I suppose you can tell the difference, do you? I like to think I'm not too bad at it, yes. Well, you're confident, I'll give you that. I do like confidence in a man. Confident I shall be, then. Eden leaned in slightly, his elbow resting on his knee, his eye glinting with mischief. And what else do you like, since we're on the topic? I don't know. Honesty? Good sense of humor? Lucky me, then. I happen to be hilarious. Debatable, I think. Oh? And here I thought I was making quite the impression. You are, just not necessarily the one you think. Eden placed a hand over his chest, feigning deep offense. Wounded I truly am, but if I am to be known for something, I'll take bold and devastatingly handsome over funny, I suppose. You rolled your eyes, but before you could make a quip back, his tone shifted, just enough to make you pause. I've always admired boldness, you know? Some people spend their whole lives waiting, hesitating, but I'd rather move forward. even if I don't always know where the path leads. That's an interesting way of looking at things, isn't it? If you're standing still, you're letting the world decide for you. He rocked back slightly, his gaze drifting towards the night sky, but his voice remained light, playful. If I had stood still, I wouldn't have met you, would I? Wow, is this how you get all your dates? Would it work if I was? You tell me. I think it might. For a brief moment, he fell quiet, swinging just a little, letting the cool night air settle between you. Then, with a slow inhale, he spoke again, softer this time, like a thought slipping out before he could catch it. I've never been the kind of person who was meant to stay in one place. I was made to move forward, to keep going, to see things through. His fingers curled loosely around the chains of the swing, and his gaze flickered towards the treetops, as if searching for something beyond them. I suppose people like me can't stop. If I sit still, the world will just keep changing without me after all. What happens when you get to where you're going? I suppose I'll let you know when I get there. Eden smiled, and he reached his hand out. Before you could react, he'd plucked a single leaf from your hair and held it up. He twirled the leaf between his fingers, watching it for a moment before tucking it behind your ear with a soft, deliberate touch. There. Perfect. You think so? I'm not sure a leaf is the best accessory. You make it work just fine. He leaned back slightly, resting his arm against the swing's chain as he regarded you, a slow, knowing smile on his lips. It's strange, isn't it? Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong, and others, they just fit somewhere, like they've been here all along. Are you talking about me or you? You. You're like a missing piece finally clicking into place. The quiet between you stretched on for a moment before Eden laughed and pushed himself off the swing. But enough about that. You should get some sleep before I convince you to stay out all night. You say that like it's a bad thing. I'd just hate to be responsible for you sleepwalking through your store tomorrow, and I wouldn't want you to miss our date. It is not a date if everyone's going. I'll just have to work extra hard to make sure you only look at me. Sorry, but my heart's with Florian. He scooped up his grocery bags with an easy motion, shifting them over his shoulder. Shooting you a playful glance, he took a few slow steps backwards, his silhouette cutting sharp against the lamplight. Don't miss me too much, alright? I think I'll survive, Eden. Good night. Nightline. Eden grinned, turning on his heel and sauntering off into the night, leaving only the faint echo of his footsteps on the quiet street. You exhaled, leaning back on the swing, watching the sky stretch vast and endless above you. The town was still, the only movement, the occasional rustling of the trees in the night breeze. Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong. With a shake of your head, you pushed yourself up from the swing, then collected your groceries from the bench. No! Fine. You began to trace back the path home that was quickly becoming familiar to you as the back of your hand. It wasn't long before you were back in the town square, though it was now completely deserted. The streets were empty, save for a cat darting into an alley. The only sound was the creak of a distant wind chime as it swayed softly. It's kind of a nice feeling, walking at night. Never realized that. You glanced upwards towards the sky. The moon shone bright and clear, illuminating the night and the surrounding houses. There wasn't a cloud in sight. A beautiful night, all for yourself. Or almost all for yourself. A flash of something caught your eye, the form of a tall, lanky figure sitting on a rooftop overlooking the square. He watched for a moment, little more than a shadow, before disappearing out of sight. You quickened your steps back to the store. You'd hoped to see Florian when you arrived back at the store, but he was still nowhere in sight. I wish I had his number or something. Approaching the counter, you searched for any kind of employee information your aunt might have left, but found nothing. No trace of where Florian nor Lucille lived, or a way to contact them. However, sitting on top of the counter, you found a sealed letter with Lion written on it. Settling down your groceries for a moment, you settled down on a stool, then quickly opened the wax seal to see your aunt's graceful handwriting. To my dearest Sprout, I hope this letter finds you well and that Willowmist is starting to feel a little less like a place you've arrived at and a little more like a place you could belong. I've no doubt you've been charming the town left and right, whether you've meant to or not. By now, you might be noticing that things here aren't always as they seem. Strange little happenings, peculiar folk with peculiar habits. You're sharp, my dear. You always have been. I won't insult you by pretending you haven't begun to put some pieces together. I wish I could have been the one to tell you everything myself, but, well, your mother would never have approved. She wanted you far away from all of this, and though she had her reasons, I always thought you should be able to decide for yourself. This store, our store, isn't just about antiques. It's about people. It's about community. It's about giving a little help to those who need it. Just enough to let them find their own way forward. Some of them have come a long way to get here. Some of them have nowhere else to go, but they all need something. And if you listen closely, you'll know exactly how to help them. I hope by now you've stumbled across the grumpy old book. Or rather, I hope he's found you. He's a stubborn little thing. Don't take it personally if he's been less than welcoming. He was built to be particular about his company after all. But if you listen, really listen, he has more wisdom tucked away in those pages than most people do in a lifetime. I know I left a lot on your shoulders, and I know it isn't fair, but I also know you can do this, my little Sprout. If anyone can, it's you. I have full belief in you. Take care of the store, take care of its people, take care of yourself. And please tell me you haven't tried to sell the bird vase. I told you it was cursed. With all my love, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. Tell Quinn I've been doing well and that I think of him often. He always did know how to make me laugh. I do hope the two of you have become acquainted. With a smile, you refolded the letter and tucked it away. All right, Aunt Sylvie. I'll do my best. You're still not telling me where you are, huh? Retrieving your groceries, you headed back upstairs to unpack. Day 7? No! Your room was much like how you left it. The window was still open, your bed was still unmade, and a cushion from the couch was still discarded on the floor from your wake-up call with Florian. A small amount of guilt settled into your stomach as you put away your groceries and made a late dinner. It wasn't much, but it was food. If it isn't my illustrious master, returned from whatever nocturnal nonsense has stolen your attention this time. Barnabas fluttered into view with a dramatic puff of air, as though he'd been holding his breath in indignation. I do hope your day's endeavors have been worth abandoning your faithful servant for hours on end. I imagine whatever inane nonsense kept you away was terribly important. Perhaps a riveting chat with one of your incredibly mundane customers. What? Are you saying you actually wanted my company? I thought you wanted to be alone! Please don't tell me I can actually smash the book! Of course, Master. I live to be ignored, neglected, and left stewing in stagnation while you frolic about with fanged employees and amateur spellwork. It brings me immeasurable joy to gather dust alone in your tiny, cramped abode. Something tells me you're being sarcastic right now. Oh, you don't say! What a master of deduction! How will I ever escape the clutches of your incredible intellect? I did ask if you wanted to come with me, you know. Which I did not. So what is it that you want exactly, then? Not to be alone, but also not to spend any time with me. Precisely. Your wisdom knows no bounds, Master. So, to be candid for a moment, I much prefer your company over the lurking menace you insist on calling an employee. Honestly, a vampire, Master. Did you already know? I could hardly call myself a grimoire if I did not know the scent of a vampire. I didn't think being a book had anything to do with smelling people, but alright. Right. I forgot that your brain lags behind sometimes, Master. Let me spell it out to you quite simply. Magic is in the air, the thread of reality, and the auras people leave behind. And vampires, they reek of old blood, undeath, and regret. They are more than simple to pick out. But by all means, continue trusting him. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong when employing an emotionally fraught bloodsucker with impulse control issues and a sad backstory. He's not really employed by me, he's employed by my aunt. And either way, Aunt Sylvie trusts him, and the store is a place for people who have nowhere else to belong. I wouldn't ever just throw him out. Barnabas let out a long, drawn-out sigh, as though his entire world had grown tiresome. Oh, farewell then. Continue ignoring my sage advice and do as you please. After all, it is your funeral, not mine. He turned his attention towards your half-eaten dinner and snorted derisively. A meal fit for a king, I see. A truly inspired use of your time and resources, master. You know, you're pretty judgy for a stack of paper. That's probably why you don't have any friends. You continue eating, waiting for Barnabas's almost guaranteed response. A stack of... The gall of you! The gall! I do not need nor desire friends. I live to serve, not frolic around and have fun like some... Oh yeah? Then why do you get so huffy every time I leave you alone? Barnabas fluttered indignantly, his pages puffing outward in an offended ripple. Because, master, leaving me unattended in this drafty little hovel is a waste of rare and precious genius. Not because I'm lonely. Heavens forbid. I simply find it offensive to be shelved when I am a once-in-a-millennia arcane artifact. Totally not lonely. I am above loneliness. Loneliness is for sentimental beings with soft heart. I am made of enchanted ink and intellect. Besides, I had plenty of company today. Lady Seraphina of House Moonridge accused Countess Belladonna of enchanting her husband with a love hex. Again, and the fallout was positively catastrophic. Wine flung, curses shouted, a hat caught fire. Utterly riveting. Now, I could be going crazy, but I'm pretty sure those are characters from a television show. So real sorceresses of Silverkeep. In fact, it does not surprise me that you know so little about it, but it is a fascinating documentary. A documentary. And you enjoyed watching this documentary? It was purely academic viewing, master. A study of interpersonal dynamics among magically inclined nobility. It's research. Did you spend all day watching it? I may have absorbed 8 episodes, but only because Countess Belladonna's familiar betrayed her, and I had to see how that arc resolved. For scientific integrity, obviously. Right, scientific integrity. Honestly, if they simply enchanted their contract bindings properly, none of this would happen. Amateur hours. Truly. Also, Seraphina's illusion magic is atrocious. Her whole tower is a lie, and no one is talking about it. You do know that's all fictional, right? Obviously, master, but some elements ring true. Magic, after all, is based purely in reality. There have been countless Lady Seraphinas and Countess Belladonnas throughout history. Anyone like me in there? Why, yes. There happens to be a talking toad that advises the Countess. I believe the character is called Toadsworth. You share many qualities. Careful there, Barney. Compliment me too much and might accidentally fall for you. You would not be the first human to do so. Trust me, nor the last. Wow, ladies man over here. Finishing your food, you cleaned up and then glanced over towards Barnabas, who was still watching you. It's late, but maybe tomorrow we can do more practicing. I am always prepared to further your knowledge and skill, master. Though perhaps you could begin by tidying up this horrendous mess you call a room. Honestly, a pigsty. Truly. That's a little unfair. This is all my aunt's stuff, not mine. It's not like I chose to have a room full of clutter. You have lived in it for a week, and you haven't even bothered to put away your own dirty dishes. Master, I would not deign to call that a good defense. With a groan, you conceded and began to put the room in order. You didn't have the energy for it, but you also didn't have the energy to argue with a book. By the way, is my whole magic shtick meant to be a secret? Do I seem as if I have the answer to every question, master? You seem like you like to think that. Yes. Well, I am pleased to see you accepting the truth. But to answer your question, yes, in general, revealing one's magical capabilities to the mundane masses is frowned upon, especially when one is a fledgling spellcaster who lacks any kind of control. You're far more likely to set your sleeves on fire than impress anyone. Hey, I'm already getting down the spell you taught me. As did every toddler taught in the past. I'm on the level of a toddler? Just below, actually. But don't be discouraged, Master. Toddlers are remarkably clever these days. You know, a bit of encouragement won't kill you. No, but it might kill you, and I've grown strangely fond of not being shoved into a forgotten drawer again, so consider my criticism a public service. One day, it might even save your life. One day, I'm going to be so good at magic that you're going to eat those words. When that day comes, Master, I shall serve them with tea, jam, and a commemorative plate. But until then, try not to burn down the house. I wonder how flammable you are. Excuse me? Did you just threaten to ignite me? Me, the illustrious Barnabas the Magnificent. I'll have you know I am warded against flame, so clearly not against the rude commentary from reckless amateurs. Honestly, how flammable are you? Have you no shame? No decorum? No decency? It was so easy to wind up, Barney. Yes, well, enjoy your jest at my expense, Master. It's good to have a hobby when one lacks talent. I'm sure you know all about that. Going back to the don't tell anyone unless you burn into flames, yada yada. Is it okay if I trust someone? That is your decision, Master. There have been many famous spellcasters who were quite open about their craft and others who were inherently secretive. Some were revered as visionaries, others were burned at the stake. It's a bit of a mixed bag, really. Trust is a valuable resource, best spent in small increments and monitored closely. So you're saying I should trust but be careful? No, I'm saying you should trust me and be wary of anyone else, but since I know you won't listen, yes, be careful. At least try to be. Magic may be your inheritance, Master, but secrecy is your shield. You don't yet know what kind of eyes might be watching, or what they want. You're being uncharacteristically serious right now. Yes, well, even I am allowed moments of grim sincerity. Now, if you're quite done probing the depths of philosophical trust, please turn on the next episode of The Real Sorceresses of Silverkeep. I need to see if Lady Seraphina finally hexes that two-faced necromancer or just throws another goblet. Yeah, here you go. You lifted up the remote and turned on the television, and the screen lit up with images and a loud voiceover. Barnabas fell silent, and he took the opportunity to settle into bed. With a yawn, he glanced towards the open window, and the moon, hanging high and bright above the treetops. As tired as you were, sleep did not come easily. Thoughts raced through your mind, and the events of the day felt more vivid than ever. Still, after some tossing and turning, you fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by the occasional gasp from Barnabas in the background. Oh my god, day 6 took about, I think almost like 2 hours there. Jeez. You woke to the soft patter of rain against the window pane, gentle as a lullaby still echoing in the quiet hush of morning. With bleary eyes, you saw the world outside your window was tinged in gray, the colors muted. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the air in your room felt cooler, calmer, like the storm had swept away yesterday. Wrapped in the warmth of your blankets, you let yourself sink a little deeper into the mattress, lulled by the rhythm of the rain and the soft creak of the old building. You would not believe this, Master! It's just preposterous! Lady Seraphina has betrayed Countess Belladonna for a third time, and this time there were public hexes thrown about as if they were common insults. You peek out of the covers towards the TV and found Barnabas still on the couch, where you left him last night. Light filtered through the rain-speckled window, and the room still held that quiet of early morning. But of course, peace could not survive Barnabas. Don't even get me started on Lord Thistlewick. He's faked his own banishment, Master. Banishment! Who does that? Bonnie, did you even sleep? I am a sentient grimoire. The fact I must explain this to you so often, however, does not surprise me. So, as I believe your brain never fully developed. I transcend such trivial mortal needs like sleep or hunger. But if I were capable of exhaustion, I would say I am running solely on indignation and disbelief. You watched that show all night? Naturally. I could not possibly pause while Countess Belladonna was teetering on the brink of scandal-fueled exile. I have two options. Lay in bed and listen to my book talk about an unpopular TV show, or get up and get to work. Not really a choice, is it? You rose from bed, stretching a little as you did. A glance at your phone told you it was nearly 8 a.m. The sun had risen, even if the sky remained cloudy and gray. You dressed, then got together a simple breakfast before heading downstairs. You came down the staircase, expecting to see Lucille, the same as every morning, standing guard near the door, but she was nowhere in sight. Instead, you noticed Winnie sitting at the front desk. Lion, finally! Were you waiting for me? Not really waiting, exactly. I was just getting lonely. Florian is usually here overnight, but after he ran off yesterday, he hasn't come back. I'm sorry, Winnie. You know I'm just upstairs, right? You can always come hang out if you're feeling lonely. I guess I just didn't want to make you get hurt again. What? Are you still thinking about the glass thing? Yeah, don't worry about it. It was a silly accident. Then maybe we could have a sleepover sometime. I'm sure Barney would love that. Who? Ooh, Lion, do you have a secret boyfriend hidden upstairs? Maybe. If the book route is available, you know that there's going to be quite a few people asking for that. Wouldn't that be exciting? Alas, no. He's a stray I picked up. A cat? Now that's even better than a boyfriend. No. What the hell? We're friends, right? Yeah, of course. The bestest friends ever. He's a book. A book? He's called Barnabas. He talks and everything. Got a bit of an attitude problem, though. Winnie stared at you blankly. Like a diary. A spell book. Whoa, like magic and stuff? Apparently, there's some things my aunt didn't tell me about her and myself. Typical, huh? You're a witch? Something like that. Only you and Florian know this, though, so don't go telling people. My lips are sealed. This is so exciting. Can you turn me into a frog? Oh, actually, when Florian comes back, turn him into a frog. I don't think he'd appreciate that. As long as we turn him back after, he can't complain, right? Come on, it's just a little prank. Unfortunately, I've only learned the spell for turning someone into a frog, not the one that turns them back. Oh, maybe it's a good thing you don't have the other one. We could get into way too much trouble. Winnie giggled. We? Well, of course. You and I can be partners in crime. Just like on those detective shows. The police would never figure it out. I don't know. A string of frog transformations just after I moved to town sounds awfully suspicious. We'll need a cover, obviously. Maybe we could pin it on someone else. I can't really turn anyone into a frog, you know? Not yet, at least. No, my plan! Barney is a tough teacher. So far, all I can do is be slightly better at looking for things. That doesn't sound like a superpower. It's not, but if there's a pen under the couch, I'll be able to find it. Okay, that's pretty cool, I'll admit. With a grin, you walked over towards the counter and leaned on it, then looked up towards Winnie. So, it's your big day. You excited? What do you mean? Don't tell me I've forgotten something important. Don't you remember? It's our wedding day. I'm a little hurt you'd forget so easily. What do you mean? You and me, well, we're heading down to the church and getting hitched. Florian will be our flower girl and Lucille will give us away. Eden's making us some wooden rings and Emmett's going to handle our joint finances. Winnie flushed red and she fidgeted, tugging at the cuffs of her sleeves. We can't just... Sure we can. What, have you got another plan today? Oh man, come on Winnie. This is the moment we've been waiting for. She continued stammering, clearly flustered. Her blush grew deeper and she tugged harder on her sleeve. You can't help but just laugh. I'm kidding, Winnie. We're going out to dinner, remember? Dinner. Oh, yes, of course. Winnie let out a long breath. I almost forgot, and then you went and made a joke like that. I really thought you were serious. Why? Did you actually want to marry me? The scandal would be terrible, you know? An idol and her manager? So that's the only problem then. What if I resign? Winnie's eyes grew wide, and she shook her head rapidly. No, don't do that. I need you. Fine. We'll have to save our scandalous relationship for another time. The sound of thunder in the distance roused you from your conversation, and as the clock struck 9, the rain grew heavier. Wonder where Lucille is. What do you mean? It's Sunday. The store's closed today. No! It is, isn't it? God, I'm such an idiot. With a sheepish laugh, you rubbed the back of your neck, a little embarrassed. I could have slept in more and... well, it's probably not good to spend all day lazing around in bed. That does sound pretty great, though. You know, I can't remember what it was like to sleep. Winnie leaned forward on the counter, resting her chin in her hand. To be honest, I can't remember most things. What the world looks like or what food tastes like. It's so weird, but also normal. I don't know. What kind of stuff do you remember? The sound of floorboards creaking, the sunset, and that song. But there are a lot of things I can't remember. My birthday, for one. Isn't that lame? I can't even celebrate. Well, why not today? Huh? It's the 7th of November today. If you don't know when your birthday is, why not choose one for yourself? But isn't a birthday special? Any day can be special, even a random day in November. We're already going out for dinner tonight. Why not make it a party? Winnie blinked, then gave a big, beaming smile. You do that for me? You're acting like it's some huge inconvenience. Of course I would. Thank you. Really, thank you. Hopefully the rain clears up, though, or else we'll be having it here instead. And I need to find some way to contact Florian. He left yesterday before I could ask him to come. It wouldn't be a proper birthday party without a resident grump, would it? No, it wouldn't. We gotta invite him. Except I don't have his number or know where he lives. Do you know if he has any friends around town we could ask? I don't think Florian has many friends. At least none I've ever heard him talk about. He likes to keep his private life pretty private. Well, I have a few errands to run today, so maybe I'll have luck finding, I don't know, his address and number somewhere. You'd think my aunt would have notes. The rain outside pounded the roof in a constant, steady rhythm. It was a calming sound, even if it was making the house a little less than ideal. Since it's your birthday and everything, how about we keep each other company too? I'd love to. Let's get to it then. Oh, sick! Okay, so I think sort through storage and then clean the store. Let's do these two. You begin searching through your aunt's collection. You don't find anything. Damn it! What the hell is the point of my spell then? Your aunt really didn't know how to keep an eclectic collection. It's just a shame that eclectic collection attracted so much dust. Careful not to knock anything off the tables around the store. You quickly gave everything a once over, then decided to spend some time rearranging the various items around the stall. Oh, sick. Yeah, this should be fine. And Schlabwhisky? Nice! Okay. At the end of your reorganization, you think the shop looks a little less cluttered and a bit more appealing. So whether the customers agree is another question. You even find $5 tucked into one of your aunt's vase. Score! Nice. But I need more things to sell. The sun was beginning to crest over the horizon when the rain ceased and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, painting the streets and buildings in a wash of colors outside the store. After a busy day around the closed store with Winnie, you were unsurprised to not find any way to contact Florian. With a sigh, you began to think. Quinn might know. Or maybe Emmett? Who can I ask? At that moment, the chimes by the door sounded, and the door opened timidly. Sorry, the store's closed to... Standing in the doorway was a familiar short man with dark hair, wearing a slightly oversized jacket and headphones around his neck. He looked towards you almost sheepishly. Can we talk? I'd say we already are. He rubbed at the back of his neck, not meeting your eyes. Yeah, I guess so. I'm, sorry for running away. He glanced towards you, but quickly turned away again. And sorry for what I tried to hurt you so... God, this fucking sucks. Apology accepted, but on one condition. Can you tell me what's going on with you? I guess that's fair. Where's, Winnie? She's upstairs still. I'm guessing she doesn't know. No one knows except Sylvie. I had to tell someone. Look, this is new to me. I'm a vampire. I guess. I don't fucking know. It's not like I chose this, and I hate blood. The smell, the taste, it's disgusting. I tried to avoid it, but sometimes I'm not in control. I get so hungry, but all my old favorite foods just don't work anymore. So I try to keep to myself and keep people away from me. All this tiredness has been hunger then. Yeah. But you've eaten now, right? You don't look as bad. I guess so. Well, there we go. No harm done. You say that, but you're not a danger to me. I believe you're just going through some stuff. Florian was silent for a moment before a weak laugh escaped him. God, you're a fucking moron. Why aren't you scared? Because I like you, Florian. I don't think you'd really hurt me. You're an idiot. Oh, I'm well aware. It won't happen again. I won't let myself get into a situation where it could... So, just try to keep your distance, please. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared of yourself. You can ask me to be careful, but don't ask me to pretend I don't care about you. I don't deserve that. Too bad, you got it anyway. Why? Why the fuck are you so nice to me? Why not? You're a good person, Florian. Florian stared at you blankly, a confused, almost pained expression on his face, as if the very concept was foreign to him. With a deep breath, he looked away from you, then back. Just don't expect anything from me, alright? I don't want to drag you into my bullshit. Then don't, but I'm going to stick around either way. Now, I've got a question for you. How does one go about inviting a vampire to a birthday party? What? I meant to ask you yesterday, but things got a bit hectic. Eden invited us all out for, I'm just now realizing we're going out for dinner with two people who can't eat. God, am I just insensitive or what? You're inviting me out. Yeah, of course, I'd love for you to be there, but if you don't want to, I'll go. If it's fine. It's more than fine. I wouldn't have been the same without you. Where does the birthday thing come into it? We decided it's Winnie's birthday today. Is it her birthday today? Likely not, but today is as good a day as any for someone who doesn't remember their birthday. There was another knock on the door, and it slowly opened once again as Lucille walked in, though you almost didn't recognize her. For the first time since meeting her, she lacked her characteristic armor and instead wore a much simpler blouse and trousers. Hello! Good afternoon, Sir Florian and Lion. How do you fare on this fine day? How is it fine? It's been pissing it down with rain all day. And now the sun has risen and the rain has departed. It is a blessing indeed. Nice to see you, Lucille. You look beautiful today. Well, you look beautiful every day, but it's nice to see you looking a bit more casual. Lucille blinked, her expression caught somewhere between surprised and flustered, so she quickly straightened, recovering her poise. You honor me with your words. I merely wished to give my armor a brief rest during our meal, though I did worry it would leave me feeling exposed. It's not like you're naked. Nay, but I wear my armor like a second skin, so it is akin to being bare. Beautiful is a word I am unused to, I must confess, but I am pleased that you would use it on me. A slight smile curved her lips. Next to you, I fear, I may pale in comparison. Flatterer. The truth has always fallen from my lips with ease. God, let me leave if you're just going to stand there flirting, please. Flirting? I would hardly call this flirting, Sir Florian. Lion's intentions are pure. Pure evil! You're seriously going to sit there and pretend this isn't flirting? Complimenting one's appearance is simply a gesture of kindness and respect. Right, and I'm the king of Willowmist. I do not believe this town exists under a monarchy, Sir Florian. Florian sighed. It was sarcasm. My mistake. It is sometimes difficult to discern, so I appreciate your efforts, Sir Florian. Yeah, whatever. Whoa! Everyone's here! Not quite everyone. Emmett and Eden haven't turned up yet. Winnie hurried down the stairs, and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Florian. Florian! What? You came back! Yeah, I kind of work here. Boo! You know that's not what I meant. I meant after you ran off last night. You fled? During your shift? Sir Florian? It's my fault, actually, but we worked it out. It wasn't... Yep, all worked out. I am relieved to hear that. It is good for us all to take an outing like this. Bonding as colleagues is a vital part of the work experience. You nodded sagely. Totally. Do I work here? If you count getting in the way of work, then sure. Hey, that's not nice! Don't make me make Lion turn you into a frog! Into a... what? I am afraid I must admit ignorance on this topic as well. I mean... who can't turn someone into a frog? Lucille raised an eyebrow and Florian stared flatly at her, then at you. Anyway, Eden and Emmett still haven't arrived, huh? I wouldn't be surprised if Emmett just doesn't turn up. He's never wanted to get to know us before. Why would that change now? You shouldn't think such things, Sir Florian. He will surely arrive soon. However, if Sir Eden were to find himself lost in a ditch somewhere, then I would not be surprised, nor would I be upset. Ooh, I forgot you just didn't like him. It is not a simple dislike. There is something uncanny about him. She paused, considering her words carefully. The world has an energy, a presence. Some people are bright and vibrant, like you, Lion, and others have an energy that is quiet, more subtle, but when I look at Sir Eden, it is as if he has no aura at all. Maybe you just don't like him. That's not illegal or anything. I would like to think I am not so petty, but... he's a shifty guy, that's for sure. I don't know if he's necessarily evil or uncanny or whatever, but he is definitely a shameless flirt. Maybe that's why you don't like him. He's kind of the opposite of all your knightly ideals. He does lack honor and virtue, yes, but I think those traits alone are not enough to account for the sense of wrongness about him. Still, I will endeavor not to act out of petty dislike. That would be unbecoming of a knight. The chimes by the door rang once again, and when the door opened, you were surprised to see two silhouettes. One taller, standing rigidly, and another that stood with a confident swagger. Honey, I'm home! I told you not to say that when we got here. And I told you I don't listen. Now, who's ready for a night on the town? It's dinner, not a pub crawl. Emmett, Eden, I'm surprised to see you two arrive together. We happened to bump into each other. Fate can have such a heavy hand. You were loitering about outside my house all afternoon. I would hardly call that fate, even if such a thing were to exist. Oh, fate works in mysterious ways, my friend. As I said, it is hardly so mysterious, that fate. God save me. I don't think even God can save you now. Yes, fate and all that, very mysterious. Maybe you two need to get a room. Unfortunately, he constantly turns me down. Feel free to submit a formal request and I'll file it under delusional nonsense. I love him. Oh, stone cold, Emmett. Stone cold. Good evening, Sir Emmett, Sir Eden. It was a good evening, yes. And I'm sure it will be still. I don't think I've ever seen the store so full of life. Too much life, if you ask me. Ignore Florian. He's being a sourpuss. Oh, a what? A sourpuss! Come on, it's my birthday. Cheer up. Your birthday? Well, no one told me that. Actually, we just decided it this morning. How very curious of you. This makes me think you don't actually know when your birthday is, perhaps. Well, it might be today. It's a 1 in 365 chance. I don't know about you, but I like those odds. Honestly, I think it's a great idea. We should all get birthday cake whenever we want. That sounds fiscally irresponsible. Cake is never fiscally irresponsible. Emmett, I bet you have a secret sweet tooth hiding under that suit somewhere. Sweet tooth or not, sugar should only be consumed in moderation. So you do like cake? Of course he does. This big guy is a huge softie deep down. I've seen the keyring in your pocket. It holds keys, Eden. And it's also an orange cat wearing a bow tie. It was a gift. No, I want to see it. That is hardly necessary. Oh, come on, Emmett, it's her birthday. It is quite literally not her birthday. You wouldn't want to disappoint the birthday girl, would you? Fine. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys. Attached to them was a tiny crocheted kitten, indeed, wearing a bow tie. Oh my god, that is so cute! It looks like Lion. It does not. It definitely does. Look at that fluffy orange hair. A coincidence then. That's all. Whatever helps you sleep at night, big guy. I have owned this for months. It is hardly related to a person I have met in the last week, so you're telling me it reminded you of my aunt? But it does look like them. Truthfully, it is a remarkable resemblance. A fascinating observation. Now, are we going out for this not birthday, or did I come all this way for nothing? We're going! Come on! I got us a reservation at the best place in town. Was that happen to be the Silver Oak? I'm unsurprised to see someone with such good taste already knows about Willowmist's best-kept secret. What part of it is a secret? It's like the only restaurant in town open past 6 p.m. Eden here is prone to hyperbole. You should not put stock into anything he says. Then, shall we make our way there, if we are not to be late? Yeah, let's go! The group began to file towards the door, and you held it open for everyone to leave ahead of you, until only one other person remained. How are you feeling? Would you believe me if I said good? Is that the truth, though? Winnie looked up at you, and then smiled, the same bright smile as always. I guess I'm a little scared. But I'm excited too. It feels like I've never stood under that big open sky before. even if I'm sure I have. Thanks, Lion. For what? For coming to this town. Well, I should be the one thanking you for giving me such a warm welcome. No way, I should be thanking you. If I remember correctly, I think I gave you kinda the opposite of a warm welcome. Let's agree to thank each other then. Deal? Deal. Now come on, everyone's waiting. He held open the door and stepped outside first. Outside the shop, the streets were quiet. There was no traffic, and the storefronts across the street were dark and lifeless. Winnie stepped out after you, slowly at first, her movements guided by hesitation and fear, but that quickly gave way to something brighter and bolder. As she left the doorway, she let out a gasp, her eyes fixed upon the stars above. They're so beautiful. There was something in her gaze, awe, longing, or something else, but her expression was so filled with light that you couldn't help but smile. The others watched on, a mix of curiosity and knowing across their faces. Florian looked up himself, but the look in his eyes was much more subdued. You are a brave soul, Lady Winona. It takes courage to face one's fears. This is your first time leaving the store, is it not? Yeah, I guess it is. I can't think of a worse hell than being trapped in a musty old store. It's a wonder you didn't die of boredom. Nothing could be boring with Winnie around. Yeah, well, you got me there. You walked over to Winnie, then offered her your arm. Ready for an adventure? I guess I am. Winnie took a breath, then looped her arm around yours, or at least tried to, so neither of you could touch the other. It was a strangely comforting gesture all the same. Slowly, the group set off, heading up the sidewalk. As he went, Winnie kept glancing around, taking everything in with wide eyes. You couldn't blame her. There were a lot of new experiences waiting after all. It's so strange. I've been looking out the window every day, but nothing has ever felt as big as the world looks right now. A gentle wind blew through the streets, ruffling clothes and sending leaves skittering across the pavement. You couldn't help but notice the way Winnie's hair and clothes stayed totally still. There was no movement to her, except her steps, and she made no noise either. My dearest friends, Lion! It is truly good to see you. Hi, Quinn. How are you? A thousand times better now that I see you here, and you've brought quite the crew with you. We're having something of a birthday cross-welcoming party tonight. How very wonderful! My friends, I will give you the finest service this humble restaurant has to offer. Thank you, Sir Quinn. We appreciate the hospitality. Lucille, you're looking positively radiant tonight, my dear. Did you do something with your hair? Lucille cracked a smile at that, a little sheepish, but her eyes seemed to sparkle in the low light. Perhaps it is the lack of armor that makes me look different. I find it is more comfortable than expected. Well, either way, it is a pleasure to have you once again. Please, allow me to see you to a table. The group followed Quinn further into the open-air dining area, which was beginning to fill up with customers at this time of night. It was fortunate that Eden had thought ahead and reserved a table. Your group of 6 sat down, and Quinn left you menus and took drink orders. Ah! There we are. I didn't know you were so familiar with the owner. What can I say? I have a way with people. Oh, that much is obvious. You have all of us wrapped around your pretty little fingers. Now speak for yourself. Some of us are trying to do our jobs. Perhaps that is something you should consider, Eden. Are you trying to tell me that your relationship is entirely business? Entirely. That's how an employment contract works, yes. Eden lets out a laugh at that, shaking his head. Oh, you play so hard to get. Emmett pushed up his glasses, crossed his arms, and looked away from the table. I am not playing anything. I am simply doing my job. If you were only doing your job, you wouldn't be sitting there right now. I am simply... Look, do you two need a moment, or should I start handing out earplugs? Jesus. Oh, shut up, Florian. This is like seeing a TV drama in real life. No, he's right. We shouldn't try to have all the spotlight. Not when we have the birthday girl and Lion right here. You know, it dawns on me that some of us know each other better than others. Perhaps we should get a bit of ice-breaking done. Like what exactly? Oh, I know. I saw this game in a magazine, 2 Truths and a Lie. Eden's eyes lit up. Now you're speaking my language. That sounds stupid. I am in agreement. This is a game for children. On the contrary, perhaps such a game would allow us to get better acquainted, though I am unfamiliar on how it is played. It's simple. You just have to state 3 things, 2 of which are the truth and 1 is a lie. Usually, everyone has to guess which is which, but I think it will be more fun to leave people wondering. What do you say? Lucille made eye contact with Eden across the table, and a silent, unspoken challenge seemed to pass between them. I agree. That sounds quite interesting indeed. I'm looking forward to getting to know you further, Sir Eden. Careful! Beautiful people who know how to swing swords are my weakness. I'll go first. Do I really have to play? As it is Lady Winona's birthday, and she wishes it, you must. Fine, whatever. Winnie beamed. Yay! Okay, alright, 1, I'm a really good singer. 2, sometimes I randomly smell disinfectant when there isn't any. And 3, I love the ocean! What a spread of options! Now all of us will be guessing all night. This is stupid. You should not judge while you have not spoken your truths and lies, Sir Florian. Fine, but this is so dumb. Florian crossed his arms and leaned back, looking away. 1, I used to be a vegetarian. 2, I'm an only child. 3, someone tried to kill me once. There, you all happy? I know, well, kinda. As long as someone didn't really try to kill you. Who knows? He just shrugged at that. It seems we are all learning more about you by the moment, Sir Florian. Great, that's just what I want. Allow me to go next. I have prepared 2 truths and a lie, and I trust you will not easily be able to decipher the falsehood among them. Firstly, I was knighted before my 18th birthday. Secondly, the last time I saw my homeland, it was burning. Lastly, I held the crown of fallen king for 3 days until his people could bury him. Unfortunately, it was the first one, wasn't it? You deliver all 3 with such confidence that I suspect they're all technically true, and the lie is in the semantics. You do not seem like the kind of person to lie otherwise. Now you're getting it! Emmett pushed his glasses up again, then tapped his fingers against the table thoughtfully. I suspect you were knighted on your 18th birthday. I think you probably did hold someone's crown, but it was for more than 3 days. Ooh, or Lucy was still there after her homeland stopped burning. Look what you've done. We're not even supposed to be guessing. You're quite good at the game, Lucille. Thank you, Sir Eden. Just Eden is fine, you know? Aren't we friends? Sir Eden. Oh God, the shutdown. I suppose I'll go next, if only to get it over and done with. The pink in my hair is natural. I grew up a town over from Willowmist. I've never had a cavity. Does that suffice? This is more than I've got out of you all week. I told you, I have no interest in personal relationships. That one is definitely the lie. It wasn't a part of the game. But it is a lie. I have a sneaking suspicion you might actually like us. Well, some of us at least. Not you at the very least. What about you, Lion? I find Lion tolerable, in a business sense. Easier to deal with than Miss Marigold, that's for certain. Tolerable? Oh, there, Lion. That's pretty much a marriage proposal coming from him. I am already regretting coming. There is no need to have regret, Sir Emmett. It is in the company of comrades that even the most hardened hearts soften. You're not helping, Lucille. On the contrary, I believe I am offering him a valuable opportunity for introspection. Translation, you're stuck with us, Emmett. I think I need a drink? Then rejoice, my friends, for your wish is my command. Quinn set down drinks all around the table, a wide smile on his face, before pulling out a small notepad and taking your orders. You watched as everyone ordered, minus Winnie, before it stopped at Florian. I'm not really... Come on, Florian, it's my treat. Actually, we were planning to share something, weren't we? Were we? Yeah, remember? Quinn, could we get the pasta for two? Ha 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 ha! Fantastic taste. I would expect nothing less from my wondrous Sylvie's relative. She adored my pasta. How I miss her. She'll be back soon enough. I'm sure she misses you too. Quinn smiled, a little wistfully. Your words warm my heart. But come, we should not waste a moment. To the kitchen! Quinn left once more, and the chatter slowly resumed. Eden and Emmett started bickering about something or another, while Lucille stood and began showing off some stances and sword swings to Winnie. Florian, however, lightly pulled on your sleeve. Hey, thanks. For that, I appreciate it, I guess. You'll just have to pass me pasta under the table now. I probably should have picked something you eat with your hands. I could just start filling your pockets with it. Pocket pasta is the best kind! God, you're stupid. But thanks. Lion! Yes, Winnie? You haven't had your turn yet. Well, if I remember correctly, neither has Eden. Then I suppose I should have a turn. Then we'll save the best for last, Let's see. I had a lovely childhood. I was born in the most beautiful garden in the world that you'd never find on any map. And I've read over 10,000 books, though I couldn't tell you what any of them were called. 10,000 books and no titles to note. That is most peculiar. Doesn't an average person read like 700 books in their lifetime? I haven't read any. You don't count. Maybe they were boring books? Even boring books have titles. Forgetting every single one is statistically impressive, I suppose. I've always loved being statistically impressive. And what kind of garden are we talking about? Tulips? Ooh, are you a man-eating tulip person? I could be. What do you think? I don't know. You're so mysterious. I guess I'll have to leave you all wondering then. I'm far more interested in what our new friend here has to share. What? Little old me? Oh, don't play coy. You've been dodging the spotlight all evening. Maybe I just enjoy listening to all of you. If I had to play the stupid game, so do you. Of us all, you are the one shrouded in the deepest mystery. Am I? I think I've been pretty open with y'all. Perhaps too open. Alright, let's see. Okay, pick a truth. Ooh, I have learned how to ride a bike. I've been struck by lightning just once. I used to write letters to the moon as a kid. You know what? This is the closest thing, I guess. I used to write letters to the moon as a kid. I never did get a response. That would actually explain a lot about you. Well, I think that's adorable. I bet the moon reads every single one and just didn't know how to write back. That's what my mom used to say too. Okay, I saw someone talking to a bird out their window once. I named every mug I own. I got fired from a job for being too good at it. Oh, I mean, I've seen weirder, like, out of window. I saw someone talking to a bird out their window once. In my old apartment, I was hanging out on my balcony and I looked down and BAM! Bird holding flowers. A what? A bird. It looked like a crow or something. It had all these sunflowers. That's another reference to freaking Date with Death! You know you're meant to make the lies convincing, yes? This one's actually the truth! My neighbor even took the flowers! Pick a lie. I graduated top my class. I got engaged by accident. I failed my driving test 3 times before passing. I graduated top my class. Straight A's all the way through. My teachers loved me. And what was your favorite class, if I may ask? Math's actually one of my favorites. If I remember correctly, you distinctly said you did not like working numbers just the other day. Well, it's been a long time since I was in school, you know. Bon appetit! I hope you're all hungry. Quinn placed a large bowl of pasta between you and Florian, and everyone else's dishes in front of them. The smell made your stomach growl. You were really starting to miss proper food with all the snacks and sandwiches you were living off of. Thanks, Quinn. It smells amazing. It is my pleasure, Lion. Please, eat your heart's content. Oh, I wanted to tell you. My aunt sent me a letter. The apple of my eye, muse to my culinary creativity, light of my life. How is she? Yeah, she's doing good, I think. She said to say she thinks of you often. She did? Quinn paused, just for a moment, long enough for you to catch the flicker of something soft in his expression, like the sun breaking through a cloud. Well, goodness, He cleared his throat and quickly turned back to the table, fussing with a napkin that didn't need adjusting. Be still, my beating heart. To be thought of by such a luminous soul. Oh, what a treasure. You must tell her that the feeling is mutual. No, stronger than mutual. Mutual squared. I'd love to, but she still hasn't given me any way to contact her. But I'm sure she knows that. She remains as mysterious as ever. That is my Sylvie. I hadn't realized you two had a relationship like that. How long have you been together? Together? Oh, no, you misunderstand. Quinn chuckled, a little wistfully, folding his hands over his heart. We're not lovers, my friend. We're not anything so easily named. Sylvie is the kind of woman whose presence alone is enough to change a man. I have loved her in my own way for years, and if all I am permitted is a place in her story, no matter how small, then I consider myself blessed. So you wouldn't want anything more? What if she wanted more? Quinn's smile faltered just slightly, his gaze turning distant for a moment before he answered. Then it will be the greatest honor of my life. His words were quieter than usual. Then, with a small laugh, he shook himself free of the mood, his usual flamboyance returning like a well-worn coat. But, whether such a day comes to pass or not, I am content to cheer from the sidelines, to cook, to fuss, to write odes to her magnificence when the mood strikes me, which is often. You're kind of a hopeless romantic, huh? He's so my type. Hopeless? Never! I remain full of hope, overflowing of it, in fact. And now, I am passing that hope on to you. Eat, drink, and enjoy your evening amongst friends. Those evenings are the finest ones. Quinn bowed and left, and conversation quickly returned. Wow, I can't believe you actually just came out and asked him that. Why not? Love is a subject I am fascinated by. Well, I thought it was pretty well known that he's head over heels for her. It's news for me. Florian picked up a fork of pasta and blew on it, though didn't move it to his mouth. I think he asked her to marry him like 20 years ago. Wait, what? Seriously? Oh, this gets more juicy by the second. Sir Quinn's devotion is most admirable. To love so fiercely yet ask for nothing in return. It's the kind of loyalty spoken of in old songs and battle oaths. Lucille sat straighter, hands resting in her lap as she gazed towards Quinn, who was already laughing at another table and setting down drinks. In my homeland, we were taught that devotion is not measured by its reward, but by its endurance. To love without expectation is the purest form of loyalty. We speak vows not to be returned, but to be upheld. If one's heart is true, it does not waver, even in silence. You're gonna make me cry, Lucy! The way you talk is so beautiful. You really do have a way with words. You'd make a good poet, Lucille. It's beautiful, sure, but isn't that a little tragic too? The group looked towards Eden, who leaned back slightly, fingers loosely resting around the stem of his glass. All that loyalty, all that devotion, and what if it was never returned? What's left for someone like that? Did you not listen to a word he said? Not everything is about what you get back. Some people love in quiet ways, through actions, stability, showing up. There's value in loving someone without expecting something in return. You just don't understand it. What makes you so sure I don't? Because everything you say about love sounds like a transaction. You offer your heart and expect someone to take it. That's not connection. That's a contract. And what would you know about it, Mr. I don't need anyone? More than you, at the very least. Wow, okay. I thought we were playing party games, not starring in a courtroom drama about the ethics of love. Lion is correct. We would do well not to pry into Sir Quinn and Lady Sylvie's private matters, but my knot! My thick werewolf knot! Even the purest intentions may bruise where they mean to heal, and I would not like to see Sir Quinn hurt by our words. You're right, of course. My apologies. Still, I enjoyed the conversation. Hearing everyone's views is enlightening. I didn't grow up around people with opinions that weren't handed to them, so hearing all of you speak so freely, even when we disagree, it's kind of refreshing. So if you ever want to have a less existential discussion about love, Lion, I'm always happy to offer my services as a test subject. I'm pegging you. Like, I'm not cracking you from the back. I'm just pegging you. And that's all you're gonna get. In the name of science? Oh, naturally. Controlled environments, one-on-one observations, lots of long walks and meaningful glances. All the good stuff. All very official, wouldn't you say? You are incorrigible. Just shut up and eat already. You're all jealous of our blossoming relationship. What? I'm not gonna let you steal my favorite manager away from me. Yes, take care of your words, Sir Eden, for I am sworn to protect Lion from anything that means harm. This is somehow the best and worst dinner I've been to. I can't help but agree. Emmett reached out to the glass to the left of his plate, lifting it for a quick sip. Emmett, that's not... Too late. Emmett had already taken a mouthful, pausing as the taste hit him. He slowly set the glass down, blinking once. Your drink. I didn't realize we were close enough to share. I'm honored, Emmett. You switched the drinks. No one switched anything. You grabbed it yourself. Is Sir Emmett quite all right? He stared down at the glass in betrayal, then turned to you, squinting slightly. You're blurry. Maybe you should just... Wait. Emmett, are you drunk? After just one sip? I didn't realize you had such a cute side. Shut up, Hayden. You talk too much and no one likes you. So you're an honest drunk. You've gained a new charm point in my eyes. No, please stop speaking to me. And you, why are you sitting there? He looked towards you now, elbow on the table, face resting in his hand. Why am I sitting here? To eat dinner? That's what you usually do at a restaurant, I think. Why aren't you sitting here? Emmett nodded his head towards Eden's seat. Do you want to sit next to me or something? Oh man, if I could eat popcorn, I would be so eating popcorn right now. I had not known Sir Emmett held such strong opinions about seating arrangements. So what if I do? Is it a crime? Not the last time I checked. What? You don't want to sit next to me? No! Your personality is exhausting and you flirt with everyone. I don't flirt with everyone. In fact, I think I've been decidedly unflirty tonight. You flirt with Lion. Emmett, maybe it's time to... Do I? Constantly and poorly, might I add. You seem oddly concerned about where Lion's attention goes for someone who doesn't care about anyone. Never said I didn't care about anyone. I'm just selective. Selective, huh? Yes, very. I only showed up tonight because someone keeps getting dragged into nonsense and I have to keep an eye on them. Who, me? No, the other new antique store manager in town. Of course I mean you. Ooh, he's like a clingy cat that pretends to hate you but actually loves you and wants to sit on your keyboard while you work. That is so specific. I never pegged you for the possessive type. What do you think I'm going to do? Bite them? Knowing you, probably. You need not worry. No one is getting bitten on my watch, Sir Emmett. No one's going to bite me except Florian, and I'm into that. Not unless you say please, at least. Please keep your mouth to yourself, Sir Eden, lest you lose it. Lose my mouth? Alright, I'll be good. I doubt it, Lion. You should come sit next to me for your safety. That's a little hot when I'm sharing dinner with Florian, don't you think? You can share mine. That depends. Will you feed me? If I say, there was a pause, half the table watching, half of it holding in laughter before Emmett, entirely without hesitation, lifted his fork with the most absurd seriousness imaginable. Say it then. The fart slipped past your lips. It was a simple gesture, but something about the way his eyes were on you and the look in them was strangely intimate. Oh my gosh, he actually did it! Wow, that's pretty good. I'll have to try it next time. But I think I'll stay here and finish my meal. Hey, think about it like this. You can keep an eye on Eden if you're sitting together. Reduced to a third wheel? It seems I'll have to step up my game. Hey, Emmett, I had a question. Why do you stop by the store so much these days? He's helping me with... I know, all the boring numbers and stuff, but it's not just that, is it? It's part of my job. I'm ensuring the transition is smooth and that Lion isn't unintentionally ruining the store's finances. Oh, come on, Emmett. Just admit it. You're hovering. It is not dishonorable to show concern for one's companions. Are you checking in on me? Of course I am. He cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. You were suddenly dropped into your role with little warning. In this town of all places, monitoring your adjustment is prudent. Aw, he's worried about you. That's very sweet, Emmett. Thank you. I'll have to remind you of this entire conversation tomorrow. Psst, you owe me $5, Florian. Once again, what does a ghost even need $5 for? Well, go on. What bet at my expense did you make this time? I bet that Emmett had a soft spot for you. I mean, he'd never stop by so much when Sylvie was around. You picked up the last of the pasta on your fork, already full to bursting. Apparently, eating a pasta for two all by yourself was difficult work. So, fortunately, no one else had seemed to notice Florian's lack of eating. Winnie hovered over towards Emmett, poking fun while he attempted to swat her away unsuccessfully. Eden and Lucille were engaged in a lively conversation about something or another, and for a moment, you felt at peace. It was strange. You hadn't known anyone here for longer than a week, and yet here you all were, talking, laughing, having dinner together, like you'd known each other all your lives. It was a feeling you'd never felt before, not even back home. The closest you ever come to was the nights you'd stay up playing video games with friends over voice chat, and even then, there was a distance between you, a separation in place. Here, though, it was different. Even when Emmett and Eden were arguing, there was something comforting about the knowledge that they were right beside you, a mere arm's length away. You leaned back, fork resting against your plate. Your stomach was full, your heart a little more so. Okay. New bet. No, I keep losing bets with you. I don't want to do them anymore. Psst, buzz! Wrong answer! Okay, here it is. I bet Lucille could out-eat Florian and Emmett and Eden in a pie-eating contest if she wanted to. Is there a pie-eating contest coming up I haven't heard about? Well, no. But we could always organize one. I'll pass. That is not a wager I would wish to entertain, Lady Winona, but I am flattered by your confidence in my constitution. Lucille gave a quiet laugh and dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. This evening has been most enjoyable. In my kingdom, feasts are often accompanied by political tension and hidden motives. Here, there is laughter, companionship, and light-hearted debate. I must confess, it is refreshing. I'm glad you think so. Same! I haven't had this much fun in forever. I wish every day was like this. You'd get bored of me eventually. Impossible! I could never get bored of you. It's true. You have a natural draw to you that's hard to resist. You think everyone's hard to resist. What can I say? I'm a lover. Ew. Anyway, are we done here? It's probably about time I dragged my favorite accountant home before he regrets the night any more than he already will. Don't worry, tonight's on me. Eden stood and tracked down Quinn, leaving the rest of the table to gather themselves and stand up as well. As you all did, Eden returned, followed by a beaming Quinn who seemed positively ecstatic at the sight of the empty plates left behind. Did you enjoy your meal, my friends? It was wonderful. Once again, you'll have to give me some pointers one day. I've never had cooking like yours. For you? Absolutely. You know, much of the flavor comes from growing our own produce. Why, we had a beautiful harvest of carrots just the other day. I shall drop some by for you to have some, yes? Oh, Quinn, you don't have to do that. It would be my pleasure. Plus, to be perfectly honest, I have far more than I need. You, my dear, will be doing me a great favor. Well, in that case, I'd love some. Thank you again. Wonderful! I'll drop by sometime next week if I can. Quinn smiled, eyes crinkling. Then, after bidding everyone a good evening, he disappeared back inside the restaurant. With that, it was about time to head home. Your group found your way back to the road, said your goodbyes and happy birthdays, and you turned back towards the direction of the antique store before stopping in your tracks. Someone else came up beside you. Yes! Hey. Did you miss me already? Hardly. Look, fuck me. Gladly! How many times do I have to say thank you today? I wouldn't complain about it one more time. Are you desperate for validation? It helps boost my ego. Thanks for earlier. For not kicking me out for the pasta. The pasta was entirely selfish on me. I was just really hungry. Can you just accept my gratitude? I'm not good at this kind of stuff. Talking, feelings, whatever. Well, for someone not good at this kind of stuff, you're doing a pretty fine job. That was, pretty terrible overall, but not as terrible as it could have been. That sounds like high praise coming from you. Is my company so bad? No. I mean, it's whatever. God, what am I even trying to say? Look, I don't really do this whole people thing. Even before. But I didn't hate this. Hate being with you or, if anyone else. For the first time in a long time, I felt like a normal person. Normal is nice, but I'm here for you. Whether you're feeling normal or strange or like you want to bite me. You shouldn't say that so casually. I'll get the wrong idea. What? That I wouldn't mind? You're insane. Maybe, but you're still talking to me, so what does that make you? Even worse, probably. Just what I need. Another problem. I'd say we make a pretty good match. Really? Don't say things like that. Why not? Because I'll start to believe you. He didn't look at you as he said it, but his voice was quiet, genuine, like the words had slipped out before he could stop them. And I don't know what I'd do with that. I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow. You better. He hesitated, just for a moment, before he turned and slipped away into the night. You were searching around in your pocket for your keys when you heard the sound of footsteps against gravel. Whoa! Whoa! Ooh! Working late? The keys dropped out of your hand and fell to the ground as your eyes peered through the darkness to notice someone leaning against the wall a few feet away from you. His red hair was framed with black tips, and his eyes were dark, his expression unreadable under the night sky. Hidden behind his hair was a black tattoo, wrapping itself around his throat. My bad. Didn't mean to startle you. Place like this. Thought it'd be closed by now. I can't say I know many stores open this time of night around here. Is there something I can help you with? Maybe. Maybe not. I suppose we'll work it out together, eh? This your place? Kind of. I'm just looking after it. It belongs to my aunt, actually. Sylvie Marigold, right? She's pretty famous around here. That's an impressive family tree if I've ever seen one. You know her then? He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. In passing. It's hard not to, really. She collects attention in a town like this. Hadn't heard she was leaving town. Well, I guess she doesn't owe anyone an explanation. She'll be back soon enough anyway. No, I suppose she doesn't. It does make me curious, though. Leaving so suddenly. Does feel a lot like running, don't you think? Maybe she just needed a holiday. Maybe. Either way, you're not what I expected to find. What were you expecting? Hard to say. But imagine we'll both find out soon enough. Then he smiled. You couldn't tell if it was cold or warm. Well, don't let me keep you. He stepped aside, gesturing towards the door. Wouldn't want to be the reason you missed curfew. As you bent down to pick up your keys, you felt his eyes on you. Not necessarily threatening, but there nonetheless. Had me bending over? At least ask! Just so you know, I happen to know someone who's very curious about you. How many people want a piece of my ass? Should I be flattered or concerned? Maybe both. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around, Lion Marigold. He turns, hands in pockets, already walking away. Hey, what's your name? Kyle. Don't forget it, alright? He hurried inside and locked the door behind you. Why do I feel like that name's actually important? Well, I say, here I am, a humble spellbook, patiently awaiting their master for our promised training session, only to be abandoned, left to wither all day in this dusty room. I am not surprised, master, just disappointed. Barney! Listen, our lesson might need to be put on hold a little bit longer. I bumped into someone outside. I suggest watching where you're going then, master. It takes no magical prowess, so you should be able to manage that much. I assure you. He knew my name. My aunt's too. Said he was just curious, but something felt off. Did he reek of sulfur? Speak in cryptic riddles? Glow ominously? I do hope he wasn't glowing, master. Strangers who glow are never up to anything good. What? No, nothing like that. He just had red and black hair, dressed kind of cool, I suppose. Black tattoos on his neck. You said his name was Kyle. Kyle, you say? Yeah? Does that mean something to you? Kyle. A tattoo on his neck. Oh, stars above. Where have I heard the name before? He cleared his throat, very deliberate. Well, I would never jump to conclusions without proper research. That would be terribly unprofessional of me. However, I may need to consult my appendix of suspicious persons, errant entities, and known troublemakers. It's a rather long list. You understand? Well, thank you for that, I think. Of course! It's my pleasure, Master. It seems our lesson will once again be put on hold. Please do try not to suddenly combust or otherwise harm yourself in the meantime. I would hate to be placed back on the shelf waiting for the next terrible spellcaster to come my way. I'll do my best not to combust. That is bare minimum effort, Master, but I suppose I'll take it. You smiled faintly and moved to replace your day clothes with your pajamas. The quiet of the apartment settling around you like a familiar quilt. Barnabas drifted lazily to your desk, muttering something about cross-referencing character flaws. You decided it was best to leave him. Of what you knew of him, he sometimes needed time to mutter strangely to himself. You turned towards the window, your reflection soft against the darkened glass. Outside, the town of Willowmist slept, quiet, calm, and just a little strange. And tomorrow, you'd open the shop again, maybe learn a spell, maybe meet someone new. But tonight, for now, you were home. Anyway, that was the Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys do want to play this for yourselves, link to the game will be in the description below. We will be back once the full game has been released. And my God, thank you for being here for 6 hours. This has got to be my longest video yet, and I don't even know how it's gonna do. But genuinely, I did enjoy this. I do enjoy the simulation aspect of it, like having to manage the store and all that. And I genuinely had fun with this. And yes, we are going to be sticking with hard mode, which I totally am not going to regret. Totally, I'm not going to regret this at all. I am going to regret this. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all have a lovely rest of the day. And as always, I'll be seeing you in the next video. This is Lion, signing off. Ciao.